General Su Haotian of the Great Zhou has perished in battle. General Su Zhan, the commander of the town forces, has met his demise. General Su Yong, the commander of the Eastern Front, has fallen. General Su Long, the commander of the Southern Front, has also been slain. In the span of a single night, the head of the Su family, Su Haotian, along with his 9 sons, all lost their lives on the various battlefields along the borders of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Madam Su, in light of your 10th son Su, Chen having become a fool due to a martial arts mishap 3 years ago, our Lin family has decided to annul the engagement that we hope for your understanding. Within the grand courtyard of the Su family, Lin Lishan, the head of the Lin family, spoke with a tone that betrayed no emotion, facing the weary and beautiful matron before him. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept through those present. What? At such a tragic time for the Su family, the Lin family chooses to withdraw from the engagement. What difference does this make from kicking someone when they are down, betraying those who have shown kindness? Is this not excessively opportunistic? Are they so eager to distance themselves from the Su family? Shu, they likely seek self-preservation. The Su family has suffered a devastating blow. Recovery seems virtually impossible. Those lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly target families associated with the Su family next. If the Lin family does not act swiftly to sever ties, they may well find themselves next on the list. True as that may be, must they act so hastily? The 10 valiant souls have yet to be laid to rest. Alas, let us observe how Madame Su responds to this matter. All eyes turn towards Madame Su. Qin Shinran, filled with sympathy and helplessness. In a single night, the head of the Su family and his 9 sons had perished on the battlefields of the Great Zhou Dynasty, leaving the Su family in a state of irreversible decline. Lin Lishan Buff Qin Shinran managed to utter half a sentence before blood erupted from her mouth, and she staggered backward. She had hoped that her only son, Su Chun, despite being a fool, would soon marry Lin Shireen, the esteemed daughter of the Lin family, thus ensuring the Su family's lineage, with Su Chun rendered useless. All her hopes now rested on the offspring of Su Chun and Lin Shireen. Yet, fate had cruelly extinguished even this small flicker of hope. Mother witnessing this, the 9 stunning women dressed in white mourning garments gasped in unison, rushing to support her. Though clad in mourning attire, their extraordinary beauty and graceful figures could not be concealed. These were the fiancés of the deceased Su family sons, Su Chen's 9 sisters-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law Gong Yueyao, the saintess of the sacred pool. Second sister-in-law Yi Qingmei, the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence of the Qian dynasty. 9th sister-in-law Mu Yuqing, the saintess of the immortal sword sect. Upon receiving the devastating news of their betrothed's death on the battlefield, they had all hurried to the Su family to pay their final respects. In a corner, Su Chun stood in stunned disbelief, having just crossed over from another world, searching through the memories of this body. This is truly unfortunate, to arrive in such a dire situation. His father and 9 brothers had all perished overnight. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was part of a grand conspiracy aimed at the Su family. The orchestrators behind the scenes clearly sought the complete annihilation of the Su family. His condition as a fool had likely spared him from immediate harm, allowing him a narrow escape. The guise of foolishness had become a temporary shield, conveniently concealing his clandestine growth. If one is to act, one must commit fully. With a vacant expression, Su Chen approached a woman in a red dress, tugging at her sleeve. "Shireen, are you no longer to be my bride?" At this, Lin Shireen lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze, and with a hint of shame, softly replied, "Brother Chun, I am sorry, but I cannot marry you. 3 years prior, upon learning of Su Chen's transformation into a fool, she had never considered annulling their engagement. After all, the Su family had been the most prestigious noble family in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Su Chen's father was a general of the Great Zhou, commanding the entire army. Yu Chen's 9 brothers were all governors of their respective regions. Marrying into such a family, even with Su Chen's condition, would have ensured a prosperous future. Regrettably, fortunes changed. The Su family, having suffered this calamity, would face utter ruin, never to rise again. To marry into the Su family at this juncture would not only jeopardize her own life, but potentially endanger her entire family as well. After much internal struggle, she had ultimately acquiesced to her father's request to withdraw from the engagement. Their bond had spanned over 20 years, rooted in childhood companionship. Chen tentatively inquired Shireen, "If I were not a fool, would you marry me?" Given the Su family's plight, as a time traveler, he understood the Lin family's decision. But he wished to hear how this childhood sweetheart felt about her former betrothed. At his words, Lin Shireen trembled, her gaze lifting to meet Su Chen's. Hesitatingly replying, "I." Before she could finish, Lin Lishan interrupted, "You big fool. What difference does it make if you're not a fool? The Su family is under threat. Countless unseen enemies seek your life. If my Shireen marries you, she will soon find herself a widow. If you truly care for her, grant her the freedom to live." Despite hearing Lin Lishan's harsh words, Su Chan maintained his foolish demeanor, choosing not to respond. For he already grasped Lin Xian's feelings. "Ah, I forgot. You are a fool. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." "Very well." Seeing Su Chen's prolonged silence, Lin Lishan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Lin family head, you are being excessively unreasonable." The eldest sister-in-law, Gong Yueyao, could no longer contain herself. Stepping beside Su Chan to shield him from Lin Lishan's glare, coldly stating, "The Su family has been loyal to the Great Zhou as a citizen. How can you mock them so brazenly? What value does conscience hold?" Lin Lishan scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Gong Yueyao. "If you are so dissatisfied, why not marry that big fool? Su Chen, you dare not, yet you feign superiority. You." Gong Yao's face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Lin Lishan smirked, mocking, "Oh, have I struck a nerve? Is that why you are so enraged? Who says I dare not marry?" Gong Yueyao shot Lin Lishan a cold stare before turning to the crowd, declaring loudly, "I, Gong Yueyao, am willing to marry Su Chen and ensure the continuation of the Su family." Upon her declaration, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Before they could even process her words, 8 more voices rang out. "I, Yi Qingmei, am willing to marry Su Chen and ensure the continuation of the Su family. I, Mu Yuqing, am willing to marry Su Chen and carry on the Su family legacy." Boom! These declarations struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the minds of everyone present. All 9 brothers had perished, and now their unwed sisters-in-law sought to unite with their younger brother. Chapter 2. Returning home with my sister-in-law, contemplating the indescribable and alluring images, they could not help but swallow hard, feeling a surge of heat coursing through their bodies. What in the world was happening? Why were these 9 celestial maidens consenting to marry this fool? What could possibly be going through their minds? Surely they had not lost their senses? Could it be that the 9 paragons of beauty had all agreed to wed Su Chen? Each of the 9 maidens, in both beauty and prowess, surpassed Lin Shireen, even possessing an added air of mature charm. Goodness, how are we, the single ones, supposed to survive this? Let us not jump to conclusions. At this juncture, their willingness to marry the sole heir of the Su family could very well be an act to preserve the family's reputation. A means to spare the Su family from humiliation. Surely not. These are all daughters of heaven. How could they risk their own honor for a fool? The guests present buzzed with speculation. Ahem. Yu Yao, you are all good children. I, the mother, thank you on behalf of the Su family. Upon hearing the words of the 9 unwed daughters-in-law, Qin Xinran's face broke into a grateful smile. Although she was uncertain of the authenticity of their words, their presence at this moment had certainly salvaged much of the Su family's dignity. That gesture alone was enough to warm her heart. Gong Yuyao seemed to sense Qin Xinran's thoughts and stepped forward to grasp her hand, speaking earnestly. "Mother, the words spoken by the 9 of us are heartfelt. We are Su family in life and Su family in death. Please rest well. The matters ahead will be handled by me and my 8 sisters." At this, Qin Xinran's eyes glistened with tears. These 9 unwed women were not only lending their support to the Su family, but were also making such a tremendous sacrifice for Su Chen. Good, good, good. Qin Xinran nodded repeatedly, her emotions overwhelming her. Having reassured Qin Xinran, Gong Yuyao then turned her icy gaze towards Lin Shireen and declared, "Miss Lin, as Su Chen's wife, I am here to announce that my husband, Su Chen, has taken the initiative to dissolve the engagement with you. Get lost." Gong Yuyao's aura erupted suddenly, leaving the onlookers agape. Initially, They assumed she was merely putting on a show to regain some face for the Su family. But to their astonishment, she was entirely serious. Damn it. I have long harbored feelings for Gong Yuyao. I thought I had a chance now that the Su family's heir had fallen in battle, only to find that a fool has snatched it all away. Indeed, I have been yearning for the enchanting figure of Yi Qingmei for ages. How could she agree to marry a complete fool? This saint cannot stand for it. If that fool dares to lay a hand on my goddess, I will ensure he pays dearly. Among the young elites present, many clenched their fists. Their teeth gritted as they glared at Su Chen, who stood in the corner. How dare this wretched fool compete for their women? Despite feeling the disdainful stares, Su Chen maintained a foolish smile on his face. Yet deep within, he silently vowed to protect these 9 sisters-in-law, ensuring they would not fall prey to the lecherous eyes of these hypocrites. Saint Gong, your actions are utterly excessive. Lin Lishan, standing nearby, was infuriated by Gong Yuyao's words, stomping his feet in outrage. His daughter was the esteemed young lady of the Lin family. When had she ever been subjected to such humiliation, being cast aside by a fool? How dare you, Lin family? Gong Yuyao smirked mockingly, retorting, does the Lin family dare to oppose me, the saint of the Yaoqi? You. Lin Lishan glared at Gong Yuyao, wishing he could devour her whole. Yet, he found himself unable to refute her words. After all, the Lin family was in the wrong. If this situation escalated, it could severely tarnish their reputation. Lin Lishan, if you dare to insult my husband again, do not blame me for being ruthless and wiping out your entire family. Gong Yuyao's gaze swept over Lin Lishan, the cold glint of murder unmasked. In that moment, she resembled a celestial maiden from the heavens, exuding an aura of lethal intent that sent shivers through the crowd. The Lin family members exchanged worried glances. While they were not afraid of Gong Yuyao, they lacked the courage to provoke the Yaoqi, a superpower standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. We will leave. Lin Lishan's face drained of color, his eyes flickering as he struggled to steady his breath, refusing to act recklessly again, yet inwardly, he vowed to reclaim his dignity. As he led Lin Shireen and the rest of the Lin family away in disgrace, Gong Yuyao, as Su Chen's wife, began to preside over the funeral rites. After interring Su Haotian and the 9 sons of the Su family, the guests gradually dispersed, leaving behind only Qin Shinran, Su Chen, and the 9 women. Yuyao, you are all such good children. I, the mother, thank you on behalf of the Su family for sacrificing your reputations to uphold what little dignity remains. Gazing at the 9 unwed daughters-in-law before her, Qin Shinran felt a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of what to say. Noticing her turmoil, Gong Yuyao grasped Qin Shinran's hand and said earnestly, Mother, the words we sisters spoke were sincere. We are willing to marry Su Chen and continue the Su family lineage. We are Su family in life and Su family in death. To ease Qin Shinran's concerns, Gong Yuyao continued, Mother, we sisters have discussed privately and decided to take turns caring for Su Chen every 6 months, ensuring the Su family's bloodline continues. Goodness, these women cannot be serious. Do they see me as a mere breeding vessel? Have they considered my feelings in this matter? Standing aside, Su Chen was inwardly exasperated at the thought of the 9 sisters-in-law taking their commitment seriously. Though each was a celestial beauty, how could he possibly manage the weight of such expectations? It felt as if he were being drained of life itself. Yuyao, you are all such good daughters-in-law of the Su family. After expressing gratitude to Gong Yuyao and the others, Qin Shinran turned her attention to Su Chen, her expression one of disappointment. Chener, why don't you come over and thank your 9 sisters-in-law? They have sacrificed so much for our family. Oh. Hearing his mother's words, Su Chen reluctantly complied and approached the 9 women, appearing rather foolish as he mumbled, Thank you, 9 sisters-in-law. At this, Gong Yuyao stepped forward, her cold gaze scrutinizing Su Chen. Su Chen, whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending, we 9 sisters will be your women for life. If you dare to betray even one of us, no matter where you go, I will hunt you down and slay you. Goodness, I did not foresee that Gong Yuyao would turn out to be such a fierce woman. If she discovers my pretense, I might not survive her wrath. He feigned an innocent, fearful demeanor and stammered, Elder sister-in-law, I wouldn't dare. At that moment, Yi Qingmei, unable to stand by any longer, stepped in front of Su Chen, shielding him from Gong Yuyao. Sister Yuyao, you are scaring little Chen. With that, she turned and gently patted Su Chen's shoulder, her lips parting softly as she reassured, Don't be afraid, little Chen. your second sister-in-law is here." Feeling the warmth radiating from the gentle Yi Qingmei, Su Chen's heart swelled. Among the 9 sisters-in-law, the second sister, Yi Qingmei, was the kindest. Always reluctant to see him suffer. "Qingmei, since you care so much for Su Chen, you shall accompany him for the first month." Seeing Yi Qingmei defending Su Chen, Gong Yuyao's brows knitted in displeasure, her tone slightly irritable. "Humph, I came to take care of him." Yi Qingmei refused to back down, grasping Su Chen's hand and declaring, "Little Chen, let's go home with your sister-in-law. What is the purpose of returning home? Could it be that my sister-in-law implies Chapter 3? Inviting Miss Yi into my Jiang residence." Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, Yi Qingmei did not afford him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Instead, she grasped his hand and mounted a magnificent white steed. "Xiao Chen, hold on tight." With that, she deftly squeezed the horse's flanks, causing the white horse to neigh and unfurl its grand wings, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. Instinctively, Su Chen wrapped his arms around Yi Qingmei's slender waist. This sister-in-law had initially intended to escort him back to the Duke of Qi's residence. Yi Qingmei acted thus to ensure Su Chen's safety. Since the demise of Su Haotian and his 9 sons, the Su family had become a tempting target for many. Remaining there would undoubtedly invite deadly schemes from lurking forces. Feeling the warmth and firmness of her waist, Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first time engaging in such an intimate gesture with a man. She couldn't help but hasten their pace, eager to escape this awkward moment. "Giddy up." With a delicate command, the white horse let out a resounding cry and ascended into the clouds. The endless sky was a tapestry of swirling clouds, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, rolling with the wind. The white horse galloped through the midst, resembling a celestial dragon in flight. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, and Su Chen inhaled deeply, enchanted. It was a scent of flowers, akin to a unique feminine allure. In that instant, he realized that his sister-in-law possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night, captivating and resplendent. Such a fairy. One could only wonder who would be fortunate enough to capture her heart in the end. A sudden chill swept over him, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. He lowered his gaze, only to find Yi Qingmei gazing back at him. Their eyes locked, and both were momentarily entranced. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somewhat intimate, Yi Qingmei shyly averted her gaze. Su Chen was quite handsome, and his appearance matched her own rather well. Yet alas, though she had consented to marry Su Chen and wished to carry on the family line, every woman yearns for her partner to be flawless. 2 hours later, Yi Qingmei and Su Chen stood before a colossal city, its towering walls reaching heights akin to majestic mountains, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The city gate bore the gilded characters Ba, due. Upon seeing these words, Su Chen understood they had arrived at the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. "Let us proceed." Yi Qingmei led the white horse's reins and ventured into the city, with Su Chen closely trailing behind. The guards stationed at the city gate recognized Yi Qingmei and promptly granted them passage. After all, this young lady was the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, and the seasoned guards knew well whom they could provoke and whom they could not. However, as they stepped into the city, they were confronted by a group of individuals. "Jiang Kongning, what are you doing?" Upon recognizing the leading man dressed in fine garments, Yi Qingmei's brows furrowed, her expression turning icy as she chided him. This man, Jiang Kongning, was the eldest son of Jiang Wanli, the Minister of War of the Great Zhou Dynasty. At over 30 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, a status that placed him among the elite of the dynasty. His exceptional talents had only fueled his arrogance and reckless behavior. He had long coveted Yi Qingmei's beauty, and upon hearing of her fiancé's demise on the battlefield, he had resolved to claim her for himself. However, just a few hours prior, he learned that Yi Qingmei had announced her betrothal to the 10th young master of the Su family during the funeral, inciting his furious ire. He had deliberately gathered men to confront them, eager to discover who dared to vie for a woman with the son of the Minister of War. Such a scene at the city gate quickly attracted a throng of onlookers, citizens, and cultivators alike, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that the eldest son of our great Qian's Minister of War? This should be interesting. And our great Qian? Who doesn't he know that Miss Yi is Jiang Shao's promised woman? That fool actually dares to encircle her. He is practically courting death. I heard that fool is quite dim-witted." Upon catching sight of Su Chen, Jiang Kongning sneered, "Kid, I advise you to refrain from provoking me. Withdraw your engagement with Miss Yi." and perhaps you might live to see another day. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jiang Kongning, do not go too far. Hearing Jiang Kongning's public threat towards Su Chen, Yi Qingmei's brows knitted together, her face icy, her almond eyes glaring daggers at him. Yi Qingmei, you can protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime? Seeing Yi Qingmei defend Su Chen so fiercely ignited Jiang Kongning's fury. Clenching his fists, his eyes narrowed with malice as he coldly uttered, "If you have any sense, come with me and be my woman. Otherwise, I promise to turn that fool into ashes." Jiang Kongning, what do you intend to do? This is the capital of the Great Qian. Do not act recklessly. Yi Qingmei's face turned grave, her body trembling slightly. The name and reputation of Jiang Kongning were well known to her. He was ruthless, vindictive, and quick to seek revenge. She recalled a time he had set his sights on a beautiful woman, only to be thwarted by her husband. Enraged, Jiang Kongning had gathered 100 family warriors and stormed the woman's home, humiliating her before her husband and slaughtering her family, leaving only her alive. Having such a villain target Su Chen, how could Yi Qingmei not feel fear? Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qi, Jiang Kongning's father wielded significant power as the Minister of War, rendering Jiang Kongning unyielding to her family's status. What does this young master desire? Miss Yi, you are a clever woman. Do not feign ignorance. Jiang Kongning grinned sinisterly, advancing towards them. Today, you will comply, whether you wish to or not. Bah! Yi Qingmei retorted defiantly. I, Yi Qingmei, would rather die than submit to scum like you. Jiang Kongning's gaze roamed over Yi Qingmei's alluring figure, a wicked glint flickering in his eyes. Today, he intended to claim this celestial beauty for himself. Very well, you possess spirit. He smirked, gesturing. Bring Miss Yi into my Jiang residence. As his words fell, two of Jiang's skilled warriors lunged forward, reaching for Yi Qingmei's arms. Stop! Yi Qingmei's face turned pale with fright as she sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the approaching warriors. She knew that should Jiang Kongning seize her, a dreadful fate awaited her. Chapter 4. Do not concern yourself with your sister-in-law. Flee now? Miss Yi, you may refuse. But I assure you that the fool by your side will not see tomorrow. Jiang Kongning's words pierced through Yi Qingmei's heart like a dagger, causing her to tremble and pain to mar her exquisite features. Begone! Su Chen frowned as he saw the warriors closing in. In a swift motion, he pulled Yi Qingmei into his embrace and retreated. The two Jiang family warriors, caught off guard, missed their targets. You fool, you seek death. Seeing Su Chen's hand resting on Yi Qingmei's waist ignited Jiang Kongning's wrath. He charged forward, ready to teach this interloper a lesson for daring to touch his woman. With a swift motion, as Jiang Kongning's arm descended, Su Chen seized his wrist and exerted tremendous force. Crack! Jiang Kongning's arm shattered under Su Chen's grip, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. As the two masters of the Jiang family witnessed the scene unfold, their faces turned pale with fear. After all, their young master had been injured under their protection, and upon their return, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the family head, Jiang Wanli. You wretched child, I shall make your life a living hell. Jiang Kongning roared, clutching his broken arm. He then turned sharply to the more than 100 experts of the Jiang family behind him, commanding, bind them all. Today, I shall have my way with that wench. Yi Qingmei, right before the eyes of this fool. Yes, young master. The Jiang family's experts rushed towards Su Chen and Yi Qingmei at his command. Shao Chen run. Yi Qingmei, cradled in Su Chen's arms, turned pale with fright. She understood that Su Chen had thoroughly angered Jiang Kongning, who would not let him escape. Thus, she urged him to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Jiang family's henchmen had already surrounded them tightly. Attempting to escape, Jiang Kongning sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. This is my territory, and neither of you shall leave today. Yi Qingmei, I will give you one last chance. Strip off your clothes, crawl before me, and serve me well. If I am pleased, perhaps I will spare this fool. Otherwise, you shall taste my wrath. With that, his lecherous gaze roamed over Yi Qingmei's delicate form, as if he yearned to shred her garments and devour her whole. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What a fortunate day for us. We shall witness the Yi family's heiress in all her glory. This Jiang family's young master is indeed formidable. Daring to toy with the daughter of the Duke in public, he is a role model for us. The head of the Jiang family is the Minister of War, a man of great power. Even if he were to publicly disgrace Miss Yi, the Yi family would be powerless to retaliate. Indeed, what does it matter if she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Before Jiang's young master, She is but an insignificant insect. Oh, it is such a pity that a beauty like Miss Yi is to be so tarnished. Listening to the vile words of the crowd and the burning gaze of Jiang Kongning, Yi Qingmei felt an unbearable sense of shame and anger. Jiang Kongning, I tell you, even in death, you shall not succeed. With that, she drew a sharp dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against her neck. Thinking of dying? Jiang Kongning squinted his eyes, mocking her. Even if you die, I shall enjoy your corpse before all these witnesses. Though lacking interaction, such beauty should not go to waste. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei felt a wave of despair wash over her, her face turning ashen. She could hardly believe Jiang Kongning's shamelessness extended even to her lifeless body. The dagger slipped from her delicate hand, clattering onto the stone floor. Standing beside her, Su Chen's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Jiang Kongning and his family had become targets that must be eradicated. However, he could not reveal his true strength or the secret of his regained consciousness in front of others. After all, the hidden puppeteer behind the Su family had yet to reveal themselves. Seeing Yi Qingmei abandon her suicidal thoughts, Jiang Kongning smirked slightly, waving his hand to his henchman. What are you waiting for? Move. Find them. Understood, young master. The Jiang family's experts charged at the two without hesitation. You are all villains. Do not harm my sister-in-law. Su Chen held Yi Qingmei tightly, staring blankly at the approaching Jiang family experts, appearing ready for slaughter. Fool, take this. One of the Jiang family experts raised his fist, aiming for Su Chen's back. Xiao Chen, run. Don't worry about me. Sensing the wind from behind, Yi Qingmei anxiously urged Su Chen to flee. Yet, he remained steadfast, unyieldingly shielding her with his towering frame, offering her an endless sense of security. Boom. As the expert's fist connected with Su Chen, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, sending the attacker flying. Puff. Blood spattered as the expert crashed to the ground, his bones shattered. What just happened? How could this fool possess such strength? The Jiang family experts were astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. They knew that the one who had just attacked was at the late stage of the Wheel Sea realm, yet he had been sent flying by this fool. Who could he be? Was he perhaps a hidden expert summoned by the Yi family? That shouldn't be the case. There were no reports of such a young and formidable expert in the Yi family, or else they would not be so powerless against the Jiang family. Useless. You cannot even handle a fool. Seeing Su Chen unharmed, Jiang Kongning's fury boiled over. All of you attack. Chop this fool to pieces. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the knife. Moreover, Su Chen had to divide his attention to protect Yi Qingmei, to ensure her safety. He did not evade the onslaught of over 100 Jiang family henchmen. Countless fists and legs struck him, producing dull thuds. Boom, boom, boom. Though blood spilled from Su Chen's lips, his attackers were met with equal retribution, each one sent flying, their bones shattered. Xiao Chen, don't worry about me. Just run. Tears streamed down Yi Qingmei's face as she cried out. Xiao Chen, are you not foolish? Su Chen reached out a hand to wipe away Yi Qingmei's tears, smiling gently. Sister-in-law, it doesn't hurt, not at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei could no longer hold back her sobs. Although she possessed celestial beauty and a noble status, in essence, she was merely a fragile woman. Su Chen had endured such punishment to protect her. How could she not be moved? Especially since her original fiancé had already perished. If Su Chen were to die because of her, she would have no way to face her sisters. All of you attack. Kill that waste. Jiang Kongning, witnessing the bond between Yi Qingmei and Su Chen, seethed with jealousy and quickly commanded his subordinates. Seizing the opportunity to strike while Su Chen was weak, he resolved to take Su Chen's life. Once Su Chen was dead, he would forcefully abduct Yi Qingmei back to his residence, claiming her for himself. Afterward, even if the Duke of Yi had objections, he would have to swallow his anger and accept him as a son-in-law. A wicked smile crept across his lips at the thought. As Jiang Kongning's henchmen charged forward once more, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin emerging. Previously, he had intentionally allowed Jiang Kongning's subordinates to injure him to conceal his true strength. In truth, he had only sustained minor injuries. Since Jiang Kongning was intent on killing him, he would not hold back any longer. Rising to his feet, he gently embraced Yi Qingmei, raising his right arm, manifesting countless sword lights behind him. The sword lights glimmered like rainbows, sharp and lethal. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in awe. They could hardly imagine that this seemingly foolish young man before them had actually refined such formidable sword energy. This fool was not to be underestimated. Who exactly was this young man, capable of harnessing such a vast amount of sword energy at such a tender age? Was this youth truly just an imbecile? As the spectators beheld the swirling sword lights behind Su Chen, a chill crept into their hearts. The experts from the Jiang family, although puzzled by the sword lights surrounding Su Chen, had no choice but to act. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and unleashed a deadly glare. In a swift motion, the countless sword energies behind him shot toward the Jiang family's masters. Like darting fish, they surged forth, effortlessly shredding the Jiang experts into mere scraps of flesh within moments. The onlookers were horrified, many unable to bear the gruesome sight. They had witnessed Su Chen's extraordinary might. How could this be possible? Jiang Kongning, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear, nearly soiling himself, and exclaimed in terror, "Young master, what on earth is happening? This is terrifying. Young master, we must flee." As the two subordinates, one on each side, hurriedly attempted to carry the dazed Jiang Kongning away, it was already too late. Observing Jiang Kongning's frantic escape, Su Chen let out a cold snort. Suddenly, two beams of sword light pierced through the hearts of Jiang Kongning's remaining subordinates. They screamed in agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Kongning, still in a daze, fell heavily to the ground, his head striking the stone slab with a sickening thud, causing a large bump to swell on his forehead. Blood streamed down his face as he writhed in pain, glaring at Su Chen with a mixture of hatred and fear. At that moment, he finally realized he was no match for Su Chen. Regret washed over him for rashly confronting Su Chen without first understanding his true prowess. You, Jiang Kongning stammered, trembling as he watched Su Chen approach. His lips quivered, but he could not articulate a coherent sentence. "Stay back. My father is the Minister of War in Qian. If you harm me, he will not let you go. If you kill me, regardless of who you are, he will ensure your complete destruction." Jiang Kongning glared at Su Chen, his voice a growl as he attempted to intimidate him with his father's authority. Su Chen paid no heed to Jiang Kongning's threats, his expression cold and unyielding as he continued to advance. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, like the tolling of a bell, striking fear into Jiang Kongning's heart. Overcome with terror at Su Chen's menacing demeanor, Jiang Kongning crawled before him, pleading in desperation, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I promise never to bother Miss Yi again. I won't appear before you anymore. I beg you, spare me." In utter despair, Jiang Kongning disregarded his status, kneeling before Su Chen in a pitiful display of fear and desperation. Witnessing the heir of the esteemed Minister of War groveling at his feet filled Su Chen with revulsion. He seized Jiang Kongning by the neck, lifting him off the ground, and sneered, "Do you think I care?" Gasping for air as his face turned beet red, Jiang Kongning struggled desperately, hoping Su Chen would relent. "You can die." Su Chen's eyes glinted with cold malice as he prepared to snap Jiang Kongning's neck. Just then, he heard Yi Qingmei's anxious voice calling out to him. Turning to face her, he noted the worry etched across her features, immediately grasping her unspoken plea. Killing Jiang Kongning in public would be easy, but it would undoubtedly provoke the Jiang family against him and the Duke's residence. Though he was unconcerned for himself, he did not wish to burden the Duke's residence or Yi Qingmei with further troubles. With this thought, he reluctantly released Jiang Kongning. With a thud, Jiang Kongning crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, pounding his chest as if he had narrowly escaped death. Su Chen's piercing gaze had been utterly terrifying, nearly crushing his throat. "Get lost," Su Chen commanded, kicking Jiang Kongning, who was now a pitiful sight on the ground. Hearing these words was like receiving a pardon for Jiang Kongning, who scrambled to his feet and hastily disappeared around the street corner. Once Jiang Kongning had fled, Yi Qingmei approached Su Chen, her eyes filled with hope as she asked, "Xiao Chen, have you come to your senses?" Realizing his earlier actions had transcended the bounds of a fool, Su Chen suddenly adopted a foolish grin, gazing at Yi Qingmei and saying, "Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful." He reached out to touch her delicate face. "Ah, Xiao Chen, come home with me," Yi Qingmei said softly, her heart swelling with affection despite Su Chen's lingering foolishness. Although he had not entirely regained his senses, his recent behavior indicated a fleeting return to normalcy under certain circumstances, which sparked a glimmer of hope within her. After all, she intended to marry Su Chen and wished for the father of her child to be a normal man who could shield her and their future offspring from harm. Playfully teasing the enchanting beauty before him, Su Chen could not resist making lighthearted remarks, though unable to indulge in her yet. He would not easily pass up such opportunities to jest. Hearing his flirtatious words, Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she chided, Stop fooling around. If not for Su Chen's silly expression, she might have suspected him of intentionally provoking her. Sighing inwardly as she glanced toward the Duke's residence, Yi Qingmei pondered the complexities ahead. Although she had privately resolved to marry Su Chen, she had yet to seek her parents' approval. Moreover, Su Chen was still a young man whose mind had not fully returned to normal. They would surely not easily consent to such a union. Now that she had brought him back, all she could do was take it one step at a time. Chapter 6. The unexpected arrival of the younger sister-in-law. Noticing the unusual expression on Yi Qingmei's face, Su Chen gently tugged at her sleeve. It's nothing. She shook her head, then added, Xiao Chen, once we return home, you must listen to me. Yes, Xiao Chen always listens to sister-in-law. Su Chen feigned a foolish demeanor, nodding earnestly. His deep, dark eyes remained fixed on Yi Qingmei's stunning beauty, as if trying to peer into her very soul. He understood that upon returning to the Duke's residence, myriad troubles awaited them, and they might face various challenges. Nevertheless, no matter the obstacles, he would steadfastly protect this kind and pure extraordinary woman. He must grow stronger swiftly to safeguard her. Feeling flustered under Su Chen's intense gaze, Yi Qingmei averted her eyes, nervously twisting her garment's hem as she shyly urged, Xiao Chen, let us go home. As they walked hand in hand, Jiang Kongning lurked in the shadows, his heart brimming with resentment and envy. He had once believed he had a chance to win Yi Qingmei's affections, only to be thwarted by a fool who had publicly humiliated him. Defeating over 100 of the Jiang family's experts before countless witnesses, he was consumed with rage, wishing nothing more than to flay Su Chen alive, subjecting him to 1,000 tortures and feeding his remains to the dogs. Young master, they have departed. Let us go to the Prince of Qing's residence to seek out the young prince. Jiang Kongning was not foolish. Realizing he could not deal with the simpleton Su Chen, he decided to summon someone more formidable to confront him. Zhao Hong, the young prince of the Prince of Qing's residence, had long coveted the beauty of Yi Qingmei. If Zhao Hong were to discover that the celestial being he had longed for was about to be claimed by a fool, he would likely fly into a rage and lead his troops to the Duke's residence. Hand in hand, Su Chen and Yi Qingmei made their way toward the Duke's residence. Along the way, Yi Qingmei noticed the peculiar glances cast upon them by passers-by, and several times she attempted to withdraw her delicate hand from Su Chen's firm grasp. However, despite her best efforts, she found herself unable to break free. Su Chen's grip was like iron, firmly holding her hand in place. After a few futile attempts, she resigned herself to her fate. The warmth radiating from Su Chen's hand set her heart racing, and with her head bowed, a faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, exuding the demeanor of a bashful maiden. Observing Yi Qingmei's shy appearance, a subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips. Soon, they arrived at the Duke's residence. Greetings, miss. As soon as Yi Qingmei entered, the servants within greeted her with utmost respect. She nodded in acknowledgement and led Su Chen into her private chamber. The room was lavishly decorated, with walls, cabinets, and even the bed crafted from exquisite rosewood. In the center stood an intricately carved round table made of Wangwali wood, upon which rested a teapot and a plate of delicate pastries. It was evident that during her 2-day absence, servants had diligently attended to her chamber. Xiao Chen, lie down on the bed. Let me tend to your wounds. Yi Qingmei instructed as she retrieved a delicate jade bottle from a nearby cabinet. Oh! Su Chen complied without hesitation, reclining on her bed. How fragrant! A refreshing scent of orchids wafted through the air, lifting Su Chen's spirits, prompting an involuntary compliment. Close your eyes, and no peeking. Noticing Su Chen's curious gaze wandering about her private chamber, Yi Qingmei shot him an annoyed glance, warning him softly. Immediately, Su Chen obediently shut his eyes, contemplating that he would have an entire month to admire the bed that Yi Qingmei had occupied for over 20 years. Suddenly, with a swift motion, perhaps still miffed at Su Chen, Yi Qingmei tore open the fabric of his shirt, exposing his chest. 2 ghastly wounds from sword strikes were revealed, blood flowing profusely, a shocking sight indeed. Hiss! As her fingers grazed the wounds, Yi Qingmei inhaled sharply, her complexion paling, her eyes misting with tears. She understood that Su Chen bore these injuries to protect her, inflicted by the skilled warriors of the Jiang family. In that moment, her heart began to gradually accept this foolish man who was devoted to her. Xiao Chen, does it hurt? Yi Qingmei gently traced the jagged wounds with her delicate fingers, her voice soft and tender. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen shook his head instinctively, smiling faintly. It doesn't hurt. If it weren't for revealing my strength so soon, those worthless Jiang family members could never have harmed me. But it pains me to see you hurt. Tears welled up in Yi Qingmei's eyes, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. This fool truly had a way of evoking sympathy. Do not cry, sister-in-law. I'm fine. They are merely 2 scars, and they'll heal in a few days. Please, do not worry too much. Su Chen quickly embraced Yi Qingmei, gently patting her back in comfort, resting her head on Su Chen's broad shoulder. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her cheeks flushed, and all her grievances and sorrows melted away, replaced by a warm flow that coursed through her heart. Chen, are you truly a fool? Suddenly, Su Chen felt a chill at his neck. A tear fell upon him, stirring within him a desire to reveal to the woman in his arms that he was no longer that foolish waste of space. Creak. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Sister, you have returned. A tall, young woman in a light yellow gauze dress entered. Upon seeing the intimate scene between the two, her excited expression froze, her eyes narrowing in fury as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen. Chapter 7. Audacious and brazen scoundrel. Release this young lady immediately. Yi Qingmei was startled by her younger sister's entrance, hastily withdrawing from Su Chen's embrace and stepping down from the bed. Naturally shy and reserved, she felt utterly embarrassed at being caught in such a compromising situation in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained unfazed, displaying no signs of awkwardness, as if nothing had transpired. Who are you? How dare you enter my sister's chamber? The younger woman, having witnessed the previous scene, strode forward, glaring at Su Chen with indignation. Su Chen looked up at her, noting her long black hair styled elegantly, adorned with a golden hairpin set with pearls, her figure alluring and her beauty striking, resembling a delicate flower. With a resemblance to Yi Qingmei, it was evident she was her younger sister, Yi Waner. However, upon observing the expression on her face, Su Chen sensed that he might not escape unscathed today. Waner, do not be rude. Yi Qingmei, her cheeks flushed, glanced at her sister, introducing Su Chen softly. This is your brother-in-law, Su Chen. The tone of her voice was insufficient to convey her intent. The young woman, Yi Waner, glared at Su Chen, clearly displeased. With a good-for-nothing like him, how can he be worthy of being my brother-in-law? Who is this scoundrel daring to take advantage of my sister? He is simply asking for trouble. In Yi Waner's eyes, Su Chen was merely a man seeking to climb the social ladder by relying on her sister. A man unworthy of Yi Qingmei, a renowned beauty with countless suitors. Waner, do not speak ill. Yi Qingmei's brow furrowed in displeasure. No matter what, Su Chen was the man she had chosen, and she would not allow others to insult him. Sister, are you really defending this waste? Yi Waner huffed, turning her glare back to Su Chen, wishing she could obliterate him. Realizing that continuing the argument would lead nowhere, Yi Qingmei shifted the topic. Waner, what brings you here? Sister, I have something to tell you. Yi Waner hesitated before continuing. Father sent me to invite you to his study. There is an important matter to discuss. Oh, what could father want with me? Yi Qingmei asked, her brows knitting in confusion as she regarded her sister. She knew her father well. He usually handled family matters independently, without consulting anyone. I'm not sure. All I know is that it's very important. And he wants you to come immediately, Yi Waner replied, her tone impatient. All right, I shall make a trip to see my father. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei nodded and then turned to Su Chen, saying, Chen, you should rest here well. Wait until your sister-in-law returns. Yes, sister-in-law. Su Chen softly acknowledged and obediently lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to recuperate. TSK. I never expected you to be the foolish one from the Su family who went astray during training 3 years ago. As she watched Yi Qingmei depart, Yi Waner's gaze fell upon Su Chen's face, her lips curling into a slight smirk, her eyes brimming with disdain. She could hardly believe that he even wished to monopolize his future sister-in-law. What a beast! Yi Waner's words were laced with sharp sarcasm, and the stinging remarks did not sit well with the Su Chen who was pretending to be asleep on the bed. It is often said that a younger sister-in-law is akin to half of a brother-in-law's backside. Yet, in my case, it seems ineffective. As I am subjected to various mockeries from my sister-in-law, I must make her realize the prowess of her brother-in-law. Whatever I do, it is not for you to criticize from the sidelines. Su Chen rose, his eyes icy as he fixed his gaze on Yi Waner, his voice cold and cutting. Yi Wan'er felt a twinge of fear from Su Chen's glare, her heart racing. She instinctively took a few steps back, but then reminded herself that she was in her own Yi family. She had to stand tall against Su Chen, lest she lose face in front of him. Gathering her courage, she declared, "Oh, you foolish fellow, dare to challenge this young lady. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she swung her delicate fist towards Su Chen's abdomen, intending to deliver a punishment. Yi Wan'er was a martial arts expert at the peak of her abilities, confident that her punch would either severely injure or even kill him. However, before her fist could land, she felt her slender body ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her completely immobile. Yi Wan'er's almond-shaped eyes widened in horror as she looked at Su Chen, whose face bore a mocking expression. Shock and disbelief flooding her features. "Aren't you a fool? How can you be so strong? Who exactly are you?" In that moment, she realized she had been deceived. This so-called fool was leagues beyond her in strength, a reality she could not fathom. This revelation left her pride wounded, the fire of indignation igniting within her. Su Chen shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, "I am indeed your dear brother-in-law." As he spoke, he playfully pinched Yi Wan'er's exquisite face, relishing the sensation. "How delightful! How dare you? Release me this instant." Yi Wan'er was instantly enraged, her entire being bristling with fury as she struggled against him. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to Su Chen's, leaving her face flushed and unable to voice her grievances. "I do not appreciate others presenting themselves with an air of superiority before me." Su Chen scoffed, casually tossing Yi Wan'er onto the bed, where she landed heavily. The impact caused her to grimace in pain, her eyes rolling back in exasperation, filled with a sense of injustice. What is it?" Su Chen looked down at Yi Wan'er, his gaze imperious. "If I hear you insult me again, do not blame me for being unkind." "Humph, foolish one. Do not be so arrogant. I shall inform my father and have you expelled from the estate." Yi Wan'er spat vehemently, though inwardly she cursed Su Chen's shamelessness. This was the first time in her life that she had faced such humiliation at the hands of a man. She vowed to find a way to retaliate against Su Chen, otherwise, her standing in the Yi family would be forever tainted. Suddenly, Yi Wan'er felt a sharp sting on her delicate visage, igniting a wave of humiliation and anger within her. Chapter 8. I shall kill you. You audacious scoundrel, release me. Seeing the expression on Su Chen's face, Yi Wan'er was struck with fear and began to shout, "I will ensure you, the foolish one, suffer greatly." Slap. A sharp sound echoed in the room as Su Chen's hand struck her cheek, leaving 5 distinct red marks. "Dare to call me a fool again?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "You are nothing but a fool," Yi Wan'er stubbornly retorted. Slap. Another resounding blow landed on her face. "Dare to utter that again," Su Chen warned. "Ah, how dare you hit me?" Yi Wan'er held her throbbing cheek, seething with rage. "I shall kill you." Slap, slap, slap. With each strike from Su Chen's hand, Yi Wan'er felt her cheek burn with pain. "Oh, it hurts." Finally, she could no longer contain her cries, trembling in agony as tears streamed down her face, resembling a rain-soaked flower. Yet, Su Chen showed no sign of mercy, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This scene filled Yi Wan'er with a sense of foreboding, as though a nightmare was about to unfold. What do you intend to do?" Yi Wan'er questioned Su Chen warily, having never experienced such treatment before. The men who had pursued her previously always treated her with the utmost respect, unlike Su Chen, who had the audacity to strike her. This behavior left her feeling unsettled and fearful. Su Chen, relishing in her terror, let a smirk grace his lips as his gaze roamed over her long, pale legs. Yi Wan'er's skin was smooth and fair, and Su Chen couldn't help but admire, not too shabby. You. Yi Wan'er's fury boiled as she clenched her teeth, her chest heaving with indignation, her eyes flashing with icy resolve. As the second daughter of the esteemed Duke of Daqian, being publicly humiliated like this ignited a deep-seated rage within her, wishing she could pierce Su Chen with a sword. Yet, she was powerless to act. "What is it?" Su Chen gripped her delicate chin, his eyes narrowing. "I warn you, do not flaunt your power in my presence again, or you shall face consequences." With that, he released her chin, and Yi Wan'er held her bruised jaw, still trembling from the encounter. Filled with resentment, she resolved to petition her father to expel Su Chen from their home, vowing that he must not remain to torment her sister. As the second daughter of the Duke, she was accustomed to admiration and reverence. Never had she been brought so low as to be bullied by a fool. The thought transformed her resentment into an intense hatred. You foolish one, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Yi Waner stood with fierce determination, glaring at Su Chen as she threatened. You had better not provoke me, or I will show no mercy. Su Chen remained unyielding, extending his hand as though to strike her again. I will fight you. Seized by a moment of irrationality, Yi Waner kicked at Su Chen, aiming low. Do you truly believe I would not retaliate? Su Chen's expression darkened as he seized her leg, his grip as firm as iron, rendering her unable to move. You scoundrel! Release me at once. Yi Waner's face flushed crimson as she struggled, but her efforts were in vain. At this moment, the fury within Su Chen was ignited completely, and he felt an urgent need to find an outlet to vent his pent-up anger. You. As Yi Waner felt the predatory gaze of Su Chen, her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. She gazed at Su Chen with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could this man be so audacious and shameless? If you dare to look again, I will gouge out your eyes. Yi Waner frowned and exclaimed in anger. Slap. Another resounding strike. Scoundrel. Get away from me, go away. Yi Waner glared at Su Chen with pain and fury in her eyes. What? Do you dare to defy me? As he spoke, Su Chen suddenly raised his hand to touch his nose, grinning as he declared, Today, I shall let you, the second young lady of the Guogong mansion, know the might of this foolish man. Upon hearing Su Chen's mocking tone, Yi Waner felt a shiver run down her spine. What? What do you want? What do I want? Aha, what do you think I want? Su Chen smirked wickedly and, with a forceful pull, dragged Yi Waner into his embrace. You. No. Yi Waner cried out in panic. Yet, Su Chen held her tightly. What do you want? Let go of me. If you dare to touch me again, I swear I will make you wish you were dead. Yi Waner's complexion paled, her body trembling. She could feel the man's warm breath on her neck and cheeks, her heart racing in terror. Was she about to lose her purity to this stranger? Do you think you still have the right to threaten me? Su Chen lowered his gaze, looking down at Yi Waner's enchanting face, and chuckled. In that moment, he seemed to have found the perfect avenue to release his inner rage. Gazing into Su Chen's fervent eyes, Yi Waner felt her cheeks heat up, her lips pressed tightly together, unwilling to submit to his overwhelming presence. You rogue, let me go? Yi Waner cried out piercingly. Chapter 9. I swear I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. In that moment, Yi Waner seemed to realize something. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with boundless fear. Was this the end for her? As this thought crossed her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite her proud demeanor and the lofty air she maintained before others, she was, after all, a fragile woman. At this moment, her heart was filled with dread and grievance over the unknown fate that awaited her. Observing the glistening tears in Yi Waner's eyes, Su Chen displayed no hint of sympathy. You pride yourself on being a lofty fairy, don't you? Then I shall teach you a lesson today. So you may think twice before putting on airs before me again. Suddenly, Su Chen felt the primordial spiritual energy within him surge, continually absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. His strength seemed to be on the rise. In this moment, he felt a surge of delight and pride. It turned out he was the legendary Eternal Sun Sacred Body. And through his interaction with a woman, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation. What a remarkable turn of fate! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. While others toiled day and night in their training, he could effortlessly elevate his prowess. He could not let such a divine opportunity slip away. With Yi Waner's assistance, his cultivation was steadily ascending. Meanwhile, Yi Waner's lovely face blushed deeply, clearly realizing Su Chen's secret of being the Eternal Sun Sacred Body. This revelation filled her with both embarrassment and anger. Su Chen was indeed the legendary Sacred Body, and by cultivating alongside him, she could also reap significant benefits. Although Su Chen seemed indifferent to her, the die was cast, and it was too late to turn back now. In this moment, Yi Waner gained a new perspective on Su Chen. Initially, she thought he was just the fool from the Su family who had fallen into a state of madness due to excessive cultivation. However, judging by his actions today, his foolish persona was likely a guise. The reasons behind this were elusive to her at the moment. She understood that this man before her was certainly not the simpleton the rumors suggested. She had always boasted about her own talents and cultivation, believing they surpassed that of her peers. Yet, now she realized the insurmountable chasm that lay between her and Su Chen. Women often have a penchant for the strong, and Yi Waner was no exception. Now that she had witnessed Su Chen's unparalleled strength, and the formidable might of his sacred body. Her feelings toward him began to shift dramatically. No longer filled with disdain and hostility, she was now gripped by curiosity and anticipation. Nonetheless, she would never allow anyone to bully her. She would not easily let Su Chen off the hook. She would ensure that this man paid a price. With this thought in mind, a glint of determination flashed across Yi Waner's face. Unfazed by her inner turmoil, Su Chen was aware that the Su family was in dire straits. As the last hope of the Su family, he knew he bore the weight of deep-seated blood feuds. He would not rest until this vendetta was avenged. He was determined to uncover the dark forces conspiring against the Su family and restore its former glory. He needed to grow stronger, faster. He must seize every opportunity to enhance his power. His eyes blazed with fervor. Sensing something unusual about Su Chen, Yi Waner furrowed her brows, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, it was too late. Frustrated, Yi Waner felt a wave of indignation swell within her. Who did this man think he was? With this thought, a deep sense of humiliation washed over her, and tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. Just wait for me. Yi Waner rose, glaring at Su Chen, declaring, "Our affair is far from over." With that, she limped towards the door, eager to leave this painful place. Wait. Suddenly, Su Chen appeared in front of Yi Waner, blocking her path. His eyes narrowed. Are you just going to walk away like that? What do you want? Yi Waner's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of panic, instinctively taking 2 steps back. You must not speak of my regained consciousness to anyone else. Su Chen grasped her delicate chin, his gaze piercing as he warned. And you must keep the secret of my being the eternal sun's sacred body. Furthermore, Su Chen leaned closer to Yi Waner's ear and added, if I wish to cultivate with you in the future, you must be at my beck and call. You scoundrel. At his words, Yi Waner's face flushed, her body trembling. Don't even think about rejecting. Just take a look at this first. With that, Su Chen produced a crystal stone from his robe, presenting it to Yi Waner. What's inside? Curious, Yi Waner infused the crystal with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a provocative scene unfolded before them. Wasn't this the moment they had just spent cultivating together? Su Chen had secretly recorded it while she was distracted. Yi Waner's heart raced, as if gripped by a powerful hand, her breath quickening and her cheeks turning crimson. She never anticipated that Su Chen would use the crystal to capture this moment. That despicable rogue, how utterly shameless. Filled with shame and rage, Yi Waner shattered the crystal in her hand, exclaiming, "You are truly despicable. Thank you for the compliment." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, and instead of displaying anger, he expressed delight. Even if you shatter them, it would be of no consequence. I possess numerous backup recording jade. As long as you obediently comply, I shall ensure that these recordings remain unseen by others. Conversely, I will reveal to the citizens of Deqian the other side of the second miss of the Duke's manor, whom they regard as a celestial being. Chapter 10. Let us wait and see. You might as well accept your fate. Observing the fury etched on Yi Waner's delicate visage, a hint of mockery danced at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. You will never escape my grasp. You scoundrel, despicable wretch. Remember, this matter is far from over. We shall see, Su Chen replied, a wicked glint flickering in his eyes. In the Duke's manor, Yi Ling Tian's study. Father, although Su Yong has perished in battle, I shall never marry another, Yi Qingmei asserted, her brows furrowing as she addressed her father across from her. During her journey here, she had contemplated that her father, Yi Ling Tian, was likely concerned about her potential remarriage, especially since she had been Su Yong's fiancée. Now that he had fallen in battle, the betrothal was, in essence, void. However, she had not anticipated the urgency of the matter. Her betrothed had only been interred this very morning, and the ashes were yet to cool. It seemed rather hasty for her father to pressure her into remarriage at such a moment. My dear mayor, I do this for your own good. Yi Ling Tian sighed, pacing back and forth in the study with his hands clasped behind his back. The situation with the Su family is far more complex than it appears. I merely wish to sever ties with them at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, they will not spare you or our Duke's manor. Yi Ling Tian's tone was earnest, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. The calamity that had befallen the Su family would undoubtedly leave them in ruins. Eradicating the remnants of their power was imperative. Any family with even the slightest connection to the Su family would become a target for the shadowy figures lurking in the background. As the Duke of Deqian and head of the Yi family, he had to consider the welfare of the entire clan. The insistence on his daughter's immediate remarriage stemmed from necessity. Father, I have already pledged myself to the 10th son of the Su family, Su Chen. Faced with the situation, Yi Qingmei resolved to be forthright. What? Yiling Tian's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his features. At a time when others were fleeing the Su family, his foolish daughter had secretly wed that imbecile from the Su clan. This was a disaster. Should the nefarious forces targeting the Su family become aware of this, they would not spare the Yi family. This was utterly unacceptable. I forbid this. Yiling Tian shook his head vehemently, his tone firm and resolute. By marrying Su Chen, you not only neglect your own well-being, but also plunge our duke's manor into a bottomless abyss. Father. Yi Qingmei stamped her foot anxiously, tears brimming in her eyes. Even if you insist on my remarriage, it must wait until I have borne heirs for the Su family. In that moment, Yi Qingmei recognized the immense pressure her father bore. Regardless of the circumstances, Yiling Tian was her father, having raised her for over 20 years. She could not consider herself solely her own. With her kind heart, she thought to remain with Su Chen for a year, to bear him children, and then marry another, thus freeing herself from any debts to the Su family. Absurd. Upon hearing Yi Qingmei's words, Yiling Tian erupted in anger, spinning around to point an accusatory finger at her delicate nose. Are you jesting with the fate of our duke's manor? His voice thundered, reverberating through the room. After bearing children for an imbecile, how could she ever hope to remarry? Who among the esteemed scions would deign to take as a bride a woman sullied by that fool? Yi Wan'er, chastised by her father, lowered her head, choosing not to contest further. My dear mayor, I understand your pure heart and your concerns. Seeing his daughter bow her head, Yiling Tian mistakenly believed she had acquiesced, and his anger dissipated somewhat. However, one must act in their own interest. We have shown mercy by not striking while the Su family is down. Father, we shall send that fool from the Su family back to them tonight. Tomorrow, you and I will pay a visit to the Jiang family to finalize your betrothal to Jiang Kongning, the eldest son of the Minister of War. The union between the Yi and Jiang families would represent a formidable alliance among the two most prestigious families in Deqian. Although Yi Qingmei despised Jiang Kongning's character, she understood that marrying him would greatly benefit the duke's manor. Yet, the thought of returning Su Chen to his family while she married Jiang Kongning felt utterly impossible. Father, I am truly unable to comply. Yi Qingmei raised her delicate chin, gazing steadfastly at her father. I shall bear children for Su Chen, and thereafter, I will heed your arrangements. At these words, Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. When had his daughter become so obstinate? Despite his thorough explanations, her resolve remained unyielding. Yet, as the head of the Yi family, he could not allow her to act recklessly. Absurd. He strode to the desk, seizing the purple teacup and shattering it upon the floor. With a resounding crash, the cup splintered into a myriad of shards, and tea spilled across the floor, filling the air with its rich aroma. Father, you! Yi Qingmei gasped, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to utter a word. She had never witnessed her father in such a rage, nor had she ever seen him so furious with her. Suddenly, the study door swung open with a creak. Chapter 11. Two burly men entered, flanking Yi Qingmei on either side. Both exuded an intimidating aura, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and their bodies brimming with strength. You two, clean this place up immediately, and ensure the young lady remains here to reflect on her actions, Yiling Tian commanded, his gaze sweeping over Yi Qingmei and the guards. His expression cold. When the young lady comes to her senses, you may report back to me. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode out of the study without a backward glance. Father, Yi Qingmei attempted to follow, but the two guards restrained her. Her lovely face, now streaked with tears, gazed pitifully after her father's retreating figure. Young lady, your father speaks truthfully. You should not act foolishly on behalf of the Su family. After exchanging glances, one of the guards added, your father has been deeply concerned about you these past few days. His hair has turned noticeably gray. The other guard nodded in agreement. Loyal to the Yi family, they were unwilling to see their household targeted by hostile forces. Please leave me. I am weary. Yi Qingmei wiped away her tears, her voice thick with emotion. At that moment, she gazed helplessly out the window, her heart heavy with worry for Su Chen's impending fate. After all, once Su Chen is sent back to the Su family by her father, losing the protection of the Yi family, those forces behind the Su family will ruthlessly seek Su Chen's life. At this moment, in Yi Qingmei's chamber, she scoffed, our matters are far from over. Yi Wan'er uttered a harsh remark before departing from Yi Qingmei's room. Watching Yi Wan'er's graceful figure disappear at the doorway, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint, wicked smile. Having reached the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm, he stood just a step away from the Sacred King realm. In his 20s, finding another at such a level across the entire Tianxuan Continent would be nearly impossible, especially since he had already achieved the peak of the Divine Passage realm. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that his adversaries would not grant him the opportunity to grow. In the Tianxuan Continent, only upon stepping into the Sacred King realm can one become part of the elite few at the top. Below the Sacred King realm, all are but ants. Therefore, he must seek an opportunity to swiftly break through to the Sacred King realm, to secure his standing and better protect his 9 sisters-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. While Su Chen was deep in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. He quickly reined in his thoughts, glancing toward the door. His brow furrowed as he softly inquired, "Who is it?" "Young Master Su, my master says it is getting dark, and we are here to escort you home." A deep male voice resonated from outside, tinged with an air of indifference. The Yi family's intention to dismiss him was unmistakable. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's face as he responded, "Understood." He was not particularly surprised by the Yi family's attitude. After all, the Su family's current situation was perilous, like a fragile egg, liable to shatter at any moment in the tumultuous storm. Had he not been at the Yi family's residence, he might have already faced a life-threatening calamity. Yi Qingmei's protective demeanor was merely personal and did not represent the entire Duke's household. Creak. After tidying himself, Su Chen opened the door. He saw 2 guards standing at the entrance and nodded slightly. "Let us go." One of the guards respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Su Chen did not return home, but merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 before stepping toward the courtyard. Along the way, the guards followed closely behind him. As they neared the East City Gate, Su Chen turned to the 2 guards and declared, "I need to relieve myself." Without waiting for their consent, he darted into an alley beside the street, vanishing from sight. What a fool, he just full of himself. Observing Su Chen's hurried demeanor, one of the Yi guards scoffed dismissively. The other guard wore a similar expression of disdain. They had no fear of Su Chen attempting to escape. After all, a simpleton like him could hardly get far in their domain. However, as they waited, 2/4 of an hour passed without a sign of Su Chen. At this point, they began to sense that something was amiss. When they ventured into the alley Su Chen had entered, they discovered it to be a dead end. With Su Chen's figure long gone, let us split up and search in different directions. This fool can't have gone far. All right. The 2 guards exchanged glances before parting ways to seek any trace of Su Chen. Chapter 12. Sister-in-law accompanies you at this moment. Su Chen had already stealthily infiltrated the Duke's residence, making his way to Yi Lingtian's study. Observing the 2 guards stationed outside the study, Su Chen furrowed his brow. He never imagined that his sister-in-law, Yi Qingmei, would be confined here because of him, stirring a deep sense of guilt within him. Biting his lip, his eyes narrowed. With the swiftness of lightning, he appeared silently behind the 2 guards, striking swiftly at their necks. The guards did not utter a single sound before collapsing into unconsciousness. Su Chen opened the study door and stepped inside quietly. The first thing that caught his eye was the slightly gaunt figure of Yi Qingmei. At that moment, she stood at the window, gazing westward at the sun sinking toward the horizon, lost in her thoughts. Su Chen silently approached her from behind, his heart aching at her frail form. Yi Qingmei seemed to sense the gaze upon her and abruptly turned around, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing Su Chen leaning against the wall. "Xiaochen, how did you end up here?" Quickly recovering from her astonishment, she asked with glistening eyes. "Sister-in-law, I know it's my fault that you are in this predicament." Seeing her eyes redden, Su Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. "I'm fine, this has nothing to do with you." Yi Qingmei shook her head vigorously, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. Witnessing her distress, Su Chen felt a surge of compassion and enveloped her in his arms, soothingly saying, "Sister-in-law, I have come to bid you farewell. Once I leave, no one will be able to harm you again." Leaning against Su Chen's broad chest, Yi Qingmei could no longer hold back her tears. In her moment of vulnerability, she found solace in Su Chen's embrace. At that instant, she contemplated how wonderful it would be if Su Chen were not a fool. Yet, reality never permits them to indulge in such fanciful dreams. Her father's stance was unmistakably clear. He intended to sever all ties with the Su family. Though she was reluctant, she understood that her father's actions were for the safety of the Yi family. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will live on." Sensing the concerns of the beautiful woman in his arms, Su Chen gently patted her delicate shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Xiaochen, are you planning to venture into the ancient Forbidden Land?" At this, Yi Qingmei raised her head, her eyes filled with apprehension. As a cultivator, she had certainly heard of the perils of the ancient Forbidden Land. It was said that a multitude of high-level beasts roamed there, along with the presence of mysterious, hidden powers. Yet, it was also a place abundant with opportunities. The ancient Forbidden Land was deemed forbidden due to the unimaginably precious treasures hidden within. Those who could survive and reach the heart of the ancient Forbidden Land would encounter extraordinary fortunes, propelling them to the pinnacle of martial arts. However, the risks were equally great. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Thus, even the most exceptional scions of noble families and unmatched talents seldom dared to take such risks. After all, while opportunities are important, one's life is paramount. Without life, what value do those rare treasures and great opportunities hold? You are indeed wise, sister-in-law. Su Chen chuckled. I do wish to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, but not for those treasures. Oh, then what for? Yi Qingmei furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Su Chen. The ancient Forbidden Land was exceedingly dangerous. Given his current strength, entering there might spell disaster for him. She naturally did not wish for Su Chen to take such risks. If he were to perish in the ancient Forbidden Land, the Su family would truly be finished. In response, Su Chen offered a slight smile, explaining, sister-in-law, for someone in my current situation, a dangerous place can also be a safe haven. Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Yi Qingmei suddenly grasped something, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Xiao Chen, do you mean? Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Su Chen nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. Since you have decided to go, sister-in-law will accompany you. Yi Qingmei grasped Su Chen's large hand tightly, her gaze resolute as she spoke. No matter where you go, I will always support you, as long as you do not abandon me. All right, sister-in-law, then come with me. Su Chen nodded, a flicker of joy mingling with unease in his heart. After all, the ancient Forbidden Land was beyond his imagination, and he worried about the dangers Yi Qingmei might encounter if she followed him. His life was expendable, but she was innocent. However, he reassured himself that, as he stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm, he could protect Yi Qingmei from any peril. Moreover, leaving her alone in the Yi family would be extremely perilous. With his second brother, Su Yong, already slain, countless noble scions coveted Yi Qingmei's beauty. He could only imagine the predicament she would face without him by her side. Those greedy and vile individuals would surely leave her with nothing but scraps. Furthermore, his choice to enter the ancient Forbidden Land stemmed largely from the fact that outsiders could not surpass the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm when entering. Even if the forces targeting the Su family sought to eliminate him, the assassins they sent would be of equal caliber, and he could certainly contend with them. Little Chen, have you regained your senses? After their prolonged conversation, Yi Qingmei suddenly realized something, her eyes sparkling with delight as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen's face, asking without blinking. Su Chen's lack of awareness had been a lingering regret deep within her heart. Yes, I have regained them. In response to Yi Qingmei's hopeful gaze, Su Chen smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, let us depart. As he spoke, he took Yi Qingmei's delicate hand and stepped out of the room, heading straight towards the study. Observing their intertwined hands, Yi Qingmei's lips curled into a blissful smile. This was the first time she had been held by an adult man, yet she did not resist. Rather, her heart raced like a fawn in the woods. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sweetness and warmth. As Su Chen led Yi Qingmei away from the Duke's residence, four shadowy figures emerged from two dark corners across the street. Chapter 13. Casually manipulating Yi Qingmei, the four individuals exchanged glances before stealthily trailing Su Chen and Yi Qingmei from a distance. Though their targets were the same, they were clearly not allies. Yet, the two pairs seemed to have an unspoken understanding, avoiding any entanglements as if the other did not exist. As Su Chen and Yi Qingmei departed the capital, heading north, one of the cloaked figures removed his mask, revealing a fearsome visage. He was a middle-aged man with a single eye, coldly observing Su Chen and Yi Qingmei as they gradually faded from view, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His mission was to follow Su Chen and seize the opportunity to eliminate the last remaining heir of the Su family. Do you think what we're doing is right? A burly figure beside the one-eyed man inquired. Both belonged to a minor faction tasked with assassinating Su Chen. He was acutely aware of the Su family's current plight, and deep down, he harbored reservations about this task. His hands were stained with the blood of many cultivators. Yet the thought of killing a defenseless fool weighed heavily on his conscience. What do you think, De Zhuang? The one-eyed man retorted, turning his head. His tone laced with a palpable killing intent. They were dispatched by their master, and the objective was clear: eliminate Su Chen. No one could impede his mission. But De Zhuang hesitated, torn between voicing his thoughts and obeying his master's commands. Forget the buts. Do not forget that this is our master's order. The one-eyed man snapped impatiently, waving his hand. If you wish to stay alive, follow me without question. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Fine. Upon hearing the one-eyed man's warning, De Zhuang shuddered and fell silent. Not far away, the other two exchanged nods, and one of them dashed off toward the Duke's residence. From the moment Su Chen exited the Duke's residence, he sensed the duo trailing him. However, he did not rush to act. Such spies, once eliminated, would only be replaced by more formidable foes. It was better to let them follow until they approached the ancient forbidden land, at which point he would deal with them. Unaware of the lurking danger, Yi Qingmei remained lost in the joy of Su Chen regaining his senses and their time together. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Noticing the peculiar expression on Yi Qingmei's face, Su Chen inquired. Oh, nothing. Yi Qingmei quickly regained her composure, hastily covering up her embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed even deeper, resembling a vibrant red rose. Sister-in-law, you remain as gentle as ever, Su Chen remarked, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, before teasingly smiling. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei bashfully lowered her head, playfully scolding, Little Chen, stop fooling around. We should hurry to the ancient forbidden land. At that moment, any trace of her celestial demeanor had vanished, replaced by the shyness of a girl newly enveloped in love. All right, I shall heed my sister-in-law's wishes. Su Chen nodded, naturally wrapping his arm around Yi Qingmei's slender waist as they strolled into the distance. In the capital, at the Qingwang mansion, with a resounding crash, Zhao Hong smashed the teacup in his hand upon hearing the report from his informant. How outrageous! That wretched Yi Qingmei. I, the heir of the Qingwang, have been deeply infatuated with her, yet she chooses to elope with a fool. If this matter were to spread, would it not bring ridicule upon me, a noble heir, for being overshadowed by a simpleton? Fury blazed in Zhao Hong's eyes. As the esteemed heir of the Qingwang, his status was immensely exalted, and his cultivation talent was unparalleled. Even among the numerous prodigies in the capital, he ranked among the top. Yet, the woman he had long coveted had eluded him, and to make matters worse, she had eloped with a simpleton. How could he endure such humiliation? That damned wretch. He would ensure she wished for death. With that thought, a frenzied light flickered in Zhao Hong's eyes. He must ensure Yi Qingmei met a gruesome fate. Whatever Zhao Hong could not possess would remain beyond anyone else's grasp. Observing this scene, Jiang Kongning smirked, knowing he had made the right decision tonight. In the capital, the Duke's residence could afford to offend the Jiang family, but before the Qingwang mansion, the Duke's influence waned. Zhao Hong's father was the current empress's uncle, a legitimate prince wielding command over 1 million border troops. Even the empress herself treated the Qingwang with deference. The Qingwang indulged his only son, Zhao Hong, to the utmost. He would go to great lengths to fulfill Zhao Hong's desires. Now that Yi Qingmei had escaped with Su Chen, Zhao Hong would not let the matter rest. Jiang Kongning eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Zhao Hong's fury, envisioning the entire elite of the capital trembling in fear. How splendid! This truly was a case of killing two birds with one stone. A look of excitement illuminated Jiang Kongning's face. Bring forth Commander Wang, and have him capture that pair of scoundrels, Zhao Hong declared, his countenance dark and foreboding. Yes, Your Highness. A burly man replied with a bow before turning to leave. Hold on, Jiang Kongning interjected, obstructing the man's path. Brother Kongning, what is your intention? Zhao Hong raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his gaze. Jiang Kongning elaborated, Your Highness, if you send Commander Wang, it is likely that he will only return with corpses. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong's expression darkened further. His aim was not to allow Yi Qingmei and Su Chen, the two vile individuals, to perish so easily. He desired to torment them relentlessly, instilling profound regret for their existence. What do you propose, Brother Kongning? Zhao Hong inquired. Your Highness could pursue them personally. Yi Qingmei is infatuated with that fool. We can leverage him to compel her compliance. Once we capture that simpleton, Yi Qingmei will be entirely at your mercy, allowing you to do as you please. Jiang Kongning concluded, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Yi Qingmei, renowned for her ethereal beauty, had long been an object of his desire. If Zhao Hong were to indulge in her, He might have the opportunity to savor the remnants of her allure, stirring excitement within him. Yet, he quickly recognized his lapse in decorum and hastily cleared his throat, masking his thoughts. Upon contemplating Jiang Kongning's suggestion, a cruel smile emerged on Zhao Hong's face, his eyes narrowing as he envisioned Yu Qimei submitting beneath him. "Brother Kongning, your idea is splendid," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of desire at the thought of Yi Qingmei's exquisite form. In his mind, he had already concluded that the two had engaged in illicit activities. Though Yi Qingmei was one of the four beauties of Daqian, he considered her a tarnished gem, unworthy of his noble status. However, he relished the idea of indulging in her presence while Su Chen looked on, which would serve to infuriate Su Chen immensely. For them, the power of the Duke's residence was formidable, yet in their eyes, it was merely a slightly tougher morsel to digest. Even if Yu Qimei were a celestial being, they would find a way to bring her down from the heavens, transforming her into their plaything. 3 days later, Su Chen held Yi Qingmei's delicate hand as they stood before a towering mountain, its peak piercing the clouds, exuding an air of majesty that seemed to overshadow the very heavens. Etched into the mountain's face were the ancient characters for primordial, radiating a profound sense of desolation. As if they had emerged from the mists of time, Su Chen gazed in awe at the mountain, recognizing the significance of the characters as the mark of an ancient and unparalleled power. Is this truly the primordial forbidden land? Yi Qimei mused aloud, unable to contain her wonder. Indeed, Su Chen affirmed, pointing toward a faintly glowing teleportation array shimmering in the distance. That is the entrance to the primordial forbidden land. Yi Qingmei followed his gesture, her heart racing at the sight of the ethereal light shimmering at the mountain's base. "Su Chen, do we truly dare to enter?" she asked, her eyes wide with concern. Though unafraid of death, she worried for Su Chen, the last remaining heir of the Su family, especially since she had yet to give herself to him and bear his lineage. Su Chen gently brushed her hair aside, smiling reassuringly. "Sister-in-law, trust me. I will protect you." "But," Yi Qingmei began, only to be interrupted by Su Chen's resolute voice. "Do not worry. You have chosen to marry me, and I will not abandon you nor put our lives at risk." His gaze hardened as he looked back at the mountain, a commanding aura emanating from him. Feeling warmth spread through her heart, Yi Qingmei ceased her protests. Although uncertain of Su Chen's assurances, she believed in him wholeheartedly. Leaning into his embrace, she whispered, "Su Chen, I believe in you." Just as they prepared to step toward the teleportation array, a hearty laughter echoed across the landscape. "Who goes there?" Yi Qingmei's expression shifted to one of alarm as she scanned the surroundings, while Su Chen remained unfazed. In that moment, several figures emerged from the mist, led by a man clad in a python robe. He appeared refined, yet emanated a palpable menace, like a specter risen from the abyss. "Qingmei, long time no see." It was Zhao Hong, who cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips as he regarded Yi Qingmei with unbridled desire, as though he longed to seize her. Having discerned that Yi Qingmei was still untainted, Zhao Hong contemplated his newfound strategy. "Ah, it is the young prince. What brings you here?" Yi Qingmei exhaled, relieved yet maintaining a polite distance. Zhao Hong smirked at her indifference, subtly signaling to Commander Wang, who, understanding the cue, orchestrated the encirclement of Su Chen and Yi Qingmei. "What do you intend to do, Zhao Hong?" Yi Qingmei questioned, her brows knitting in concern. "What do I intend?" Zhao Hong replied with a smirk, his demeanor mocking. "I intend to take you back to marry you, to bear my heirs." With the knowledge of Yi Qingmei's purity, Zhao Hong's ambitions intensified, particularly given her status as a celestial body, a coveted entity within the realm of cultivation, which would undoubtedly expedite his own progress. Beside him, Jiang Kongning reveled in the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Yi Qingmei's submission to Zhao Hong. "Zhao Hong, you scoundrel!" Upon hearing Zhao Hong's vile words, Yi Qingmei was instantly consumed by rage, striking towards him with a fierce palm. Zhao Hong, having anticipated her move, deftly sidestepped and easily evaded Yi Qingmei's furious blow. Enough! As Yi Qingmei prepared to retaliate, Zhao Hong's temper flared, and he glared at her with a sinister expression, declaring, "Obey and return with me, becoming my woman. Or with a mere command, the entire duke's household shall accompany you to your doom." At these words, Yi Qingmei's face turned ashen, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. She was acutely aware of Zhao Hong's nature. Previously, he had set his sights on a saintess from a small sect within the Great Zhou Dynasty, attempting to force her into becoming his concubine. The saintess had proclaimed that she would rather choose death than be sullied by him. In response, Zhao Hong led over 1,000 private soldiers from the royal mansion, slaughtering the entire sect of thousands of cultivators. The saintess was dismembered and turned into a grotesque object of his depravity, her fate tragically dire. Yi Qingmei knew full well Zhao Hong's modus operandi. If he truly set his sights on her duke's household, the entire Yi family would likely share the same grim fate. Have you considered your options? Seeing that Yi Qingmei was intimidated, a sense of triumph welled up within Zhao Hong. TCH. Yi Qingmei bit her lip, a stubborn defiance coloring her exquisite cheeks. Zhao Hong. I never imagined you could be so shameless. Shameless? Zhao Hong smirked wickedly. Thank you for the compliment. No woman I desire has ever escaped my grasp. His eyes glinted with greed and desire, as if he could hardly wait to overpower the enchanting beauty before him. He stepped closer, intent on seizing her delicate arm. Do not approach me. Terrified, Yi Qingmei retreated several steps. Chapter 15. You seek death. Zhao Hong's eyelids twitched, a surge of anger rising within him. This wretch dared to evade him. Yi Qingmei ignored Zhao Hong, turning to Su Chen, whispering, Xiao Chen, you must flee. She had resolved that she would rather die than allow Zhao Hong to possess her. Her foremost concern was still Su Chen's safety. Flee. Zhao Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you truly believe this fool can escape my grasp? With that, he swept his sleeve and advanced towards Su Chen and Yi Qingmei. Since Su Chen was Yi Qingmei's weakness, he intended to use him to manipulate her. Xiao Chen. Sister-in-law, please hurry and escape. As Zhao Hong approached Su Chen step by step, Yi Qingmei's heart raced with dread. Sister-in-law, do not fear. With me here, no one can harm you. Su Chen replied calmly, stepping forward to shield Yi Qingmei. Seeing Su Chen protect her, warmth flooded Yi Qingmei's heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This scene left Zhao Hong and his companions utterly astonished. They never anticipated that the seemingly foolish Su Chen would dare to risk his life for Yi Qingmei. Xiao Chen. Tears flowed freely down Yi Qingmei's cheeks, and she grasped Su Chen's hand gently, urging, you must escape quickly. Do not concern yourself with me. I am not worth such sacrifice. It's all right. Sister-in-law, they cannot harm me. Su Chen reassured her, squeezing her delicate hand before turning to Zhao Hong with a feigned angry expression, exclaiming, you're the villain who wants to bully my sister-in-law, aren't you? Haha. Zhao Hong's smile twisted into a cruel sneer. Since this fool does not know his place, I shall teach him a lesson first. With that, he flipped his hand, and a sword forged from dark iron appeared in his grasp. As a practitioner of the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, Zhao Hong's combat prowess was formidable, rivaling that of late-stage Dao realm warriors. Such strength positioned him among the elite of the Tianxuan Continent. To Zhao Hong, a foolish cultivator lost to his own delusions was akin to an insect, easily manipulated. As Zhao Hong brandished the sword, Yi Qingmei's last flicker of hope vanished. She understood Zhao Hong's true strength, and with a host of elite guards from the duke's residence surrounding him, she and Su Chen stood no chance. Moreover, Zhao Hong was not only cruel but also merciless. If Su Chen fell into his hands, he was surely doomed. Xiao Chen, you must flee, Yi Qingmei insisted, unwilling to let Zhao Hong endanger Su Chen. Yi Qingmei, I shall sever this fool's arm before your very eyes, so he learns the true extent of heaven and earth. Seeing Yi Qingmei's worried gaze fixed on Su Chen, Zhao Hong licked his lips, grinning wickedly. He then lunged at Su Chen, the dark iron sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed at his right arm. Zhao Hong, you dare. Yi Qingmei's pupils contracted as she cried out, if you harm Xiao Chen, I will take my own life before you, depriving you of everything. A dagger had somehow appeared in her right hand, pressed against her delicate neck, her beautiful eyes filled with resolve. Yi Qingmei, you would risk your life for a fool? Your feelings for him run deep. Witnessing this, Zhao Hong's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a cruel, bloodthirsty intent. The woman he desired was threatening her life for a fool, a grievous affront to him. In his eyes, Su Chen had become a dead man walking. Zhao Hong, if you let Xiao Chen go, I promise to return with you and marry you. Yi Qingmei's beautiful eyes locked onto Zhao Hong as she slowly uttered these words. It was as if she was placing all her bets on Zhao Hong's lust for her body. Very well, I agree. Zhao Hong's heart raced at the thought of dominating Yi Qingmei, fathering children with her. What ecstasy that would be. Yet, he would not let Su Chen off so easily. He discreetly signaled his commander to follow Su Chen after he fled, ensuring that the threat was eliminated. Xiao Chun, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and go. Realizing Zhao Hong had acquiesced to her demand, Yi Qingmei sighed with relief, her gaze fixed on Su Chun, urging him onward. Fool, why aren't you leaving? I will not leave. I must protect my sister-in-law. Su Chun shook his head, feigning ignorance. With that, his eyes flashed with a cold glimmer, a terrifying killing intent enveloping Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong was taken aback, frowning slightly, pondering, how can this fool exude such a terrifying aura? But it was too late. A sword of condensed spiritual energy suddenly pierced through his chest. With a sickening squelch, the sword penetrated Zhao Hong's torso, blood gushing forth, staining his robes crimson. You! Zhao Hong gazed at Su Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. He could hardly fathom that a mere fool had managed to injure him. A mid-stage prodigy of the Dao Palace realm, the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. In the eyes of Zhao Hong's guards, his talent and strength were figures they revered, yet now, he had been gravely wounded by a fool. This cannot be true, can it? Is he truly a fool? How is this possible? A multitude of guards were engulfed in confusion and disbelief. After successfully landing a strike, Su Chen immediately scooped up the dazed Yi Qingmei and dashed towards the entrance of the ancient Forbidden Land. He harbored no fear of Zhao Hong, but the presence of Commander Wang beside him instilled a sense of trepidation. If he were to linger here with Yi Qingmei, calamity would surely befall them. You're courting death. Commander Wang was the first to react, his visage contorted with rage. As one of the high-ranking leaders of the Qing Wang mansion, his strength had reached the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, a formidable power indeed. Accompanying Zhao Hong on this mission, he had hoped to earn some merit, but never anticipated that Su Chun would unexpectedly injure Zhao Hong. If he failed to apprehend the instigator, Su Chun, he would have no explanation to offer the Qing Wang. With this thought in mind, Commander Wang moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Su Chun, unleashing a massive golden handprint. The resounding impact echoed as the golden handprint, imbued with overwhelming force, crashed brutally against Su Chen's back. A bone-chilling pain surged through Su Chun as his spine shattered instantly. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled forcefully to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Chapter 16. Rescuing Su Chun as he hit the ground. Su Chun summoned the last vestige of spiritual energy within him, desperately shielding Yi Qingmei in his embrace, ensuring she suffered minimal harm. Yi Qingmei looked up to see Su Chen's back caved in, his garments stained crimson with blood, his eyes tightly shut, and blood continuously spilling from his mouth, a tragic sight indeed. Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun. Yi Qingmei knelt beside him, shaking his body and calling out, Xiao Chun, you must not die, do not leave your sister-in-law behind. Yet, despite her frantic pleas, Su Chen remained unresponsive, his eyes resolutely closed. Ah, Xiao Chun sob. Overwhelmed by despair at Su Chen's condition, Yi Qingmei's tears cascaded down her cheeks. In that moment, it felt as though a sharp dagger had pierced her heart, causing immense pain. Humph, this is the price for offending the young prince. Observing the scene, Commander Wang's eyes gleamed with cold amusement as he cast a scornful glance at Yi Qingmei, sneering, the young prince's interest in you is a privilege for your noble house. You should obediently climb into his bed and allow him to indulge himself. With that, he turned away, heading towards Zhao Hong to provide assistance. In his estimation, Su Chun was gravely injured and unresponsive. Yi Qingmei had no chance of escape, let alone daring to venture into the ancient Forbidden Land. With Yi Qingmei's early-stage palace realm cultivation, attempting to breach the ancient Forbidden Land while carrying an unconscious Su Chun would be tantamount to seeking death. I will not let you go. Watching Commander Wang retreat, Yi Qingmei clenched her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Her heart ached with pain, longing to avenge Su Chun by eliminating Commander Wang on the spot. However, she was acutely aware that she was no match for the commander of the Qing Wang mansion, and her foremost priority was to transport Su Chun to a safe location for healing. Xiao Chun, you must hold on. I cannot allow you to die. If you perish, I shall follow suit. Yi Qingmei's expression was sorrowful, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the nearby entrance of the ancient Forbidden Land, whispering softly, Xiao Chun, you have always wanted to explore this ancient Forbidden Land, haven't you? Now, I shall take you inside to see. With that resolve, Yi Qingmei no longer hesitated, gently lifting the unconscious Su Chun and stepping into the entrance of the ancient Forbidden Land, thereafter vanishing from sight. Damn it! They truly dare to enter the ancient forbidden land. The guards of the Qingwang mansion were incredulous, for that place was one of the 10 forbidden zones of the Tianxuan Continent. How could she be so audacious? The woman favored by the young prince possessed a daring spirit, boldly venturing into the ancient forbidden land with an injured man. Upon entering the ancient forbidden land, Yi Qingmei's eyes were instantly met with a realm shrouded in swirling black mist, permeated by a chilling aura of death that sent shivers down her spine. This was indeed the ancient forbidden land. Observing the desolate surroundings, Yi Qingmei's countenance shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by the potent force of death that engulfed the area. What had transpired here? She recalled the ancient text that spoke of the ancient forbidden land, where it was said that a forest of death lay deep within, inhabiting no living beings. This forest was saturated with deathly energy, and any cultivator who inhaled it risked succumbing to its corrosive effects, turning into a mindless husk. Xiao Chen, please wake up. Xiao Chen. In a flurry of desperation, Yi Qingmei called out, "You must hold on. Do not succumb to sleep. Or how shall I save you?" While she could seal her skin's pores to block the deathly energy, Su Chen, in his unconscious state, instinctively absorbed the pervasive deathly aura, converting it into spiritual energy to mend his broken body. In her anguish, Yi Qingmei repeatedly cried out Su Chen's name, yearning to rouse him. Yet, he remained unyieldingly silent. "Xiao Chen, you must endure. I will soon lead you away." She gritted her teeth, embracing Su Chen, and hastily advanced forward. After a brief interval, she retraced her steps, refusing to be deterred by the foreboding atmosphere. Time slipped by, and despair enveloped her as an hour passed. Surrounded by the desolate decay of the forest and gazing at Su Chen, whose skin had begun to take on a faint hue of darkness, tears streamed down Yi Qingmei's face. If they could not escape this forest of death, even if Su Chen awakened, he would remain a lifeless shell, a fate she could not bear. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her eyes, as if a thought had dawned upon her. Gently, she laid Su Chen upon the ground, shyly caressing his handsome face, murmuring softly, "Xiao Chen, you must hold on. I will come to rescue you." A blush crept across her cheeks as she shyly added, "Xiao Chen, I possess the heavenly fragrance body, and I can transfer my innate spiritual energy to you, helping you dispel the deathly force within." Yi Qingmei's tone was tender, and in that moment, the very fabric of the universe seemed to shift. Yi Qingmei frowned slightly as a wave of pain coursed through her consciousness. Yet, in her fervor to awaken and save the unconscious Su Chen, she disregarded her own discomfort and continued her efforts. She channeled her pure spiritual energy into Su Chen, aiding his recovery while simultaneously helping him purge the deathly force within. The spiritual energy flowed into him like a relentless river, continuously absorbed and consumed. Beads of sweat began to form on Yi Qingmei's forehead, but she remained oblivious to her own exertion. For Su Chen's salvation, she was willing to give her all. Meanwhile, within his unconscious state, Su Chen felt the relentless encroachment of death's power upon his consciousness, rendering him anxious and desperate. Yet, at that moment, an influx of pure spiritual energy surged within him, and he realized that it must be Yi Qingmei sacrificing herself to save him. He harnessed the spiritual energy transmitted by Yi Qingmei, simultaneously resisting the encroaching force of death while mending his grievously injured body and awakening the sacred body of the fiery sun within. Only by awakening this sacred body could he restore his strength. As time inexorably passed, Yi Qingmei's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, as if she were on the verge of collapsing lifelessly. Observing the visible recovery of Su Chen's injuries, the faint blackness on his skin gradually dissipating, Yi Qingmei finally felt a sense of relief. Su Chen was saved. Her efforts had not been in vain. Gently caressing Su Chen's face with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection, she softly spoke, "Little Chen, I have finally rescued you. You must not." However, her words were abruptly halted as her expression froze. She realized that the pure spiritual energy within her was no longer flowing into Su Chen's body. How could this be? Upon discovering this situation, Yi Qingmei furrowed her brows tightly, a sense of panic rising within her. Stubbornly, she attempted to force the spiritual energy from her body into Su Chen's, but all her efforts were in vain. "Heavenly Path, why do you treat me so?" Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, and crystal-clear droplets cascaded down her flawless cheeks. "Little Chen, you must not come to harm. You cannot leave me. How could I survive alone in this world?" At this moment, she was utterly despondent. If even Su Chen were to perish, what courage would she have to continue living? Just then, she felt a surge of robust spiritual energy flooding into her, enveloping her entire being. This was Chapter 17, He. Who do you think I am? Yi Qingmei felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy coursing through her. Little Chen, you have given me the greatest surprise. I never expected you to be the unparalleled sacred body of the fiery sun. Her eyes sparkled with joy, realizing that her unintentional actions had turned out to be the wisest choice of her life. With this thought, Yi Qingmei quietly began her cultivation. Second layer of the Dao Palace realm. Fourth layer. Seventh layer. Half an hour later, Yi Qingmei stabilized her cultivation at the seventh layer of the Dao Palace realm. How is this possible? Upon realizing that her cultivation had surged from the first to the seventh layer within such a short span, Yi Qingmei exclaimed in disbelief. In just half an hour, she had achieved the seventh layer of the Dao Palace realm, truly astonishing. The sacred body of the fiery sun is indeed terrifying. Yi Qingmei murmured to herself. If she were to be with Su Chen every day, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the time she could spend with Su Chen was limited to merely 6 months. According to the agreement with her 8 sisters, after 6 months, Su Chen would have to go to the others. Alas, if only you belonged to me alone. Gazing at Su Chen's handsome visage, Yi Qingmei sighed inwardly, a hint of melancholy surfacing in her beautiful eyes. But soon, she regained her composure. If she remained with Su Chen, it would undoubtedly impede his progress. Although she was reluctant to part, she had to consider Su Chen's future. She could not be the burden that held him back. A resolute glimmer sparkled in Yi Qingmei's eyes as she silently made up her mind. At that moment, a streak of golden light streaked across the sky. Su Chen's eyes suddenly opened, radiating a brilliant glimmer. Upon seeing what lay before him, he exclaimed with surprise, "Qingmei, what is this?" Hearing Su Chen's voice, Yi Qingmei slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her face blushing even more. "Little Chen, I'm sorry, Yi Qingmei lowered her head, unsure of where to place her hands, resembling a little girl who had done something wrong. After speaking, she turned to leave. However, as she did, Su Chen abruptly pulled her back. Little Chen, you." She looked at him in confusion. Su Chen's expression was dark, his voice icy as he said, "Do you have any idea what you were just doing?" Startled, Yi Qingmei trembled slightly, not expecting Su Chen to erupt in anger. She bit her red lip and softly replied, "Little Chen, I'm sorry, I had no choice." Smack! Before she could finish, Su Chen's hand struck her cheek. "Little Chen, you." Yi Qingmei's face flushed crimson, her brows furrowed in grievance as she gazed at Su Chen. She believed she had done nothing wrong. Humph. No choice. Hearing this, Su Chen grasped Yi Qingmei's delicate chin, a cruel smile emerging as he said, "The moment I awaken, you already wish to leave? Isn't that a bit excessive?" What do you want?" Yi Qingmei lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze, speaking softly. What else could it be? After saying this, Su Chen leaned closer to Yi Qingmei's ear and whispered, "Of course, you need to continue treating my injuries." "Little Chen, I..." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's face erupted in a flurry of blushes. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen let out a chilling laugh. "This is not up to you, Little Chen." Half an hour later, after tidying themselves, the two prepared to leave the forest of death. Due to Yi Qingmei's weakened state, Su Chen carried her in his arms, striding forward with determination. He. Just then, a silvery voice rang out. "Want to leave? It won't be that easy." Hearing this voice, Su Chen furrowed his brow and halted. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, a stunning woman appeared before them, blocking their path. The woman was slender, with snow-white skin, a delicate waist, and graceful curves, draped in a flowing red dress. Her long hair floated like a celestial being, exuding an otherworldly beauty. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Su Chen's sharp gaze fixated on the woman in red. She appeared to be around 20, petite and charming, exuding an innocent aura. Yet, Su Chen sensed that she was anything but simple. He. Who do you think I am?" The woman in red giggled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her enchanting eyes. Chapter 18, You Will Forever Belong to Me Alone. Her gaze seemed to possess a mesmerizing quality, causing Su Chen to momentarily lose his focus. "Who are you truly?" Su Chen frowned, gradually regaining his composure. He. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you two were engaging in illicit activities on my territory. Shouldn't you compensate me in some way? The laughter of the woman in red was enticing, making it hard to resist indulging in fantasies. Ha ha, Su Chen sneered, dismissively glancing at the woman in red. Compensation? What kind of compensation do you want? How many spirit stones? Just name your price. He he he. Do you think I want spirit stones? How mundane. The woman in red giggled, covering her mouth. What I desire is for you to become my male pet. Uffed. Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at himself. You want me to be your male pet? Yes, you heard correctly. I want you to be my male pet. The woman in red nodded, looking at Su Chen with pride, articulating each word. As long as you agree to be my male pet, the woman in your arms can leave here alive. Otherwise. A cruel smile spread across her face as she coldly added, otherwise, you will both die a miserable death. Su Chen's expression turned icy as he replied, Is that all you have? He he he. Do you not believe me? The woman in the red dress laughed. I am a super powerhouse at the level of the great emperor. Hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he scoffed. Why not claim to be an immortal? Although her sudden appearance was peculiar, his divine sense revealed no fluctuations of spiritual energy around her. She was nothing more than an ordinary person. You seek death. The woman's expression darkened abruptly at his words. With a flick of her delicate hand, she summoned Yi Qingmei towards her, gripping her slender neck with a gaze fixed on Su Chen, coldly saying, You scoundrel. You refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead. If you remain unwilling, I shall kill this woman, forcing you to live in eternal agony. You dare. Su Chen's fury ignited at her threat, his eyes narrowing into slits, radiating a murderous intent as a golden sun rose behind him, dispelling much of the surrounding darkness and deathly aura. Though your talent is commendable, you are ultimately just a weakling at the initial stage of the Sacred King realm. The woman in red sneered at the sight of the phenomenon, showing no sign of fear. To her, a practitioner at the first layer of the Sacred King realm was akin to an ant, easily crushed at her whim. With that, a torrent of potent death energy surged forth from her, sweeping towards Su Chen like an overwhelming tide, engulfing him entirely. Xiao Chen, you, flee quickly. Witnessing the death energy emanating from the woman, Yi Qingmei's pupils constricted, her fair face paling instantly. Previously, she had read in an ancient tome that within this forest of death, only one living being remained, the Saintess of the Nine Nether, the ruler of this deadly forest. It was said that 1,000,000 years ago, she pursued the great emperor of the ancient era, yet found her affections unreciprocated. After decades of unrequited love, the saintess sealed herself within this ancient forbidden land, creating the forest of death that later became a taboo for those who entered. No practitioner who entered this forest had ever returned alive. They all became nutrients for the decaying trees. The Nine Nether Saintess was at the peak of the Sacred King realm, and after 1,000,000 years of confinement, her strength was beyond their comprehension. Although Su Chen was powerful, he stood no chance against the Saintess of the Nine Nether. Sister-in-law, I will not abandon you. Su Chen clenched his fists, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that the woman in red was the legendary Nine Nether Saintess, yet he could not forsake Yi Qingmei to flee alone. What meaning would his survival hold if he could not protect the one he loved? If that is the case, then kneel before me. The woman's gaze turned icy upon seeing Su Chen not only reject her demand, but also interact with Yi Qingmei. Releasing Yi Qingmei, she elegantly lowered her pristine hand, exerting a tremendous pressure that crashed upon Su Chen like a tidal wave. Su Chen's expression shifted. He had never faced such a terrifying force. Unable to bear it, his spirit wavered. With a resounding thud, his knees crashed to the ground, his body contorting as pain surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Where is your stubbornness now? You truly disappoint me. The woman in red sneered as she observed Su Chen kneeling, her face reflecting disdain. Su Chen felt blood surge in his chest, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to raise his head, his eyes filled with defiance as they locked onto the woman. I fail to understand how a weakling like you dares to challenge me. When I command you to kneel, you shall kneel. When I command you to crawl away, you shall do so. Obey my words and live as my pet. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. The woman grinned, relishing the prospect of tormenting a man, especially one with such exceptional talent. I am certain you will satisfy me. Approaching Su Chen, she cupped his chin, examining him closely with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Come now, smile for your sister. With that, she playfully tugged at his chin, her provocative demeanor reminiscent of a seductive temptress teasing a naive young man. Frustration and anger surged within Su Chen, yet he was bound and unable to move. Hee. You are a clever one. Surely you know how to choose wisely? Leaning closer, the woman wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, smiling sweetly. Sister is but an untouched maiden. Consider yourself fortunate. Her warm, soft body pressed against Su Chen, their breaths mingling. And he could even feel the rhythm of her heartbeat. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, momentarily halting his breath. The charged atmosphere left him dizzy, nearly suffocating him. No, absolutely not. Su Chen desperately reminded himself. The woman in red was the ancient Nine Nether Saintess, if he consented to be hers. He would undoubtedly hurt Yi Qingmei's feelings, and she would not spare him either. With this thought, he gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute as he shook his head defiantly. Even in death, I shall not agree to be your pet. A sharp slap resounded as her hand struck his cheek, leaving a vivid red mark. Su Chen's cheek instantly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What a pity for such a handsome face, after all these years. You are only the second man to catch my eye. The woman in red caressed Su Chen's cheek mockingly, declaring, A man I cannot have shall be destroyed by my own hand. Sister shall turn you into a puppet, ensuring you belong solely to me. With that, she gestured, sending waves of deathly energy towards Su Chen, swiftly invading his consciousness. Chapter 19. Sister-in-law, I shall never fail you in this life. Su Chen furrowed his brow tightly. His current predicament felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of the woman in red. With no means to resist, observing her actions, Yi Qingmei's eyes reddened, her teeth gritting as tears threatened to spill. This woman intended to refine Su Chen into a puppet. Predecessor, I implore you to spare Xiaochen. I am willing to become your puppet, to serve your will. Yi Qingmei crawled before the woman in red, prostrating herself in desperate plea. She loved Su Chen and was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Yet, faced with the choice of life or death, she preferred to offer herself up for Su Chen's survival. No, absolutely not. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly interjected. Hee, little brother. I see you are quite protective of your own. The woman in red teased, lowering her gaze to Yi Qingmei, dear sister. Do not be fooled by this man's sweet words. 1,000,000 years ago, that scoundrel abandoned his sister and ascended to the immortal realm alone, with a facade of grandeur. She professed to seek only the path of enlightenment. The memories of events from 1,000,000 years past ignited a fierce hatred in the eyes of the woman in the red dress, her voice turning icy. Thus, it seemed that no man in this world could be deemed virtuous. Senior, I beseech you to spare Xiaocheng, Yi Qingmei implored, her tear-filled eyes pleading as she knelt. Sister-in-law, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Su Chen cried out in desperation, astonished by Yi Qingmei's willingness to sacrifice herself for his sake, a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor. Yi Qingmei was innocent. How could he allow her to be drawn into this turmoil? Observing this scene, the woman in the red dress narrowed her eyes, as if attempting to penetrate Yi Qingmei's very essence. After a moment, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze, casting a darker look upon Su Chen, her grasp of deathly power intensifying. In Yi Qingmei, she saw a reflection of her younger self, a foolish girl who dared to forsake everything for her beloved. She vowed to eradicate all scoundrels from the world, ensuring that Yi Qingmei would not endure a fate similar to her own. Crack. Su Chen's willpower was formidable. He withstood the terrifying force of the woman's intent, though he faltered slightly, refusing to be consumed. Yet, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Realizing that a powerful force within him was vehemently resisting her encroachment, the woman in red retracted her hand. Young man, it is no wonder I have chosen you. Your resolve is commendable, she remarked approvingly before pointing at the prostrate Yi Qingmei. Do not betray this woman who is willing to sacrifice everything for you. Otherwise, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth to exact my vengeance. As her words faded, the woman's figure gradually dissolved into the fabric of the surrounding world. Xiaoqing, are you unharmed? Yi Qingmei rose, embracing Su Chen with concern. Sister-in-law, I am fine. Thank you, he replied, wiping the blood from his lips and offering a grateful smile. He had not anticipated that the first formidable being he would encounter in the ancient Forbidden Lands would be the legendary saintess of the Nine Hells. However, it seemed that her heart had softened, moved by Yi Qingmei's affection for him, allowing them both to escape unscathed. You are my husband. It is my duty to protect you. Yi Qingmei held onto Su Chen's hand, her smile radiant with happiness. Let us make haste and depart from this place. With their bond solidified, Yi Qingmei felt liberated, no longer restrained in Su Chen's presence. Su Chen nodded, taking her delicate hand as they proceeded forward. In the shadows, the woman in red gazed at their retreating figures, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Destiny. You heartless wretch, you shall not abandon me again in this life." With that, she vanished into the air. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Yi Qingmei successfully emerged from the death forest, greeted by a vibrant grove alive with energy. Towering trees emanated potent spiritual energy, illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun, casting a serene light upon the woods. Leaning into Su Chen's embrace, Yi Qingmei inhaled the comforting scent of him, her face adorned with a blissful smile. "Xiao Cheng, I sense that the senior harbors sorrow. Such an extraordinary woman should not be forsaken by the Emperor of Destiny." Pausing, she lifted her gaze, her eyes burning with intensity as she asked, "Xiao Cheng, will you abandon your sister-in-law in the future? I am not like the Emperor of Destiny." "A scoundrel of that sort," Su Chen declared, brushing her hair from her forehead with sincerity. "Sister-in-law, I will assuredly never forsake you, should I go against this vow." "May I?" "Xiao Cheng, no need for further words. I trust you." Before he could finish, Yi Qingmei gently placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Looking down, he saw Yi Qingmei had collapsed into his arms, fast asleep. Watching her serene, peaceful face, Su Chen felt a wave of affection surge within him. He knew Yi Qingmei was utterly exhausted. During his unconsciousness, she had cared for him alone, and the encounter with the unreasonable saintess of the Nine Hells had taken its toll on her. Reflecting on their tumultuous journey, a myriad of emotions flooded Su Chen's heart. The flavors of joy, sorrow, bitterness, and saltiness intertwined. Taking a deep breath, he gently caressed Yi Qingmei's exquisite features. "Sister-in-law, thank you. I vow to cherish you in this lifetime." With that, he carefully lifted her and laid her upon a nearby boulder. Extracting a calming pill from his storage ring, he placed it in her mouth, finally feeling at ease. As twilight descended, a full moon quietly ascended the branches, illuminating the night sky. Its silvery light danced upon Yi Qingmei's delicate face, enhancing her porcelain skin. Su Chen retrieved a fresh robe from his storage ring and draped it over her. Unable to resist, he placed a soft kiss upon her cheek as she slept peacefully. Rising from the boulder, he ventured into the surrounding woods to assess their surroundings. Before long, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Following the sound, he discovered a vast, crystalline lake nearby, its surface shimmering under the moonlight. Noticing the bloodstains on his own body and observing the serene stillness around the lake, he wasted no time diving in with a splash. Being a person who valued cleanliness, he felt compelled to cleanse himself in the pristine waters. With the water stirring in ripples, he reveled in the refreshing coolness. "Ah, this mountain spring feels delightful," he exclaimed, scrubbing away the remnants of blood. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a white figure soaring through the sky, landing gracefully upon a cliff beside the lake. Clad in a gown of snow, the figure resembled a celestial being descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, her face was veiled behind a sheer cloth, obscuring her features. Still, glimpses of her stunning beauty were evident, especially in her captivating phoenix-like eyes that seemed to ensnare the very soul. Who is this enchanting woman? What brings her to such a desolate wilderness? Could she possibly be yet another legendary powerhouse? As the stranger approached, Su Chen immediately became vigilant, scanning the area for a suitable hiding place. "Ah, this spot will suffice." His eyes lit up as he swiftly submerged beneath the lake's surface, revealing only his eyes as he clandestinely observed the movements above. Concealing his presence, he suppressed all signs of life, even daring not to extend his consciousness for fear of exposure. He remained motionless, like a stone beneath the water, unnoticed by all. As he awaited developments on the lake's surface, the next scene nearly caused his eyes to pop out. The woman in white gradually lifted her veil, unveiling an unparalleled beauty. It was a meticulously crafted, exquisite visage, with a pair of phoenix-like eyes that shimmered like stars, a prominent nose, and full, sensual lips that exuded an irresistible allure, as if they could consume one's very soul. Subsequently, the woman removed the jade hairpin from her coiffure and shook her head, her 3,000 strands cascading like a waterfall, gracefully flowing over her shoulders. In that fleeting moment, she radiated an astonishing charm that captivated all. Particularly striking was her alluring figure, accentuated by a flowing white gown that highlighted her curves, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Su Chen swallowed hard, grappling with his desire. Such a rare beauty was indeed a gem, even in the realm of Blue Star. Without granting him a moment to ponder, the woman, with her delicate cherry lips, brushed aside the stray locks from her forehead and extended her hand towards the sash at her waist. Su Chen struggled to keep his eyes wide open, fearing he might miss a single detail as his heart raced uncontrollably. Despite his extensive experience with women, he had never encountered one so breathtaking. Her beauty was not merely superficial, it radiated a mature and alluring charisma that was utterly enchanting. Su Chen found himself unable to look away, even as he wished to. The woman, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued her actions. In that instant, Su Chen's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, a rush of warmth flooding his face. Was she truly playing with fire before a young man brimming with vitality? His breath quickened, his heart pounding like a drum. Who was this woman? As if to thwart his thoughts, she leapt from the cliff into the lake, sending ripples dancing across the surface. Her form glided through the water, creating a mesmerizing spectacle akin to a beauty bathing. Su Chen, momentarily stunned, ceased his movements and sank to the lakebed, realizing that to avoid detection, he must submerge himself. He could not afford the stigma of being labeled a pervert. His master had indeed placed him in this ancient forbidden land for a reason. Meanwhile, the woman spoke to herself as she washed away the grime from her body, declaring her certainty that her destined partner awaited her in this ancient realm. Dismissing the notion of any good men existing in the world, it was a lonely thought. She longed for her companion, whose soft hands and fair skin she reminisced about. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized this woman preferred the company of other women. Such peculiarities existed even in this fantastical world. Soon, her long, fair legs danced before him, followed by an indescribable radiance that captivated his gaze. He had unexpectedly encountered a rare beauty today. As he savored the moment, her voice broke through his thoughts once more. She proclaimed that any man who dared to infringe upon her would face severe consequences. At her words, Su Chen shivered, realizing the fierce nature of this woman. Suddenly, bubbles surfaced near him, causing her to become alert. She wrapped her arms protectively around herself, scanning the area where Su Chen had hidden. Realizing he was caught, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. With a swift motion, she struck the lake's surface, sending torrents of water cascading upwards, exposing Su Chen as if he were a fish caught in a net. "Who are you? Why are you spying on me?" she demanded, her voice as frigid as ice. Su Chen struggled to formulate a response, knowing that no explanation could suffice. She donned a new white gown, still glistening from the water, which did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her piercing gaze bore into him, and he understood that unless he provided a satisfactory explanation, he would face dire consequences. "Forgive me, fair maiden, for you misunderstand my intentions," he began, awkwardly clearing his throat. "I merely passed by, with no ill will." "Passed by?" she scoffed, her expression dripping with skepticism. "This vast ancient realm, and yet you appear just as I entered the water? What a remarkable coincidence. I assure you, I only leapt into this pristine lake to bathe, and soon thereafter, I encountered you." "You lie," she retorted, anger flashing across her beautiful features. "Before I entered the water, I stood upon that cliff for some time. Why did you not reveal yourself then? You waited until I was undressed and bathing to show yourself. You must be a voyeur." With a flourish, she drew a sword and pressed it against his throat, the pressure drawing blood. "I am wronged," he protested, feeling the weight of her murderous gaze. "Please, allow me to don a garment before we discuss this further." "Why should I grant you such a courtesy?" she hissed, her voice laced with disdain. "You have already seen all there is to see. Today, I shall rid the world of your depravity." As she raised her sword, ready to strike, a powerful aura approached them, signaling an impending confrontation. "Today, I shall temporarily spare you, but rest assured, I will seek retribution in due time." As her words faded, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Su Chen gazed at the departing figure, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. Wait, did I just sense a formidable aura drawing near? Why has it disappeared now? Su Chen scratched his head, a hint of confusion tugging at his mind. Could it have been an illusion? Yet, that aura felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Su Chen's mind, but it slipped away just as quickly. Never mind, I should hurry back. My sister-in-law is still waiting for me. After a moment, Su Chen took a deep breath and departed from the scene. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, his chance encounter with the woman in white today would later bring him considerable trouble, but that is a tale for another time. Upon returning to Yi Qingmei's side, he found her still peacefully slumbering atop the boulder, and his heart finally settled. He gently approached her, sitting cross-legged beside her, and began to meditate. During their previous practice together, Su Chen's cultivation had surged from the pinnacle of the divine ability realm to the first layer of the Holy King realm. This region boasted a richness of spiritual energy that surpassed the outside world by at least twofold. Cultivating here would undoubtedly fortify his strength. Soon, waves of invigorating spiritual energy flowed into Su Chen's body, permeating every part of him. For hours passed. With a sigh, Su Chen expelled the stagnant air from his lungs and slowly opened his eyes. He found Yi Qingmei sitting before him, her beautiful eyes wide and shimmering with curiosity as she stared at him, seemingly lost in thought. "Qingmei, why do you gaze at me so?" Su Chen initially blinked in surprise before teasingly adding, "Could it be that my striking looks have captivated you?" "Bah, who is looking at you?" Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, scolding, "You are just full of yourself. I'm merely curious how, at the tender age of 20, you have already attained the first layer of the Holy King realm. In the entire Tianxuan Continent, it's hard to find another prodigy to rival you." During their confrontation in the Death Forest, when she witnessed Su Chen and the 9 Nether Saints in battle alongside the manifestation of the Great Sun behind him, Yi Qingmei had grasped the extent of his prowess. Hearing her words, Su Chen extended his arms and pulled Yi Qingmei into an embrace, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "Qingmei, with diligent effort on your part, you too can swiftly reach my level of strength. All right, I'll work even harder to reach the Holy King realm soon." Though Yi Qingmei spoke with resolve, deep down, she recognized the vast chasm between her abilities and Su Chen's. Even if he were to slack off, he would remain an existence she could only look up to. "Qingmei, you must strive diligently." Su Chen looked at her with a mischievous smile. Yi Qingmei nodded in agreement, and the two entered a state of cultivation together. Soon, the spiritual energy within Yi Qingmei began to surge. Excitement sparkled in her beautiful eyes, for she understood that this was a sign of her impending breakthrough. Not long after, she ascended to the 8th layer of the Tao Palace realm, yet showed no signs of stopping. Ultimately, she broke through to the 9th layer of the Tao Palace realm before finally pausing. Half an hour later, "Xiaochen, thank you," Yi Qingmei murmured, her eyes radiating infinite tenderness. "This time, my cultivation has directly soared to the 9th layer of the Tao Palace realm." A speed of advancement like this was something I never dared to dream of before. As cultivators, they pursued the pinnacle of their craft, yearning to ascend to the so-called summit of immortality. However, the path of cultivation often demanded prolonged dedication and faced numerous dangers. A single misstep could lead to death and obliteration. The higher one's cultivation, the longer their lifespan, which meant more time spent with loved ones. Initially, Yi Qingmei had not dared to hope for such heights, but Su Chen's presence opened her eyes to possibilities. She realized that perhaps, in this lifetime, she could truly ascend to the pinnacle of immortality. It's all thanks to your extraordinary talent, sister-in-law." Su Chen chuckled, saying, "Qingmei, you must continue to strive, aiming to elevate your cultivation in the coming days." Yi Qingmei replied softly. At that moment, she wished time could linger indefinitely. She longed to be with Su Chen forever. Chapter 22. An abrupt manifestation half an hour later, through their relentless efforts. Su Chen successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of the Holy King realm, while Yi Qingmei reached the 1st layer of the Divine Ability realm, officially joining the ranks of powerful beings in the Tianxuan Continent. He glanced down at Yi Qingmei, whose delicate face bore pronounced weariness. Su Chen chose not to disturb her, instead standing vigil by her side, contemplating his next steps within this ancient forbidden land. Though fraught with peril, the ancient forbidden land harbored numerous precious treasures, spiritual pets, and high-grade artifacts. Su Chen sought refuge from the forces pursuing him due to his family's entanglements, while simultaneously striving to discover opportunities within this realm to enhance his strength. Now that he had attained the 2nd layer of the Holy King realm, as long as he did not encounter the legendary top-tier NPCs or high-level ferocious beasts, his safety was assured. Outside the ancient forbidden land, after 2 days and nights of intensive care by Captain Wang, Zhao Hong slowly awoke. Where are that wretched Yi Qingmei and her wild man? The moment his eyes fluttered open, Zhao Hong quickly scanned his surroundings, only to find no sign of Yi Qingmei and Su Chen. Enraged, he roared, his voice reverberating through the skies and shaking the very fabric of reality. Zhao Hong's face darkened with fury. He longed to tear Su Chen to shreds, to drink his blood and devour his flesh. Moreover, he harbored intense resentment towards the heartless Yi Qingmei. "Young prince, Yi Qingmei has fled into the ancient forbidden land, cradling the severely injured Su Chen." Captain Wang, Witnessing Zhao Hong's fury, hastily bowed and reported, lowering his head in submission. What? That wretched woman and that wild man have escaped? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, Fools! Gather our people. I will lead them into the ancient forbidden land to find that wretched woman and that wild man. Yes, young prince. Captain Wang swiftly complied, urgently organizing personnel to accompany Zhao Hong into the ancient forbidden land. Su Chen, the humiliation of yesterday will be repaid in full. Zhao Hong clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as he coldly declared, I will ensure that I punish that wretched Yi Qingmei before your very eyes. Consumed by hatred, he vowed not to let Su Chen and Yi Qingmei escape his grasp. 10 days later, Su Chen led Yi Qingmei to a tranquil valley, shrouded in mist and abundant in spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery, Yi Qingmei's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is there truly such a beautiful place in this world? Indeed, this is a paradise. Su Chen nodded in agreement, adding, within lie countless treasures and rare materials. If fortune favors us, we may even gather a significant amount of invaluable medicinal herbs. Recalling his past life's memories, he knew that within this valley lay a medicinal herb garden, said to have been left behind by a powerful emperor before his ascension. It contained various extraordinary flowers, high-grade medicinal herbs, and elixirs, items of immense value in the outside world. Really? Yi Qingmei exclaimed, grasping Su Chen's hand with fervor, her eyes ablaze with excitement as she fixed her gaze on the valley. Then let us hurry inside. Despite being the daughter of a noble family in the Deqian kingdom and having seen many treasures since childhood, as a cultivator, who wouldn't desire more resources to elevate their strength? Sister-in-law, do not rush. Su Chen extended a finger and gently tapped Yi Qingmei's nose, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. Although there are numerous heavenly treasures within, there are also many formidable beasts lurking about. To carelessly venture inside would surely leave one as mere remnants, devoured to the bone. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's face flushed with embarrassment, her hands instinctively clasping together as she lowered her head, bashfully admitting, Little Chen, it is all my fault for being too hasty. Typically, high-level spiritual herbs and medicines are guarded by powerful high-tier beasts. Furthermore, these ferocious creatures are exceedingly cunning, utilizing the terrain to conceal themselves, waiting for intruders to fall into their traps before launching their attacks. Without formidable strength, it is exceedingly difficult to acquire heavenly materials in the ancient forbidden lands. This is the very reason why those extraordinary geniuses from the outside world dare not recklessly enter the ancient forbidden lands for training. Just moments ago, she had been so overwhelmed with excitement that she overlooked this crucial detail. Hiki. But sister-in-law need not worry too much. Su Chen gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his hand gently grasping her delicate chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. After all, you know best about my strength. Little Chen, you. Upon hearing this and witnessing the playful smirk on Su Chen's face, Yi Qingmei instantly understood the underlying meaning of his words. Sister-in-law, let us proceed. Without further teasing, Su Chen took Yi Qingmei's hand and began to walk toward the distance. As the two strolled side by side, they encountered a plethora of spiritual herbs and collected a few, yet they did not linger, continuing onward. After all, they were merely on the outskirts. The true treasures lay deep within the valley. Half an hour later, they finally spotted a low-grade heavenly spiritual herb. It was a lush green qinglian, adorned with 2 dragon eye-sized azure fruits. These 2 azure fruits, resembling dragon eyes, were imbued with dense spiritual energy. Yi Qingmei recognized them at once. These fruits were known as dragon yuan fruits, a high-grade healing herb. Even a severely wounded sacred king could rapidly recover their injuries and regain combat capability with this herb, let alone those cultivators below the sacred king realm. Yi Qingmei had encountered descriptions of this herb in ancient texts and was thrilled to discover it here. Sister-in-law, are you fond of this dragon yuan fruit? Su Chen observed Yi Qingmei's reaction with a smile. Yes. Yi Qingmei nodded gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Hee, then I shall help you pick it. Su Chen beamed, saying, however, sister-in-law must train with me 3 times tonight. Okay. At his words, Yi Qingmei shyly nodded, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Although it felt a bit daunting, it was worth it to obtain the low-grade dragon yuan fruit. Whoosh. Seeing Yi Qingmei acquiesce to his request, Su Chen wasted no time, swiftly darting over to the dragon yuan fruit and severing the 2 fruits. Swish. The moment the two dragon yuan fruits were plucked, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, transforming into ribbons that enveloped the entire plant, leaving only two egg-sized white spheres floating in midair. Yi Qingmei hurried over to catch them, placing them into her storage ring. Boom! Just then, the ground beneath them trembled violently, emitting a deep rumble. Not good, a powerful beast is approaching. Su Chen's heart sank as he quickly scanned the area and spotted an enormous beast charging towards him and Yi Qingmei from a distance. The creature moved with astounding speed, closing the distance of 100 meters in an instant. Standing 10 meters tall, its robust body was covered in fur that glistened like steel, exuding a metallic aura. This beast possessed two massive jaws, its eyes, the size of bronze bells, filled with a savage ferocity. Should it manage to swallow them, even a peak sacred king would meet their doom. Chapter 23. You are the only man in sister-in-law's life. The beast had initially lurked in the shadows, avoiding conflict. But upon seeing the two human cultivators stealing the dragon yuan fruits it had guarded for 20 years, its fury erupted, unleashing a deafening roar. Roar! The beast howled at the sky, unleashing torrents of water arrows and flames from its gaping maws, aimed directly at Su Chen and Yi Qingmei. Not good. It's a mid-level variant lion beast. Su Chen's heart raced with terror as he quickly embraced Yi Qingmei's slender waist, leaping aside to evade the oncoming assault. Boom! Boom! The water arrows and flames struck the ground behind Su Chen, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blasts hurled Su Chen several dozen meters away. Uffed. He coughed up blood, his clothes torn, two ribs fractured, and deep, bloody gashes marred his skin, blood pouring forth and staining his garments. A searing pain radiated from his back, as if it were broken, compelling him to circulate his energy to suppress the agony. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade, the assault would have incinerated him and Yi Qingmei to ashes. Such an attack was already comparable to a peak sacred king's full-strength strike. Little Chen, are you all right? Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingmei's face turned pale with fright, her voice trembling with concern. Had it not been for Su Chen's protective embrace, she would surely have perished. The memory of the harrowing moment still haunted her. In response, Su Chen discreetly popped a few healing pills into his mouth, shaking his head with a grin. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. It's just some superficial wounds. Superficial wounds are still concerning. You've lost so much blood. Yi Qingmei's brows knitted together, her expression filled with worry. Sister-in-law, do not forget, I am now a sacred king. Mere superficial wounds are of little consequence. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart at Yi Qingmei's concern, flashing her a gentle smile. We must leave this place. That beast is formidable. Enraged by the thwarted attack and seeing the affectionate display between the two, the variant lion beast let out a furious roar. Its terrifying aura enveloped Yi Qingmei, rendering her breathless. In response, Su Chen desperately shielded Yi Qingmei in his arms, channeling his energy to envelop her, countering the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast. Wretched humans, you dare to steal the dragon yuan fruits I have guarded for 20 years. You shall pay for this. The variant lion beast glared at them, its eyes gleaming with greed and malice, its sharp fangs bared, ready to strike. Su Chen understood that the beast was determined to engage them in a fight to the death. This mid-level variant lion beast was far too powerful. Despite Su Chen's initial stage sacred king cultivation, he had little hope of prevailing against it, especially in its frenzied state. Engaging it head-on would be tantamount to seeking death, especially with Yi Qingmei needing protection. In light of this, Su Chen resolved that retreat was their best option. With this thought, he embraced Yi Qingmei and fled toward the depths of the valley. Roar! Seeing Su Chen and Yi Qingmei attempting to escape, the variant lion beast bellowed, its body radiating a dense aura of malice as it vanished from sight. It reappeared to Su Chen's left side, jaws agape, intent on biting off Su Chen's head to quench its wrath. What in the world is this creature? Its speed is astonishing. Su Chen's expression turned grave as he sensed the beast's velocity had increased dramatically, his heart racing in his throat. As the mutated savage lion beast approached Su Chen, a mere 3 meters away, he abruptly unleashed a flying sword forged from pure spiritual energy towards its gaping maw. Upon witnessing the blinding white light emitted by Su Chen, the beast hastily closed its massive jaws. Alas, the proximity was too great. The spiritual sword pierced the most vulnerable part of the beast, its tongue, resulting in a profusion of blood. The savage lion let out a pained howl, its fury ignited by the injury. The air thickened with a tempestuous aura, causing the very space around them to tremble. Rather than retreating from its wound, the creature became more frenzied, its primal instincts heightened by the scent of blood. It swung a massive claw, unleashing a potent gale intended to rend Su Chen into oblivion. "Be careful," Qingmei gasped, her body trembling violently. She had never anticipated encountering such a formidable beast, one that even a powerful figure like Su Chen could not contend with. In a swift motion, Su Chen executed a technique to evade, darting beneath the beast's armpit in a desperate bid for escape. Suddenly, a colossal lion's tail struck him with the force of 1,000 hammers, sending him crashing against a giant tree, which splintered upon impact. Blood erupted from Su Chen's mouth, his complexion turning ashen, his vitality waning to the brink of collapse. He coughed, clutching his chest, his expression grave. The raw power of the mutated savage lion was overwhelming. Even at his peak, he could scarcely withstand such might. "Xiao Chen." Qingmei's eyes welled with tears as she witnessed Su Chen's dire state, guilt flooding her heart. If not for her need for protection, Su Chen, with his formidable strength, might have managed to escape unscathed from this savage creature. Ultimately, it was her own weakness that rendered her a burden to him. Cough. "Sister-in-law, I'm fine. It was just a glancing blow. I won't perish," Su Chen managed, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he forced a faint smile to comfort her. The sight of his pallid grin pierced Qingmei's heart. She swiftly placed a dragon essence fruit into his mouth and, after erasing the mark on her storage ring, handed it to him. The fruit dissolved instantly, flooding Su Chen's being with pure, potent spiritual energy, rapidly mending his wounds and fractured ribs. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Su Chen's heart raced as he sensed her unusual actions. "Xiao Chen, it is I who have become a burden to you," she declared resolutely, a determined glint in her eyes. "If you take me with you, neither of us shall escape. I have already entrusted my essence to you. I hold no regrets in this life. You must live on." With that, Qingmei turned and charged towards the mutated savage lion, her expression unwavering, embodying the spirit of one who embraces death without hesitation. "No." Su Chen's heart raced with alarm as he struggled to rise and intervene. Yet, as soon as he stood, he collapsed once more, the weight of despair anchoring him down. "Foolish insect, daring to impede my path." The mutated savage lion sneered, its eyes gleaming with malice as it observed Qingmei, who was but an initial stage practitioner. The beast, sensing her reckless charge, felt a surge of exhilaration. "If you are so intent on folly, I shall send you to the underworld." With a thunderous roar, it launched a massive claw towards her, intent on obliterating her. "Ah!" As Qingmei faced imminent doom beneath the lioness claw, Su Chen's heart shattered, unleashing a primal scream. His body trembled as the aura of a saint king surged forth, shredding his garments and revealing his powerful physique. A blazing sun of golden flames manifested behind him, radiating an intense heat that turned the surrounding flora to dust. "You possess the legendary Sunfire sacred body." The mutated savage lion's eyes widened in shock, its confidence wavering. Although a beast, it had attained a degree of intelligence and was aware of the significance of Su Chen's transformation. The golden sun behind him harbored the essence of solar power, marking Su Chen as a prodigy of unparalleled potential. Remembering the last appearance of a Sunfire sacred body among human practitioners, a figure known as the Heavenly Tao Emperor a million years ago who had led humanity against monstrous tides, the lion's desire for bloodlust intensified. "Today, you shall perish." The beast roared, its fur bristling with ferocity. It swelled in size, towering 15 meters high, a veritable mountain of fury charging towards Su Chen. "Xiao Chen, flee." Qingmei's face paled as she realized the lion's focus on Su Chen. "Beast, come and kill me." Su Chen retorted defiantly, ignoring Qingmei's warning as he summoned his inner strength to confront the onslaught. With no chance of escape alongside her, he resolved to fight. In his grief, he had inadvertently fused his solar power with his spiritual essence, a gamble that fortified his resolve to battle the beast. With his spiritual energy reaching its zenith, he felt his body swell with power, bones and muscles expanding as if they might burst forth. Boom! The clash of their immense energies rent the air, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Su Chen was flung back several paces, blood trailing from his lips, while the mutated savage lion remained unyielding, its gaze icy and unforgiving. "Though you possess great strength, young one, you have yet to mature and are far from being a match for me." The mutated savage lion beast loomed before Su Chen, regarding him with disdain and mockery. "Be wise and willingly open your consciousness, see, becoming a slave under my command." Beast, you shall not succeed. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes as he glared at the mutated savage lion beast. You have chosen the path of punishment rather than respect, and for that, you shall face the consequences. The mutated savage lion beast let out a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupting from its being, sweeping across the surroundings. Die! The creature's massive claws, like mountains, descended with overwhelming force towards Su Chen. Come forth, beast! Su Chen bellowed, igniting the essence of his blood within. The golden flames of the sun behind him intensified, and the power of the blazing sun surged through his arm like an unstoppable river. Xiao Chen, no from a distance. Yi Qingmei watched in horror as Su Chen recklessly burned his life essence, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. This reckless act could temporarily amplify his strength, yet it bore irreversible damage to the cultivator's body. In the heat of battle, it could even lead to death, a self-destructive endeavor. Break for me! Su Chen roared, thrusting his right palm forward. A scorching fist beam shot forth, colliding fiercely with the oncoming claw, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed through the air. The mutated savage lion beast staggered back several paces, its body trembling slightly, sensing a disarray within its aura. It felt as though it had struck an iron wall, nearly fracturing its own claws. This revelation startled it. Its flesh was as hard as steel, yet it had sustained injury from this mere young man at the initial stage of the Sacred King realm. This boy was recklessly burning his life essence, seemingly prepared to perish alongside it. In its eyes flickered a sense of caution and wariness. Su Chen was propelled backward, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise, swaying slightly before regaining his footing. His internal spiritual energy surged violently, his blood boiling. The mutated savage lion beast was far too powerful. Even with the sacrifice of his life essence, he had failed to inflict significant harm upon it, resulting in his own grievous wounds. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It was not Su Chen's fault. The mutated savage lion beast was a formidable creature of the mid-8th tier. With its inherent ferocity and physical strength, it could withstand the attacks of cultivators at the late stage of the Sacred King realm, especially as it was no ordinary beast, but one that had undergone mutation and evolution. Kid, I must concede that you possess some merit. Yet your strength remains woefully insufficient. The beast's massive eyes fixed on Su Chen, a sneer playing on its lips. To truly defeat someone like Su Chen, it was essential to shatter his spirit. Your tricks are futile before me. A resolute glimmer flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he burned his life essence with even greater fervor. His skin turned a deep crimson, akin to a red-hot iron, radiating intense heat. He had made his decision. If escape was impossible, he would perish alongside the mutated savage lion beast, ensuring at least Yi Qingmei would survive. Seeking death, the mutated savage lion beast roared with fury, its eyes wide with rage. Spiraling waves of spiritual energy erupted from it like a hurricane, engulfing the area. In a single leap, its colossal form appeared before Su Chen, its massive jaws agape, ready to devour him whole. The two, man and beast, engaged in a fierce struggle, both fixing their blood-red eyes upon one another, intent on annihilating the other. The valley reverberated with the sounds of their violent clashes. Waves of terrifying residual power swept through, snapping branches and sending leaves fluttering to the ground. Yi Qingmei, witnessing this chaos, could not contain her tears. She knew that intervening would only distract Su Chen. Clenching her hands tightly, her beautiful eyes remained fixated on the battlefield. Su Chen was repeatedly forced back by the mutated savage lion beast. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, showing no signs of surrender. Instead, he fought with reckless abandon, trading blows at the cost of his own life. The beast's claws, sharp as blades, left behind gruesome gashes on Su Chen's body with each strike. Yet, he skillfully maneuvered, evading the beast while searching for its vulnerable spots to counterattack. Drawing forth its blood, the beast's large body was already drenched in crimson, its vitality waning, but Su Chen, despite his formidable physique, remained vastly outmatched. A cry of anguish escaped Su Chen's throat as blood gushed like a fountain, staining the sky and earth alike. His left arm lay torn asunder from the beast's wild assault, exposing the stark white of bone. Covered in blood, he appeared utterly wretched, yet he stood defiantly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. The mutated savage lion beast, confronted with Su Chen's desperate fighting spirit, felt a twinge of apprehension deep within. It realized that if this battle continued, although it would ultimately triumph, it would not emerge unscathed. With a flick of its eyes, The beast grinned wickedly. In an instant, it vanished from sight, reappearing before Yi Qingmei, its massive paw ensnaring her. Release your consciousness, see, and become my slave. The beast's eyes glinted with mockery as it threatened Su Chen. Dare to defy me, and you shall never see your beloved woman again. In its gaze lay greed, excitement, but above all, madness and cruelty. The prospect of controlling a being as powerful as Su Chen filled it with pride and arrogance. The sudden turn of events caused Yi Qingmei to tremble in fear, her lovely face etched with terror. She felt an overwhelming force constricting her, rendering her immobile and voiceless. Beast, how dare you? Su Chen's fury ignited as he glared at the mutated savage lion beast, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. I dare. And what of it? You are gravely wounded. What can you do against me? Submit willingly. The beast's gaze held a hint of disdain. In its eyes, Yi Qingmei represented Su Chen's greatest vulnerability. By seizing her, it could manipulate Su Chen, rendering him incapable of resistance, forcing him to submit. As Su Chen watched Yi Qingmei, trapped within the beast's grasp, her tear-filled eyes desperately shaking her head in refusal to comply with the beast's demands, his heart ached unbearably. Beast, if you dare to harm even a single hair on her head, I will not rest until I have avenged her, even if it costs me my life. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his gaze radiated an icy resolve. The palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the mutated savage lion beast. Oh, young one. It seems you are quite infatuated. Truly, a pair of ill-fated lovers. The beast smirked derisively, then continued, but what of it? With but a thought, I can send your beloved into oblivion. Do you believe me? Submit, release your consciousness, see, and bow to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you witness your beloved's demise. Her essence scattered to the winds. With that, it tightened its grip on Yi Qingmei. In an instant, blood trickled from the corner of Yi Qingmei's mouth, and she felt as though her entire body was on the verge of shattering, the pain unbearable. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she opened her mouth to speak. But no sound emerged. Boy, what are you hesitating for? Your beloved woman is on the brink of death. Do you truly wish to watch her close her eyes forever? The mutated savage lion beast taunted, its voice laced with malice, waiting for Su Chen's decision. Chapter 26. I beg you, don't hurt her, no, please, I beg you. Don't harm her. With a pained expression etched onto her face, Yi Qingmei's torment finally compelled Su Chen to yield. He bent his knees and knelt, lowering his proud head. The mutated savage lion beast smiled with satisfaction at this sight. Yi Qingmei, unable to speak, had already turned into a weeping mess, desperately shaking her head to signal Su Chen not to submit for her sake. That's more like it. As long as you obey, I assure you, I will not mistreat you. Rest assured, I will not allow your beloved woman to suffer even the slightest grievance. Seeing Su Chen kneel, the mutated savage lion beast smirked wickedly and commanded, now, obediently open your consciousness, see. Just as Su Chen was about to comply, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. Master, don't act impulsively. This creature is cunning. Even if you allow it to plant a mark in your consciousness, see, it will not spare that fairy sister. The voice continued, once it becomes a 9th-level beast and transforms, it will surely treat her as its personal furnace, indulging in her daily. Stunned by this unfamiliar voice, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a long-lost warmth. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively asked, Who are you? Why are you helping me? Master, I am Green Orchid. Now is not the time for explanations. Whatever happens, we must not let this creature succeed, or the consequences will be dire. The voice urged, Wait, I will find a way to control it. You must strike its rear, the weakest point. All right. Without hesitation, Su Chen agreed to Green Orchid's plan. He had been cornered and could only grasp at this lifeline. Boy, what are you still doing there? The mutated savage lion beast, growing impatient, urged, Open your consciousness, see, so you can save your beloved woman. Before you allow me to open my consciousness, see, you must first release her. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, determination radiating from him as he spoke firmly. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not become your slave. Realizing that Green Orchid needed time to prepare, Su Chen resolved to stall the mutated savage lion beast. Do you dare threaten me? The beast roared, flames of fury igniting in its eyes. I am not threatening you. I simply fear that you might go back on your word. Su Chen spread his hands, maintaining his composure. I am gravely injured and nearly devoid of combat power. Neither of us can escape your grasp. That does seem somewhat reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, the mutated savage lion beast recognized that Su Chen had no need to deceive it. even if Su Chen harbored ulterior motives. Neither he nor Yi Qingmei could escape its clutches. Very well, I will trust you this once. Do not play tricks with me, or your woman will be the first to perish. With that, it released its hold on Yi Qingmei. Seeing this, Su Chen swiftly rose to catch Yi Qingmei, who was about to collapse to the ground, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, Yi Qingmei lay unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate face streaked with tears, a testament to the immense suffering she had endured. Su Chen's heart ached as he retrieved the remaining dragon essence fruit from Yi Qingmei's storage ring and placed it in her mouth. Gently, he wiped away the tears from her beautiful face. The dragon essence fruit melted in her mouth, and a warm current surged through her body, rapidly nourishing her severely injured form. Suddenly, Yi Qingmei, who had been in a stupor, felt as if she were floating on a cloud, a sensation of bliss enveloping her. Moments later, she let out a soft moan, her eyes fluttering open to behold Su Chen's handsome visage. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Chen, is it really you? Sister-in-law, it is I?" Su Chen tenderly stroked her silky hair, his gaze filled with deep affection and concern as he softly reassured her. "It's all right now, you're safe." With Yi Qingmei finally awake, a weight lifted from Su Chen's heart. Upon hearing his words, all fear and worry vanished from Yi Qingmei, replaced by overwhelming excitement. Enough. The mutated savage lion beast, growing increasingly displeased at their intimate moment, interjected, "Boy, I have relinquished her to you. Quickly open your consciousness, see, or I will reduce you both to ashes." Startled by the beast's voice, Yi Qingmei finally realized their peril. They had not yet escaped. Gripping Su Chen's arm tightly, she shook her head repeatedly. Chen, no. She could not bear the thought of Su Chen becoming a slave to a savage beast for her sake. "What? You dare to go back on your word?" Infuriated by Yi Qingmei's words, the mutated savage lion beast's rage intensified, its murderous intent radiating as it glared at the pair. "So what if we do?" Yi Qingmei extricated herself from Su Chen's embrace, positioning herself protectively behind him, unwavering as she met the beast's gaze. "If you wish to kill, come for me. Very well, do not blame me for being merciless." The mutated savage lion beast snorted coldly, then suddenly raised a massive claw, striking towards them. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming power surged forth, as if the very heavens were being engulfed by this ferocious aura, the ground trembling beneath its might. The mutated savage lion beast was truly enraged this time. How powerful! Yi Qingmei swallowed hard. Though she had reached the divine passage realm, she felt like a firefly competing against the moon in the presence of this beast. "Chen, you must leave now. This creature is far too strong for the both of us." "Do not worry, sister-in-law. I will not abandon you," Su Chen replied resolutely, awaiting Green Orchid's signal for attack. "Chen, hurry and go." As the enormous claw descended, Yi Qingmei's tears streamed down her face. Yet Su Chen remained unyielding, standing still with a serene smile directed at the mutated savage lion beast. "Roar!" Sensing Su Chen's disdainful gaze, the beast's roar intensified, its claw descending with even greater force. This time, it showed no mercy, unleashing all its strength in an attempt to crush them into oblivion. Su Chen, however, did not flinch. Instead, he gently pushed Yi Qingmei away to safety. No. Witnessing her beloved man sacrificing himself to protect her shattered her heart. As the giant claw loomed above Su Chen's head, despair enveloped Yi Qingmei. Chapter 27. Sister-in-law, if you keep crying, you'll become an eyesore. She knew that once that claw descended, Su Chen would surely meet his demise, leaving no chance for survival. As she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Chen being reduced to a pulp, the roar of the mutated lion beast echoed ominously in her ears. In the next moment, she heard a series of intense whooshing sounds. Yi Qingmei opened her eyes to witness, unexpectedly, the monstrous claws of the mutated lion beast ensnared by thick, robust vines that were relentlessly constricting. Countless additional vines emerged, wrapping around the beast's massive body. The vines cruelly bent the creature's claws, exposing ghastly white bone in some areas, eliciting agonized howls from the beast. Yi Qingmei's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that these mysterious vines possessed such extraordinary powers. Before long, she observed that the mutated lion beast was rendered immobile by the binding vines. This raised questions in her mind. What were these vines? And why did they come to their aid? Su Chen had vanished from sight, reappearing at the rear of the mutated lion beast, wielding a colossal sword, and launched a fierce assault towards the beast's vulnerable spot. "Ah, despicable human, The mutated lion beast roared in agony, its hindquarters writhing in a desperate attempt to evade Su Chen's shameless attack. Yet, the vines, seemingly conjured from nowhere, tightly ensnared its mountainous form, preventing any escape. Seeing that the mutated lion beast could not avoid his strikes, a wicked smile crept onto Su Chen's lips as he vigorously swung his sword, plunging it mercilessly into the beast's rear. The sickening sounds of impact echoed, and a series of bloody wounds opened on the beast, blood dripping profusely. Yi Qingmei watched in distress, feeling sympathy for the creature. "You wretched ant, I shall slay you." A tempest of fury erupted within the mutated lion beast, causing it to swell in size, its muscles bulging like coiled dragons, every vein resembling forged steel. Some of the vines clinging to it snapped, scattering like debris. With a thunderous roar, the mutated lion beast glared at Su Chen with eyes wide as brass bells. "Master, this creature is burning its beastly blood. I cannot hold on much longer. Quickly kill it." Green Ivy's anxious voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Understood. Su Chen realized that the mutated lion beast was willing to perish alongside him, disregarding its own life. But he would never allow it to have its way. Then let us see who fears whom. Without hesitation, Su Chen ignited his own vital essence. The colossal sword in his grasp blazed with searing flames as he drove it deep. With a sickening squelch, the sword pierced through the mutated lion beast, creating a profound wound from which intestines, mingled with blood, flowed forth. The beast, in excruciating pain, ceased its struggles, its eyes filled with rage and resentment. Yi Qingmei stared in disbelief at the scene. Su Chen's strike had been astonishingly sharp. This mutated lion beast was a formidable level 8 creature with impenetrable defenses. Yet it had been grievously wounded. Just how powerful was Su Chen's combat prowess? Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen relentlessly stirred the sword within the beast, the flames within it roaring fiercely. The mutated lion beast screamed in agony, yet its formidable physique was no match for its most vulnerable point. Its tail, which could have shielded it, was ensnared by the vines, rendering it immobile. "You shameless ant," the beast bellowed in a fit of rage. Despite its frantic struggles, it was futile. It could only watch helplessly as its vulnerability was exploited. As the wound widened, more innards spilled forth. Soon, the mutated lion beast could no longer withstand the assault. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling lifeless. Seeing this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, discarding the colossal sword and sinking into exhaustion. His body had suffered severe internal damage during the battle, and the reckless burning of his essence had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the mutated lion beast had been defeated. As he gazed at the carcass of the beast, he exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. "Xiao Chun." Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingmei rushed over and enveloped Su Chen in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, resembling a wilting flower. "Sister-in-law, why are you crying? I am right here, standing before you." Su Chen felt a pang of tenderness and quickly wiped away her tears, gently reassuring her. Upon hearing Su Chen's tender words, Yi Qingmei could no longer suppress the deep sorrow within her. She collapsed against his chest, sobbing, "Xiao Chun, promise me you won't do such foolish things for me again." She had witnessed his desperate struggle against the mutated lion beast, and without the aid of the vines, his fate would have been dire. Su Chen nodded solemnly, holding her closely. He vowed never to let down the woman who loved him so deeply. "All right, sister-in-law, stop crying now. If you keep it up, you'll become an ugly sight, and no one will want you." "Humph, you little rascal. If you dare betray me, I will not spare you." Yi Qingmei playfully punched his chest, feigning anger, before regaining her composure and wiping her tears. Just then, a woman in a flowing green dress appeared before them. Chapter 28. The mysterious woman in green. Upon seeing the woman in green, Su Chen froze momentarily, then instinctively shielded Yi Qingmei behind him, his expression turning wary. The woman in green was strikingly beautiful, her figure curvaceous and graceful, resembling an orchid blooming on a cliffside. Her skin was as fair as jade, with delicate brows and rosy lips, her high nose and softly smiling eyes giving her an ethereal quality. A green jade pendant shaped like a tree hung at her chest, accentuating her figure perfectly. Her bright eyes occasionally sparkled with shyness, evoking a desire for conquest in any man who gazed upon her. "Who are you?" Su Chen asked cautiously. The aura emanating from her was extraordinary, stirring a vague familiarity in his mind, though he could not pinpoint her identity. "You truly do not remember?" The woman in green looked disappointed as she sensed his confusion. "I'm sorry, I genuinely cannot recall, Su Chen replied, furrowing his brows in deep thought but yielding no results. Ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Master, how could you forget me, Green Ivy? Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression turned pitiful, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her distress, Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He quickly rose and patted her shoulder, soothingly saying, "All right, I admit my mistake. What can I do to make it up to you?" Regardless of the circumstances, it was the verdant vine that saved both herself and Yi Qingmei. And this act of grace shall not be forgotten. Moreover, a peculiar sense of familiarity lingers in his heart towards the woman before him, suggesting a deeper connection between them. Master, you promised, so you must not go back on your word. Greenvine playfully touched Su Chen's earlobe with her delicate fingers. Her voice laced with a hint of coaxing. I won't go back on my word, absolutely not. Su Chen hastily assured her. A sweet smile graced Greenvine's face upon witnessing his expression. Chen, do you know each other? Noticing the intimate gestures between the two, Yi Qingmei felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, a pang of jealousy stirring within her heart. Su Chen, her husband, and this woman had become close so quickly. Sister-in-law. This is Greenvine, who just helped us deal with the mutated mad lion beast, Su Chen introduced, gesturing to Greenvine, while simultaneously addressing her, Greenvine. This is my sister-in-law, and also my wife. Ah, so you were the one who saved us. Upon hearing Su Chen's introduction, Yi Qingmei quickly bowed to Greenvine, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your life-saving grace. She was a woman who understood the significance of such a debt, aware that saving a life is a debt greater than the heavens. Although she felt a tinge of resentment regarding their relationship, she kept her feelings concealed. Observing this, Greenvine promptly returned the gesture, saying, Sister Fairy, it was only right for Greenvine to save you and the Master. There is no need for thanks. Master. Upon hearing Greenvine refer to Su Chen as Master once more, Yi Qingmei's brows furrowed, her eyes narrowing as she coldly questioned Su Chen, Xiao Chen. What is the nature of your relationship? Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. Su Chen realized that Yi Qingmei must have misconstrued the situation. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, I only just met Greenvine. Is it truly that simple, just a mere acquaintance? Yi Qingmei scoffed, clearly skeptical. Sister Fairy, you are mistaken. Greenvine has only just recognized the Master. Greenvine quickly interjected, seeking to clarify the misunderstanding that might arise between Su Chen and Yi Qingmei due to her presence. The Master is the reincarnation of the great Emperor of the Heavenly Tao. 1,000,000 years ago, Greenvine was nurtured by the Master as a tree spirit. However, when the Master ascended to the celestial realm, Greenvine was left behind. Though merely a tree spirit, she was astute enough to perceive that Yi Qingmei was not genuinely angry, but merely a touch envious. Upon hearing Greenvine's explanation, Yi Qingmei felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet she continued to chide Su Chen, with your current state. Can you truly claim to be the reincarnation of the great Emperor of the Heavenly Tao? Although she recognized Su Chen's extraordinary talent, she found it hard to reconcile that he could compare to the legendary figure who relentlessly pursued the ultimate path of the Heavenly Tao. Cough well. Su Chen scratched his chin, awkwardly chuckling. Deep down, he sensed a prior connection with Greenvine. Yet the notion of being the reincarnation of the ancient great Emperor of the Heavenly Tao was hard for him to fathom. The great Emperor was a legendary figure of the ancient times on the Tianxuan Continent, leading human cultivators to repel beast tides and slay countless powerful beasts, earning the title of a leader among humans of that era. He was merely an ordinary individual who had traversed from Blue Star. How could he possibly be the renowned great Emperor of the Heavenly Tao reborn? Master, you are indeed the sacred body of the Son of Flame. Noticing that neither Su Chen nor Yi Qingmei seemed to believe her, Greenvine gently pressed her jade hand against Su Chen's forehead. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. A green light burst forth from the depths of Su Chen's consciousness, enveloping his spirit. In an instant, some long-sealed memories were unlocked in an inconspicuous corner of Su Chen's consciousness. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Greenvine. Chapter 29. Complying to become this saint's furnace for, the Greenvine before him was the very essence he had nurtured in his previous life. Now, within the depths of his consciousness, numerous memories of Greenvine surfaced. Master, you should now understand Greenvine's identity. Greenvine playfully blinked her eyes, a smile adorning her face. Greenvine, you have suffered all these years. Su Chen reached out a hand, gently caressing Greenvine's silky green strands. his eyes moistening with an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had never anticipated that he was indeed the reincarnation of the great emperor of the heavenly Tao from 1,000,000 years ago, 1,000,000 years prior. He had left Green Vine alone in the ancient Forbidden Land, never imagining that after such a long separation, the tides of time would have transformed her from a weak spirit into a powerful tree spirit. Master, please don't be like this. Green Vine does not hold any grievances against you. I understand that you had your own reasons for leaving me here. Observing Su Chen's tear-filled eyes, Green Vine felt a pang of sorrow, wishing only for the chance to remain by his side in this lifetime. She never anticipated that she would reunite with Su Chen in this lifetime. In the past, when he left her alone in the ancient Forbidden Land, she had harbored grievances. After all, who would wish to be left alone for 1,000,000 years? However, when the great emperor of the heavenly Tao perished in the celestial realm and their mental connection faded, she wept inconsolably, knowing she held no hatred for Su Chen, only boundless love. As long as she could stay by his side, she was willing to pay any price. Green Vine, rest assured, in this life, I will take good care of you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, his heart swelling with emotion as he embraced Green Vine, gently patting her back and speaking softly. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingmei was equally moved. She had never imagined she would witness the legendary great emperor of the heavenly Tao from ancient times, now reborn as her beloved. It felt surreal, yet she felt joy for the devoted Green Vine to reunite with Su Chen. Being a woman herself, she could see the profound affection in Green Vine's eyes for Su Chen. Green Vine, come home with me. Yi Qingmei stepped beside Green Vine, taking her hand gently. Sister Fairy, I. Green Vine's delicate frame trembled slightly at Yi Qingmei's words, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. This statement signified Yi Qingmei's acceptance of her, implying that she could follow Su Chen and even become one of his women. Green Vine, let us go. Without waiting for Green Vine's response, Yi Qingmei grasped her hand and began to walk forward. Sister-in-law Yu. Su Chen stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered as he gazed at the two women, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in their relationship. Where are you two going? They had just met, yet now they seemed as close as sisters. Humph, none of your business. Yi Qingmei halted, casting a fierce glare at Su Chen before continuing to lead Green Vine away. Watching the charming figures of Yi Qingmei and Green Vine, Su Chen couldn't help but scratch his head, murmuring, the heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. I cannot fathom. After extracting a pale purple beast core from the head of the mutated mad lion beast, he hurriedly followed the direction the two women had taken. Although Green Vine was quite powerful, Su Chen felt a lingering concern. After all, Green Vine's mental acuity was still developing. Encountering formidable foes could easily lead to trouble. Sure enough, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from ahead. Alas, the worries that Su Chen feared have indeed come to pass. He approached swiftly, only to discover a group of cultivators besieging Yi Qingmei and her companion, Luoluo, encircling them tightly. Who are you? Yi Qingmei demanded coldly. Positioning herself protectively in front of Luoluo, her demeanor reminiscent of an elder sister. The cultivators before her were entirely unfamiliar, and their aggressive stance suggested they were far from benevolent. Our identities are of little consequence. A young man clad in white stepped forward. His handsome features were marred by a sinister smile as he proclaimed, "This holy sun intends to make you both his personal furnace." With that, the white-clad youth leered at the two women, licking his lips with a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. As the scion of a prominent sect, he had indulged in countless female cultivators, yet he had never encountered beauties of Yi Qingmei and Luo's caliber. Thus, a potent desire for possession surged within him, yearning to claim them for his own pleasure. Seeking death. Upon hearing the lewd words of the white-clad youth, Yi Qingmei's fury ignited. Her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a deadly glint as murderous intent surged forth. In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at the youth's neck. Trivial techniques, shatter. The white-clad youth scoffed, his arm shooting out to grasp the incoming sword energy effortlessly. With a firm squeeze, he dissipated it into ethereal wisps. This fellow is rather uncanny, Yi Qingmei thought, her expression shifting as she realized her full-powered strike had been easily thwarted. She recognized that this youth's strength far surpassed her own. Ha ha ha. It seems you are merely a flower vase. The white-clad youth laughed, relishing her changing expressions. He continued mockingly, if you wish to live, submit, and become this holy sun's furnace. Initially, he had presumed that Yi Qingmei might be his equal, only to discover she was but a fragile blossom. Moreover, Luo, hiding behind her, emitted no aura whatsoever. To him, they resembled fish on a cutting board, completely at his mercy. He had anticipated that his decade-long journey through the ancient Forbidden Land would yield only an enhancement of his cultivation. Yet today he stumbled upon two exquisite treasures. It was a windfall from the heavens. Submit willingly, dear ladies. This holy sun is quite tender-hearted. The surrounding cultivators jeered, their faces twisted with lewd expressions, revealing their long-standing lust for Yi Qingmei and Luo. Just as the lecherous gazes were fixated on the two women, a series of thunderous crashes erupted. Violently shaking, the cultivators were flung several yards away, landing in disarray upon the ground, blood gushing forth. Who dares? The white-clad youth bellowed, lifting his gaze to identify the source of the commotion. Emerging from the thicket was a young man clad in a cerulean robe. Who are you? Why do you interfere with our affairs? The white-clad youth's expression darkened, teeth clenched in anger. He had not anticipated anyone daring to stand up for the two women at such a critical moment. My identity is of little importance. What matters is that these two women have already caught my eye, Su Chen stated nonchalantly, arms folded behind his back, as if the preceding tumult had merely been a warm-up exercise. Upon hearing this, Luo's face flushed crimson. She had never expected Su Chen to declare her as his own in front of so many witnesses. Once a mere sapling spirit 1,000,000 years ago, she had since cultivated herself into a form capable of human transformation. Now, engaging in marital affairs with Su Chen posed no barriers. Haraha. It seems my friend shares the same taste, the white-clad youth responded, his anger dissipating into mirth. In that case, why not become friends? You may take one of them, and the other shall belong to me. What do you say? He considered Su Chen formidable, yet believed his own forces were not to be underestimated. Over the past decade in this ancient Forbidden Land, he had attained the 5th level of the Holy King realm, bolstered by the presence of Elder Nine, whose strength had reached the peak of the Holy King realm, mere steps from the legendary Quasi-Emperor level. Before fully grasping Su Chen's capabilities, he preferred to avoid open conflict. After all, an additional ally was preferable to an additional enemy. What gives you the right to demand anything from me? Su Chen smirked, disdain evident in his voice. I intend to take both women for myself. You would do well to leave quickly. With that, he stepped forward, encircling Yi Qingmei and Luo in his embrace. My friend, what do you mean by this? The white-clad youth frowned, feeling that Su Chen was excessively domineering, disregarding him entirely, and even attempting to seize all he had claimed as his own. This was a blatant provocation. What do you think I mean? Do I need to explain my intentions to you? Su Chen retorted, a defiant expression plastered across his face. I have set my sights on these two and wish to take them home for proper education. This esteemed friend, I am Zhang Feiyang, the holy son of the Hehuan sect from the eastern wilderness. I hope you can extend a favor to my sect. The white-clad youth's expression darkened, and he quickly revealed his background, hoping to leverage his sect's reputation to instill caution in Su Chen. After all, who in the eastern wilderness did not know of the Hehuan sect's might? However, Su Chen merely smirked. Isn't your Hehuan sect just a minor faction? Do you truly believe you can negotiate with me? Such arrogance. His words struck like a slap across the faces of the Hehuan sect's members, causing their faces to flush with indignation, eyes burning with fury, wishing to rend Su Chen to pieces. How dare this insolent wretch act so brazenly? Does he not realize that our sect is one of the 8 superpowers of the eastern wilderness? He is courting death. The Holy Sun will not spare this ignorant fool. The cultivators of the Hehuan sect were now stirred into a frenzy, their tempers flaring. Do not think that your mere strength grants you the freedom to act as you please. Let me inform you, the Hehuan sect's influence is formidable. If our Holy Sun wishes it, a single thought could render you homeless in the Tianxuan Continent. Zhang Feiyang scoffed, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the region, causing the very air to tremble. Oh, is that so? Then you may certainly give it a try. Su Chen shrugged, unperturbed by the Hehuan sect. For he himself was a nascent holy king, and with Luo, a powerful tree spirit, by his side, he felt secure. His intention in provoking Zhang Feiyang was to gauge the depths of his capabilities. Seeking death. As he spoke, Zhang Feiyang's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing in the air above them in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, materializing into a colossal white hand that descended upon Su Chen with tremendous force. The impact echoed like thunder, imbued with an overwhelming power that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. Xiao Chun, be careful. Seeing Zhang Feiyang's aggressive strike, Yi Qingmei's heart raced, prompting her to shout in alarm. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Su Chun replied with a light laugh, casually sweeping his hand, releasing an invisible gust of wind that swept through the void. With a crack, Zhang Feiyang's enormous spiritual hand disintegrated into wisps of dissipating energy. How is this possible? Zhang Feiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Undeterred, he launched another attack, yet it proved equally ineffective. Who on earth are you? Zhang Feiyang asked, his pupils constricting in sheer terror as he gazed at Su Chun. He was the holy son of the Haotian sect, blessed with unparalleled talent. And after nearly a decade of honing his skills in this ancient forbidden land, he had reached the 5th level of the Sacred King realm. Among the younger generation across the entire Tianxuan Continent, he was among the elite. Yet, he had never encountered or even heard of Su Chun. Come down, Su Chun said, growing impatient as he regarded Zhang Feiyang, who remained suspended in the air, attempting to project an air of mystery. With a wave of his hand, a massive golden hand, reminiscent of an ominous cloud, surged toward Zhang Feiyang, enveloping him entirely. The sheer grandeur of the golden hand instilled a sense of awe. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Feiyang hastily attempted to evade the sudden onslaught. However, the golden hand seemed to possess a will of its own, following him relentlessly, and no matter how he maneuvered, escape was impossible. Ah, Elder 9, save me. In a moment of sheer panic as the golden hand loomed above him, Zhang Feiyang cried out desperately for help from the 9th elder of his sect. Su Chun emanated an eerie yet formidable aura that incited fear. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the Sacred King realm, the might of his strike surpassed the limitations of his cultivation, even eclipsing that of a 5th-level Sacred King. Chapter 31. You are a demonic cultivator. Just as Zhang Feiyang despaired, the scene before him flickered, and miraculously, he found himself outside the reach of the golden hand. The golden hand crashed down with a resounding thud, shaking the earth and altering the very fabric of the heavens. Amidst the rising dust, a massive palm imprint was left indelibly etched into the ground, a testament to the terrifying force of the blow. Elder 9, kill him. Surviving against all odds, Zhang Feiyang's resentment towards Su Chun only intensified. A prodigy like Su Chun could not be allowed to continue existing in this world. Yes, holy son. Elderly Tai of the Haotian sect responded instantly, his figure shifting as 3 radiant golden suns appeared behind him, exuding a chilling and depressive killing intent. Sharp white sword energies coalesced behind him, aimed like arrows at Su Chun, his eyes resembling deep, frigid pools that conveyed an unwavering determination and ruthlessness. In the face of Li Tai's overwhelming murderous intent, Su Chun remained composed and unperturbed. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly formed hand seals, and his entire being radiated with dazzling golden light, as if he had concentrated the essence of the sun's might within himself. His voice was calm yet authoritative, carrying an undeniable weight. Come, let me witness the so-called strength of your Haotian sect. You dare to insult my Haotian sect? You seek death. Li Tai's energy surged violently at Su Chun's taunt, the powerful fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble. He formed seals once more, gathering a cold yet immense energy in his palm. With a sweeping motion, dozens of sword energies shot forth like meteors towards Su Chun, intent on making him pay for his insolence. As the barrage of sword energies approached, Su Chun's expression grew solemn. Recognizing that this was the wrathful strike of a peak sacred king, a force beyond the ordinary, he thrust his hand forward, summoning a vast golden handprint imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy, which surged forward to meet the attack. The sword energy struck the golden handprint with palpable force, shattering several of them into wisps of dissipating energy. However, the radiance of the golden handprint dimmed slightly as more sword energies followed in swift succession, rendering the handprint nearly transparent on the brink of collapse. With a resounding crash, before Su Chun could react, the golden handprint disintegrated into ethereal energy, and 3 sword energies pierced through his body, causing blood to spray forth. Su Chun was sent reeling, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Ha. Now you understand the might of my Haotian sect? Li Tai's lips curled into a mocking smile as he witnessed Su Chun's injury. Kneel and beg for mercy, and willingly surrender those 2 beauties, or next year on this day will mark your demise. Is that so? Su Chun slowly rose, wiping away the blood from his lips, his gaze icy and unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Li Tai. Do you truly believe your rabble can take my life? Huh, how utterly arrogant. Li Tai scoffed, his eyes growing colder. Your foolishness will be your undoing. Before my Haotian sect, you dare to be so brazen. Today, even if you had 9 lives, you shall not leave here alive. If you seek death, I shall grant it." With that, Li Tai flipped his wrist, revealing a long sword that gleamed ominously in his grasp. He shot upward, descending fiercely towards Su Chen with the blade poised to strike. Upon seeing the sword in Li Tai's hand, Zhang Feiyang's pupils contracted sharply. That sword was a high-grade Earth-tier artifact, wielding tremendous power. He had not anticipated that Elder Nine would resort to such a precious weapon to eliminate Su Chen. That arrogant fool was doomed. Feeling the overwhelming might emanating from Li Tai's sword, Zhang Feiyang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Merely a high-grade Earth-tier artifact. Su Chen's expression remained as frigid as ever, unyielding in the face of danger. He stood firm, meeting Li Tai's fierce assault head-on. What? Is this lunatic out of his mind? Zhang Feiyang furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he witnessed Su Chen's audacious defiance against Elder Nine. Yet he soon regained his composure. In his heart, he believed that Su Chen was merely posturing, clearly no match for Elder Nine. The thought of enjoying the company of the 2 exquisite beauties after Su Chen's demise made Zhang Feiyang's eyes gleam with eagerness. He licked his dry lips, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he fixated on Yi Qing Mei and Green Lotus, impatiently anticipating indulging in their allure. However, just as the disciples of the Haotian sect believed victory was assured, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The strike from Li Tai's sword only pushed Su Chen back a few steps, failing to inflict any critical damage. Even more astonishingly, 2 golden suns manifested behind Su Chen. What the hell? This arrogant brat actually broke through during the battle. Unbelievable! How is he capable of this? The onlookers from the Haotian sect were filled with confusion and astonishment at the sight of the 2 golden suns hovering behind Su Chen. They could not comprehend how he could experience a breakthrough while already heavily injured. Could it be that this young man was truly a peerless prodigy? You possess the legendary Sunfire sacred body. Unlike the others, Li Tai gazed at the 2 golden suns behind Su Chen, the swirling flames within them stirring an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. Li Tai's words were laced with disbelief and shock. He was acutely aware of what the infernal sun body represented, an unparalleled physique endowed with the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, possessing a nature that commanded the allegiance of all flames. Before him stood Su Chen, who, at the brink of life and death, not only unleashed such astonishing potential but also bore the rare infernal sun body. This revelation sent a chill coursing through his heart. How could this be? He was merely a wandering cultivator. How could he possibly possess such a transcendent physique? No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out he wielded the terrifying power of the infernal sun body. Who on earth was this young man? Upon hearing Li Tai's words, the disciples of the Haotian sect were left astounded, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such a formidable physique. The reputation of the infernal sun body was notorious among them. They had never anticipated that their normally domineering demeanor would encounter such an insurmountable obstacle today, instilling within them a sense of trepidation. Since you have uncovered my secret, you must die today. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze sparkling with unprecedented confidence and determination. As his words fell, a golden radiance enveloped him, and 2 golden suns seemed to resonate with his will, spinning and releasing overwhelming waves of heat and light that distorted the surrounding air. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they hurriedly adjusted their breathing, their internal spiritual energy surging wildly in an effort to withstand the pressure emanating from the legendary infernal sun body. However, the power radiating from the 2 golden suns was akin to a ferocious flood, rendering their spiritual defenses utterly feeble. Weaker cultivators bled from their mouths, writhing in pain on the ground. Humph! Even if you possess the infernal sun body, what can it matter? My methods are beyond the imagination of a mere young brat like you. Li Tai bellowed in fury, piercing his left palm with his sword. In an instant, a copious amount of blood surged forth from his hand. His eyes blazed red like flames, and his aura surged like a volcanic eruption, transforming the brilliant 3 suns behind him into an ominous black hue. Beneath the shadow of these dark suns, a thick, gray mist swirled, heavy and oppressive, as if countless vengeful souls were converging, exuding a chilling aura. 3. Malevolence. Su Chen's pupils constricted at this sight, disbelief creeping into his voice. You are actually a demonic cultivator. Chapter 32. Brat, you have brought this upon yourself. The name 3. Malevolence foretold of misfortune, formed from the anguished wails of countless souls, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Once one was eroded by it, not only would their consciousness be rendered void, but they would also become puppets at the mercy of the demonic cultivator, with no hope of resurgence. Su Chen was perplexed, struggling to comprehend how the esteemed ninth elder of the Haotian sect could have fallen to the path of demonic cultivation. Witnessing this unexpected scene, Zhang Feiyang and the other disciples of the Haotian sect recoiled, their faces reflecting horror and apprehension. They never imagined that their ninth elder was a demonic cultivator. Heavens! What on earth has happened? Am I blind? Ninth elder, you. How is this possible? The ninth elder is actually a demonic cultivator. The disciples of the Haotian sect whispered among themselves, their heads bowed in disbelief. Ha ha, young man. Only now do you realize? Li Tai's laughter echoed in the air, filled with pride and madness. Alas, it is too late. You have utterly enraged me. Today shall be your end. Prepare to meet your demise. Before his words had fully dissipated, he swept his hand violently, unleashing the terrifying three-in malevolence that surged towards Su Chen like a tidal wave. The black mist, resembling a gaping maw, sought to engulf Su Chen entirely, dragging him into an abyss of darkness and despair. Observing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow, channeling the infernal sun power within him to its utmost limit, intensifying the flames enveloping him, significantly enhancing his defenses. Boom! The eerie three-in malevolence collided with the protective barrier of the infernal sun energy, producing a series of muffled thuds. Although it could not penetrate the barrier at that moment, the three-in malevolence had already surrounded Su Chen, gradually consuming the infernal sun energy emanating from the barrier. Ha ha ha. Brat, do not struggle. Your death is inevitable, Li Tai proclaimed, reveling in his apparent victory. In his eyes, Su Chen was merely a fish on the chopping block, at his mercy. Feeling his internal energy deplete rapidly, a look of concern crossed Su Chen's face. The three-in malevolence was indeed formidable, and his spiritual energy was being severely drained. If this stalemate continued, it would not be long before the malevolent force fully occupied his body, turning him into Li Tai's puppet. After all, he was merely at the fourth level of the Sacred King realm, while Li Tai was a seasoned powerhouse at the peak of the Sacred King realm, with far more abundant spiritual energy. Realizing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. No matter what, he could not allow the three-in malevolence to seize control of his body. Otherwise, he would truly be doomed. It was time for him to reveal his trump card. He called out to Guoluo, "Guoluo, make your move." Eagerly awaiting Su Chen's command, Guoluo wasted no time unleashing her full power, the revival of all things. Countless vines, as thick as fingers, erupted from behind her, writhing like a multitude of serpents. Upon witnessing this, Li Tai's expression changed instantly. He could not have anticipated that the seemingly delicate Guoluo possessed such terrifying combat prowess. "Bind!" Guoluo exclaimed, her jade-like hand waving towards Li Tai. The innumerable vines surged forth, seemingly sentient, rushing towards him. Despite their soft appearance, each vine contained boundless spiritual energy. Realizing he could not escape, Li Tai's heart raced as he hastily concentrated all his energy, bracing himself to withstand Guoluo's attack. Hiss! Hiss, hiss! The vines ensnared Li Tai, binding him tightly and relentlessly pulling outward. Panic flooded his face as he struggled violently, desperate to free himself from Guoluo's grasp. Yet, the vines were as unyielding as stone. No matter how he thrashed, they refused to relent. Damn it! Li Tai gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept his fate. You insignificant ants think you can keep me here? You are dreaming. Just then, Zhang Feiyang and the other disciples of the Haotian sect felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over them. Startled, they turned to look behind them, only to see a pitch-black mass of three-in malevolence looming ominously. Ah, this is bad. Ah, Master, please don't kill me. Ninth Elder, we are all disciples of the Haotian sect. You cannot treat us this way. As the three-in malevolence enveloped them, the disciples of the Haotian sect screamed in terror. However, the area shrouded in the dark malevolence was too vast, leaving them no chance to escape. In mere moments, their internal energy was completely siphoned away, leading to their demise. Soon, the lifeless forms of Zhang Feiyang and the other disciples arose like puppets, their eyes vacant and bodies exuding an eerie aura, moving stiffly like walking corpses. Under the control of the three-in malevolence, these disciples brandished their weapons and frantically attacked the vines binding Li Tai. Truly, a madness unleashed. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen could not help but display a hint of astonishment on his face, his disdain for Li Tai deepening in his heart. In a desperate attempt to elevate his combat prowess swiftly and ensure his own survival, the ninth elder of the Haotian sect resorted to the nefarious art of blood extraction from his own disciples. Utterly insane. You have forced my hand. Li Tai's expression turned icy upon perceiving Su Chen's scorn, a flicker of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. Today, I shall make you like them. A puppet for my command. I will indulge in your two women before your very eyes each night. Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Tai, akin to a towering mountain. Crack, crack, crack. The vines binding him began to snap and shatter under this overwhelming force, disintegrating into dust that scattered through the air. Master, hurry and kill him. I cannot hold him much longer. The urgency in Greenvine's voice was palpable as her pupils constricted, her heart racing. If this formidable demon were to break free, a calamity would surely befall them, leaving them with no hope of survival. Die. Seeing Greenvine's pallid visage, Su Chen could not afford to underestimate the situation. He fervently ignited his own blood essence, pushing his combat strength to its zenith. The two golden suns behind him radiated a scorching and dazzling light, casting the surrounding area in a crimson glow. Flames of the sun. With a thunderous roar, Su Chen unleashed a barrage of fiery punches directed at Li Tai. In this moment, he poured forth his most potent attacks, channeling all his spiritual energy. You've lost your mind. Seeing Su Chen recklessly burning his blood essence, Li Tai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He hastily summoned a veil of black mist to shield himself from Su Chen's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of violent explosions as black smoke billowed and churned. Li Tai's white robe lay in tatters, his body marred with wounds, blood streaming, presenting a ghastly sight. A gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest, oozing black blood. Yet, he bore no expression of pain. Rather, a sinister grin crept across his face. You truly believe you can kill me so easily? No one is unaware of the secret of your sacred body of the sun. Haraha. Prepare to face endless pursuit. I shall await you below. With that, Li Tai collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Chapter 33. The enchanting sect master Chu Yanran finally resolved. Su Chen exhaled deeply, fatigue etching itself onto his features. The battle had been won, yet it exacted a tremendous toll. Had he not possessed the sacred body of the sun, he would have surely succumbed. Approaching Li Tai's lifeless form, he retrieved a storage ring from his right-hand index finger and discovered another upon searching his body. Bah, this old wretch is rather cunning. After spitting in disdain, Su Chen opened the storage ring, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Inside, he found an overwhelming collection of pills, spirit stones, and an array of treasures. Additionally, there were numerous martial techniques, spiritual artifacts, and magical treasures. Indeed, the Haotian sect is affluent beyond measure. No wonder they dominate the eastern wilderness. Su Chen could not help but marvel. The Haotian sect was a powerful faction, ranking among the top 8 in the eastern wilderness continent, and likely within the top 30 across the entire Tianxuan Continent. Sister Fairy, what is the master doing? Greenvine inquired, her brows furrowing in confusion as she observed Su Chen rummaging through the corpses of Zhang Feiyang and the Haotian sect disciples. Ignore him. He is merely a treasure seeker. With all these riches, he must be overjoyed. Yi Qingmei remarked with a smirk. Just don't emulate him, or you might find yourself in a rather compromising position should you bear him a child. Sister Fairy, what nonsense are you spouting? Greenvine's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she pouted. Although she had secretly harbored feelings for Su Chen, Yi Qingmei's blunt words left her flustered. Hee, Greenvine, do not be bashful. You are stunning. If that fellow were to marry you, he'd be the happiest man alive. Rest assured, he won't let you slip away. Yi Qingmei teased, playfully patting Greenvine's shoulder. Sister Fairy, I shall disregard you. Greenvine huffed, her face still aglow with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, having thoroughly looted the storage rings of the Haotian sect disciples and acquiring a trove of treasures, Su Chen felt a wave of elation wash over him. It seemed he need not worry about financial constraints in the future. Though he was the last male heir of the Su family, he had left in haste with Yi Qingmei, taking little in the way of cultivation resources. Once everything was secured, he hummed a cheerful tune as he approached Yi Qingmei and Greenvine, who were seated on a patch of grass engaged in sisterly conversation, appearing quite intimate. Startled by his sudden appearance, the two women nearly leapt from their seats. Yi Qingmei smacked her chest, fixing him with a fierce glare. "Little Chen, are you trying to scare us to death?" "My apologies, sister," Su Chen said sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. He then handed the 2 storage rings to Yi Qingmei and Greenvine. "Sister, Greenvine, the items within these rings will be beneficial for your cultivation." "Oh." Both women responded obediently, adorning their delicate hands with the rings. This gesture signified Su Chen's acknowledgement of their identities, and thus they would certainly keep them. In the long life hall of the Haotian sect in the eastern wilderness, an elder tasked with overseeing the soul lamps of the sect's disciples was deep in meditation when he suddenly sensed the flickering of the lamps before him. Startled, he sprang to his feet, a grave expression crossing his face. The extinguishing of a soul lamp signified the fall of an elite disciple from the Haotian sect. Surveying the extinguished lamps, the elder's face darkened considerably. He recognized that the extinguished lamps belonged to disciples who had accompanied the sect's holy son, Zhang Feiyang, into the ancient forbidden land a decade prior. Now, their souls had scattered, and even the holy son had not escaped unscathed. "Who dares to slaughter my Haotian sect disciples? They seek death." With venomous intent, the elder's gaze shifted toward the horizon, his eyes brimming with icy resolve. "Whoever you are, I shall capture you and ensure you are ground to dust, never to be reborn." As he spoke, the elder's aura surged, filling the hall with a chilling presence that sent shivers down the spine. Just then, the soul lamp representing the 9th elder, Li Tai, extinguished abruptly. "What is happening? How can this be?" The sight of Li Tai's extinguished lamp caused the elder's expression to darken, a tempest of fury swelling within him. "Which scoundrel has dared to provoke the authority of my Haotian sect?" A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the 9th elder and his companions have attracted the ire of an unparalleled powerhouse during their trials in the ancient forbidden land? After all, Li Tai was a 9th-layer Saint King a decade ago, capable of evading even early Emperor-level adversaries. To fall to such a fate indicates they must have encountered an opponent of extraordinary strength. As this realization dawned upon him, a tremor coursed through his body, an overwhelming chill rising from within. Could it be those legendary beings? The deacon elder's expression fluctuated between dark and light, filled with an overwhelming sense of apprehension. He was acutely aware of the implications of a mid-stage quasi-emperor's intervention. Such a being could obliterate a small city single-handedly. If the Joyous Union sect had indeed provoked such a formidable force, the consequences would be dire. I must promptly report this matter to the sect master. After a brief moment of contemplation, the deacon elder made his decision. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, heading towards the master's peak. Within the Joyous Union sect, a magnificent peak loomed amidst the towering mountains, standing tall like a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing into the boundless sky. Atop this giant peak rested an expansive palace, with the 3 golden characters Celestial Pivot Palace inscribed upon its plaque. This palace served as the main seat of the Joyous Union sect, the dwelling place of its leader. Inside the Celestial Pivot Palace, a woman clad in a flowing red gown reclined gracefully upon a mat. Her beauty was ethereal, her skin as delicate as a petal, seemingly as soft as water. Her figure was enchanting, and every movement exuded an alluring grace. Particularly captivating were her phoenix-like eyes, which sparkled with an enchanting brilliance that could stir the heart. This woman was none other than Chu Yanran, the sect master of the Joyous Union. Not only was Chu Yanran stunningly beautiful, but her innate talent for cultivation was also extraordinary. At merely a century old, she had already reached the late quasi-emperor stage. With one more step, she could ascend to the legendary emperor realm. As the youngest sect master in the history of the Joyous Union, her prestige was unparalleled, and her status was transcendent. Although she appeared languorous, half reclining on the mat with her eyes closed, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into her body. This energy transformed into a milky liquid, integrating with her delicate form, enhancing her already flawless skin. A small yet exquisite spiritual platform hovered within her dantian, radiating brilliant spiritual light. On this platform, a vibrant 7-colored lotus bloomed, exuding a rich vitality and dazzling brilliance. The spiritual energy from the 7-colored lotus transformed into streams of milky liquid, infusing Chu Yanran's limbs and bones, continually augmenting her cultivation. It was her possession of the 7-colored lotus physique that enabled her rapid advancement, establishing her as a formidable figure. Though the 7-colored lotus physique was the pinnacle of furnace physiques for female cultivators, fully realizing its potential required dual cultivation with a male counterpart. However, Over the years, Chu Yin had not considered any man worthy of her attention. The so-called geniuses in the eyes of the world failed to captivate her, let alone qualify as her dual cultivation partner. Her standards were exceedingly high. She would either remain single for eternity or choose an unparalleled prodigy. Just then, she abruptly opened her enchanting eyes, and a white figure came into her line of sight. It was her senior brother, Yu Ming. Upon seeing him, Chu Yinran's brows furrowed slightly, and with an indifferent tone, she inquired, "Senior brother Yu Ming, what brings you here?" Chu Yinran was well acquainted with her brother's character. He was typically very low profile within the sect. It was unlikely that he would seek her out without a significant reason, especially given the pallor of his complexion, which hinted at something dire. "Master, the soul lamps of the sect's Saint Sun, Zhang Feiyang, and over 20 others who ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land 10 years ago have all extinguished." Yu Ming's expression grew even graver as he reported through clenched teeth. "What did you say? The elites sent to the ancient Forbidden Land for trials 10 years ago were all annihilated?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yinran's face instantly transformed. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. How could I deceive the sect master?" Yu Ming nodded vigorously, though internally he sighed at the unfortunate outcome. What was Elder 9, Li Tai, doing? A ninth-layer Saint King couldn't he protect even one of these elite disciples? Chu Yinran's countenance darkened, her voice turning icy. Initially, she had intended for this talented group of disciples to return after a decade of trials in the ancient Forbidden Land, significantly bolstering the sect's strength. To ensure their safety, she had invested considerable resources and employed questionable methods to send Li Tai, a ninth-layer Saint King, along to safeguard them. Little did she expect that Li Tai would fail to protect even a single disciple, leading to their demise in the ancient Forbidden Land and completely derailing her plans. "Master." Elder 9. Seeing Chu Yinran's fury, Yu Ming hesitated, his emotions tumultuous. "What happened to Li Tai?" Chu Yinran's expression turned serious as she pressed for answers. He also perished." Yu Ming inhaled deeply and slowly revealed. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, causing the entire celestial pivot palace to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. "What?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yinran shot to her feet. The sudden news struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Master, Li Tai's soul lamp has gone out." Yu Ming nodded gravely, his heart heavy. "Come, take me to the Hall of Eternal Life." After a brief moment, Chu Yinran regained her composure. Her expression darkened to an extreme, and the fury within her surged like a volcanic eruption, her beautiful eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent. She intended to use the sect's secret arts to locate the murderer who had slain Li Tai and the others. 10 years ago, before Li Tai entered the ancient Forbidden Land, Chu Yinran had placed a mark on him that enabled her to witness the last moments of his life through his soul lamp. "Yes, sect master." Upon hearing her command, Yu Ming wasted no time and hurriedly led her to the Hall of Eternal Life. Inside the Hall of Eternal Life, when Chu Yinran saw that Li Tai's soul lamp had truly extinguished, her delicate face darkened to a watery hue. Waves of killing intent emanating from her like a sharp blade slicing through the void, causing the entire space to tremble. "Master, the death of Elder 9 in the ancient Forbidden Land is likely not as simple as it seems, I suspect." Yu Ming cautiously stole a glance at Chu Yinran, hesitating for a moment before speaking, with a hint of doubt on his face. "Oh, do share your thoughts," Chu Yinran replied, raising an intrigued eyebrow. Elder 9 was already a ninth-layer Saint King a decade ago, yet he was killed in the ancient Forbidden Land. I suspect that the one who killed him must be at least a mid-stage quasi-emperor. Such a powerful being, Yu Ming's face displayed a hint of trepidation as he spoke softly. "Who do you suspect?" Chu Yinran narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Yu Ming as she asked in a low voice. "Sect master, I suspect our sworn enemy, the Qingyan sect." Yu Ming gritted his teeth, articulating each word carefully. Regardless of who has slain our joyous union's elders and elite disciples, I will ensure they pay a severe price," Chu Yinran declared, her brow furrowing fiercely, her beautiful eyes aflame with murderous intent. Having spoken, she bit her jade finger, allowing a drop of her essence blood to fall upon Li Tai's soul lamp. In an instant, Chu Yinran's blood mingled with the oil of the soul lamp, creating a radiant golden glow, and a luminescent barrier manifested in the air. Within this barrier, a young man appeared, bare-chested, with 2 golden suns materializing behind him, enveloped in intense flames. The legendary inflammable sacred body. Yu Ming's face reflected shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He had only read about the inflammable sacred body in ancient texts and never anticipated witnessing its resurgence among humanity in his lifetime. The last known bearer of this body had been a renowned emperor of the heavenly Tao during ancient times, who had led humanity to triumph over numerous beast tides, instilling fear in other races with his formidable power. In the desolate ancient forbidden land, one could hardly anticipate the existence of such extraordinary individuals. Chu Yanran's lips curled into a peculiar smile as she lightly chuckled. Elder Yuming, please conduct a private investigation into this young man's identity. Remember, ensure that no one learns of it, and do not reveal a hint of his sacred body of the sun. Yes, Sect Master. Yuming nodded respectfully and exited. As he departed, Chu Yanran's gaze once more fell upon Su Chen displayed on the luminous screen, her eyes deep in contemplation as she murmured, "The emergence of the sacred body of the sun heralds a tumultuous storm for the Tianxuan Continent." In the central state, at the heavenly demon sect, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing black gown reclined on a luxurious bed, propping her head with one hand. Her skin was as delicate as fine jade, exuding an alluring sheen. Her figure was long and graceful, accentuated by her prominent bosom, evoking an irresistible allure. With a subtle layer of makeup enhancing her exquisite features, arching willow brows, cherry lips, and captivating eyes, she embodied the essence of beauty. She was the sect master of the heavenly demon sect, MOG. At that moment, her enchanting gaze was fixed upon the same luminous screen as Chu Yanran. Giggle. I never imagined the unparalleled sacred body of the sun would appear. She laughed seductively, her charm palpable. Such an exceptional furnace will belong solely to me. I wonder, though, how adept this young man is in other areas. MOG extended her delicate hand to caress her crimson lips, her eyes ablaze with desire. Just as her thoughts wandered, a woman rushed in from a distance. This lady was strikingly beautiful, with captivating phoenix eyes, exuding an aura of fierce determination that demanded respect. Upon seeing her, MOG immediately suppressed her alluring smile, adopting a serious expression. Xiaolon, do you have news? Yes, master. This young man is named Su Chen, the 10th son of the Su family from the eastern wilderness Great Zhou Dynasty. The woman, named Mo Lan, was MOG's direct disciple and the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. After receiving the imagery from Li Tai's final moments, she began her investigation into Su Chen. Utilizing the sect's formidable intelligence network, she swiftly uncovered Su Chen's identity. The 10th son of the Su family from the Great Zhou Dynasty, MOG was momentarily taken aback, her eyes then glimmering with intrigue. I did not expect it to be that young man. Master, what shall we do about this matter? Mo Lan inquired, her brow furrowed. Of course, we shall capture him to serve as a furnace. MOG licked her lips, her seductive gaze locking onto Mo Lan. No, I will personally handle this to prevent others from getting ahead of me. Hee, that sacred body of the sun is indeed a rarity. After you enjoy him, let Xiaolon have a taste as well. Everything depends on your command, master. Mo Lan's cheeks flushed as she shyly lowered her head. Despite being the holy maiden, she remained inexperienced in matters of intimacy, and the thought made her blush. Xiaolon, do not be shy. That is the sacred body of the sun sharing a dual cultivation session could yield immense benefits. MOG teased, noticing Mo Lan's bashful demeanor. In the ancient forbidden land, master, we are nearing the spiritual herb garden. Green Lo pointed towards a lush grove ahead, addressing Su Chen. Su Chen raised his gaze to behold the extraordinary forest, which seemed endless, with the spiritual energy manifesting as a mist. Towering trees, robust vines, and the cries of flying beasts resonated from within. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen sensed that the spiritual herb garden was likely guarded by formidable beasts, making reckless entry perilous. Yet, every herb within possessed properties rivaling divine medicines. Even the most ordinary would provide substantial benefits to cultivators. Given the abundance of rare herbs, Su Chen was unwilling to miss this opportunity and resolved to take the risk. Determined, he swiftly made his way towards the spiritual herb garden. Master, Green Lo attempted to caution him against entering recklessly, but her words were silenced by Yi Qingmei's gesture, signaling her to remain quiet. Having spent time with Su Chen, Yi Qingmei understood his resolute nature. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could dissuade him. Although reluctant, Green Lo held her tongue. Let us follow him and see, Yi Qingmei suggested gently. Yes, Sister Fairy, Green Lo nodded slightly, then followed Yi Qingmei. Unbeknownst to them, Their every move was being observed by two women within the spiritual herb garden. One was a robust woman in red, who licked her lips and remarked to her slender, stunning sister in purple, "Sister, I never expected these human cultivators to have the audacity to spy on our garden." Giggle. "Is my dear sister yearning for a man?" The enchanting purple-clad woman gazed at the screen, her smile radiant. "Yet, this young man is indeed handsome and worthy of you, though his physique may be. Sister, you are truly mischievous." The red-clad woman blushed, playfully stamping her foot before turning her head away, unable to bear another glance at the screen. "If you say that again, I will ignore you." Giggle. "My dear sister has grown shy?" The purple-clad woman covered her mouth, laughing delightfully, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding irresistible charm. "Sister, you." The purple-clad woman noticed her sister's flustered demeanor. "Do not fret, let me finish," she continued, pointing at Chen on the screen, her smile alluring. "We have dwelled in this ancient forbidden land for a millennium, and through the various spiritual herbs in this garden, our cultivation has reached the initial stage of quasi-emperor, establishing ourselves as formidable forces here. However, advancing further in a short time may prove challenging, yet today, fortune has presented itself to us." Upon hearing this, the red-clad woman's eyes brightened. "Sister, are you suggesting?" "Sister is astute. I shall speak plainly." The purple-clad woman looked at her robust sister, smiling mischievously. "We cultivate the alluring arts of the demon sect, and the swiftest way to enhance our skills is through dual cultivation with a man. This young man possesses mid-stage sacred king cultivation, making him a rare furnace in this ancient forbidden land. We will deliberately allow them entry into our garden and capture the three of them. Sister, you may first engage in dual cultivation to elevate your prowess." The purple-clad woman was abruptly interrupted by her sister. "Sister, you know that dual cultivation requires a man's participation. With my appearance, I fear that young man." Giggle. "Regardless of his willingness, he must comply. First, we can use the lives of those two women to threaten him, and secondly, I have ways to make him yield." Hee, how considerate of you, sister." Upon hearing the analysis from the woman clad in purple, the stout woman in red immediately displayed an expression of ecstatic delight, eagerly wrapping her arms around her counterpart's arm and acting coyly. Chen was oblivious to the machinations of the two demonic cultivators plotting against him, as he had just arrived near the medicinal herb garden. With such an abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs, could it be that no fierce beasts were guarding them? From a distance, he gazed into the garden and was astounded by the sheer number of spiritual herbs, far too numerous to count, and of a quality surpassing anything he could procure outside. Chen couldn't help but drool at the sight. Oh, it seemed that a fierce beast was approaching from that direction. As Chen was peering into the garden, a creature resembling a colossal diamond ape suddenly charged in from the side. With a mane of white fur, enormous feet akin to small boats, and a height nearing 10 meters, its back was adorned with thick, scaly armor that gleamed with a chilling luster under the sunlight, indicating formidable defensive capabilities. At that moment, it stretched its massive arms, drool dripping from its grotesque mouth, and rushed towards the medicinal herb garden. Damn! A golden-armored giant ape. Chen recognized the behemoth immediately, unable to suppress an expletive. Ancient texts recounted that an adult golden-armored giant ape possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of a peak Saint King, and coupled with its formidable physical strength, it could contend with human quasi-emperors. In this ancient forbidden land, it was a being of considerable power. Clearly, this creature had its sights set on the medicinal herb garden. Chen quickly deduced the ape's intent and internally mused. However, this medicinal herb garden is not so easily acquired. With the golden-armored giant ape's appearance, the guardian beasts of the garden would surely reveal themselves soon. Chen resolved to watch the unfolding conflict, hoping to seize an opportunity to benefit from the chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of emerald-hued birds burst forth from the garden. Though small in size, each of these birds was fiercely aggressive, swiftly surrounding the golden-armored giant ape. Roar! Upon encountering the audacious creatures blocking its path, the ape pounded its chest and roared at the sky. With a swipe of its massive claws, it seized a few of the larger birds, devouring them whole without even plucking their feathers, while blood dripped from its grotesque mouth. The sight was utterly terrifying. Witnessing the slaughter of their kin, the emerald birds were instantly engulfed by a wave of fury, launching a frenzied assault upon the golden-armored giant ape. Simultaneously, Several 2-meter wingspan birds emerged from the garden to join the fray against the ape. Realizing it was outnumbered, the golden armored giant ape began to retreat. But it was too late. Before it could muster the strength to flee, it found itself ensnared by countless emerald birds, encircled layer upon layer. Under the leadership of the foremost bird, the swarm unleashed a final, decisive attack. Numerous emerald birds clung to the stout and cumbersome body of the ape, pecking with their sharp beaks and clawing with their talons, creating numerous small wounds across its massive form. With its escape route thoroughly cut off and no hope of fleeing, the golden armored giant ape refused to succumb passively. It swung its fist relentlessly at the birds clinging to it, instantly smashing several of them into oblivion. Their remains scattered and blood spraying everywhere, a gruesome spectacle. Yet none of the emerald birds chose to flee. The blood of their fallen kin ignited their fighting spirit, and they attacked with even greater ferocity, inflicting more wounds upon the ape. A few of the larger birds targeted the creature's eyes and rear. Howling in pain, the golden armored giant ape inadvertently lost an eye to a successful ambush from one of the emerald birds. Its remaining eye turned blood red, plunging it into a furious state. With both claws, it uprooted a thick tree and swung it mightily, knocking several attacking birds to the ground, where they emitted pained cries. Seeing this, a few birds responsible for maintaining formation joined the front line. At the cost of 2 comrades being injured, they finally managed to peck out the ape's other eye. Blinded and disoriented, the golden armored giant ape flailed about like a drunken giant, swinging its massive weapon erratically. Ultimately, after exhausting itself, its colossal form collapsed heavily to the ground. All the emerald birds descended upon it, swiftly bringing an end to its life. Although the emerald birds emerged victorious, they paid a considerable price. The ground in this area was drenched in blood, leaving one astounded. No wonder, for years, no one had dared to enter this medicinal herb garden. Having witnessed the recent bloody spectacle, Su Chen inwardly marveled at his prudence in not rashly entering the garden. Otherwise, he too would have met a fate akin to that of the golden armored giant ape. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to leave with the 2 women, Green Vine and Yi Qingmei. This medicinal herb garden was beyond his current capabilities. Just as he turned to depart, a sudden rush of air behind him caught his attention. The emerald birds, previously feasting on the carcass of the golden armored giant ape, suddenly flew towards them. This is bad. Run. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he instinctively grasped Green Vine and Yi Qingmei's hands, fleeing in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the speed of the emerald birds. In the blink of an eye, they had completely blocked their escape route. Damn! Su Chen's face turned ashen. He was truly in trouble this time. These emerald birds clearly had no intention of letting them go. Xiao Chen, what should we do? Yi Qingmei's face paled, her body trembling slightly, still haunted by the earlier scene. She was at a loss on how to confront such a swarm of fierce birds. After all, the recent carnage lingered in her mind. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We will surely find a way to survive, Su Chen reassured Yi Qingmei, placing her behind him while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Since they had come this far, they might as well take a closer look. At that moment, a languid female voice floated from within the medicinal herb garden. Hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed involuntarily. Was it possible that the emerald birds were the pets of this voice's owner? If these birds were so formidable, then the owner's strength must be. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke forth on Su Chen's forehead, and a wave of fear surged from the depths of his being. It appeared that today, he was likely to meet his demise here. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Taking a deep breath, he calmly stated, "Then I shall intrude upon you, esteemed elder." With that, he took one hand of Green Vine and the other of Yi Qingmei, making their way into the medicinal herb garden. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, one could not escape their fate. Upon entering the garden, they discovered a lush expanse where the spiritual herbs and grasses thrived as if alive, brimming with vitality. The spiritual energy within the garden was over 10 times denser than that outside, making cultivation or healing here far more effective. At the center of the garden stood an ancient rustic courtyard. A towering tree, dense with foliage, bore many vibrant red fruits. Under the eaves hung a large bell, ringing melodiously. At the stone table in the courtyard sat 2 women, one clad in red and the other in purple. The woman in red was stout, with dark skin and an unattractive visage, while her companion in purple was slender, fair-skinned, and breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a blooming violet. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, she appeared ethereal, as though she had stepped out of a painting. Her enchanting eyes seemed to captivate the soul, leaving one entranced. The prowess of the two individuals was utterly inscrutable to Su Chen, suggesting they were formidable beings above the quasi-emperor realm. At this moment, the woman in purple, delicately cradling a teacup, savored the fragrant tea. Upon noticing the arrival of Su Chen and his companions, the plump woman in red brightened, her gaze upon Su Chen burning with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. The woman in purple displayed no sign of surprise, merely casting a fleeting glance their way before returning her focus to her aromatic brew, as though Su Chen and his companions were invisible to her. Esteemed seniors, we, the juniors, have intruded uninvited. We hope you will not take offense, Su Chen proclaimed, standing firm and bowing respectfully, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. Although he felt some dissatisfaction towards the aloof attitude of the woman in purple, he could not ignore her overwhelming strength. This was, after all, a world where power reigned supreme, and dissent would lead to inevitable consequences. It is not impossible for us to overlook this, the rotund woman in red replied, her eyes glinting with mischief. However, young man, you must agree to one condition from my sister and me. At her words, Su Chen felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his politeness, responding, Please, esteemed senior, do not hesitate to state your request. The woman in red rose swiftly and approached Su Chen, her chubby hand grasping his chin as an alluring smile danced upon her lips. All you need to do is agree to stay and become our personal furnace. What? Su Chen's pupils dilated in shock. No amount of speculation had prepared him for such an outrageous demand from these two women. This seems rather inappropriate. While he could begrudgingly accept the allure of the woman in purple, the unattractive appearance of the woman in red was quite another matter. The woman's eyes flickered with displeasure, yet she remained patient, asking, What is inappropriate? As long as you agree to stay, I assure you that no harm will come to you, and my sisters can leave safely at any time. However, should you refuse this condition, you surely understand the consequences. Her voice was calm, yet a chilling undertone was unmistakable as she continued, Do not doubt our strength. Esteemed senior, Su Chen's expression shifted as uncertainty clouded his thoughts. He had no confidence in overcoming the two women, and refusing them could lead to dire consequences for himself and his companions. Yet, agreeing to serve them diminished the very purpose of his arrival in this realm. The turmoil within him was palpable. Noticing his hesitation, the woman in red's expression darkened. Her plump visage trembled as she barked, What? Do you think my sister's conditions are excessive? Regardless of your agreement, you have already become our slave. Do you believe you possess the right to resist us? Moreover, if you wish to live, you must obey. My sister and I possess beauty that will ensure you experience unparalleled pleasure. Su Chen, do not agree to them. Suddenly, Yi Qingmei's voice rang out, interrupting the woman in red's tirade. Taken aback, the woman in red seethed. Who do you think you are, to interfere with my affairs? Her ire flared as she raised a hand, striking Yi Qingmei across the face. With a resounding slap, 5 crimson imprints appeared on Yi Qingmei's delicate cheek as her body was flung backward, crashing against the courtyard wall. The suddenness of the event left Su Chen stunned. Unable to anticipate such an aggression from the woman in red, his pupils narrowed as he rushed to Yi Qingmei's side, concern etched across his face. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Seeing the blood trickling from Yi Qingmei's lips filled Su Chen with anguish, his handsome features darkening with rage. Clenching his fists, he radiated an aura of ferocity. The dragon's reverse scale, to touch it meant certain death. Yi Qingmei was his reverse scale. What do you intend to do? The woman in red scoffed, unfazed by Su Chen's fury. Do not reject our hospitality. Consider carefully, my sister and I are far more enchanting than she is. Should you choose her, you will forfeit everything, including your life. You shall pay. Su Chen's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The 2 golden suns behind him emerged, casting a scorching light that ignited the atmosphere into a frenzy. His skin took on a fiery hue as the heat emanated from him. Su Chen, do not act recklessly. Yi Qingmei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. She understood that Su Chen was dangerously burning his own essence to forcibly elevate his power and combat prowess in a desperate bid to protect her. Yet, such reckless sacrifice posed a grave risk. He could suffer catastrophic consequences or perish once his vitality was exhausted. Seeing Su Chen's reckless determination filled her heart with guilt and sorrow. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will ensure your safety. With a gentle motion, Su Chen wiped away the tears from Yi Qingmei's eyes, his tone tender. Stay here and wait for my return. He signaled to the nearby green vine, indicating that it should protect Yi Qingmei at all costs. Slowly rising, his crimson eyes locked onto the woman in red. You will pay dearly for your actions. As his words fell, Su Chen transformed into a blur, lunging towards the plump woman in red. Seeking death, she exclaimed, her expression turning icy as a dark sword materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she swung the sword, creating a violent rift in the air, followed by a deafening roar as the blade's brilliance enveloped Su Chen. Spare him, sister, the woman in purple warned, narrowing her eyes at the scene unfolding before her. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, the woman in red acquiesced, retracting her sword with a nod. As the storm of sword energy dissipated, Su Chen coughed up blood, his chest marred with numerous gruesome wounds, crimson droplets cascading down like rain. Su Chen's pallor deepened as his gaze bore into the woman in red, filled with unrestrained fury. She was undeniably a powerful figure, hinting at a breakthrough to the mid-quasi-emperor stage. The strength of the woman in purple, who had remained seated and serene, was an enigma he could only dread. Why did you stop me from eliminating this wretched boy? The woman in red grumbled, sitting beside her alluring sister with a frown. She had nearly transformed Su Chen into mere shredded flesh had her sister not intervened at the last moment. Do not be vexed. Let me finish my words first. The woman in purple soothed. The woman in purple delicately sipped her tea and, with a light laugh, pointed at Su Chen, saying, Have you noticed? This young man possesses an exceptionally potent yang firepower within him. He is indeed a rare yang fire saint body. What do you think would benefit us sisters more? Killing him or keeping him as a furnace? What? Upon hearing this, the stout woman in red could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. This little brat is actually a yang fire saint body. Indeed. At this point, the woman in purple cast a gentle glance at Su Chen and continued, This lad is a tremendous treasure. A single dual cultivation session with him would yield results far superior to 100 sessions with ordinary men. Alas, he is rather cunning and has concealed his secret, deliberately hiding the truth of his yang fire saint body. If he hadn't acted out of anger for a beauty, I might never have discovered this great secret. Excitement bubbled within the woman in purple as she declared, This is a monumental opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens. Haraha. Sister, you are truly wise. The stout woman in red could not contain her laughter, her chubby cheeks shaking in delight. Since this opportunity has been granted to us, what are you waiting for, sister? The woman in purple's eyes gleamed, and a wicked smile graced her lips as she said, Little brat, I am coming to cultivate with you. The stout woman eagerly licked her lips and leaped into the air, preparing to descend like a mountain. Wait, what is it, lad? Su Chen gritted his teeth and pointed at the slender woman in purple, saying, Could that esteemed elder come first? Chapter 38. Yin Lan, in this life, I shall not fail you. Su Chen realized he was out of options and merely sought to choose a woman he found more pleasing to punish him. If that hefty woman were to land on him, he would surely be ruined. Puff, the beautiful woman in purple, who was sipping her tea, suddenly sprayed it out. Her face flushed as she cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen, thinking, This little fellow is quite something. Even at this moment, he is picky about appearances. Though my sister may be. You little brat, what did you say? Do you dare to disdain me? The stout woman's cheeks turned green with rage, looking as if she wanted to kill Su Chen. Meanwhile, the woman in purple stood up, walking gracefully towards Su Chen, giggling softly. Little brother, I admire your bravery. Thus, I shall make an exception and grant your request. As her words fell, the woman in purple was about to sit down. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on her graceful figure, despair creeping into his eyes. Good brother, hold on. Suddenly, an endless stream of black mist surged towards them. Oh, an unparalleled powerhouse is approaching. The beautiful woman in purple's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, Sister, we must flee. She is coming. As soon as she spoke, the beautiful woman in purple grabbed the stout woman in red, transforming into two streaks of light and fleeing into the distance. Hee, you cannot escape. A chilling female voice echoed from the endless black mist. In an instant, the two women in red and purple were enveloped by a cloud of black mist. Ah, two anguished cries emerged from the mist. As the black mist gradually dissipated, two withered corpses were revealed. One was the stout woman in red, and the other was the beautiful woman in purple. Before the astonished eyes of Su Chen and his companions, a crimson figure slowly materialized. Before Su Chen stood a woman clad in a flowing red gown. Her skin was flawless, her brows elegantly arched, her eyes sparkling with vitality, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips red and teeth white. She possessed a tall and curvaceous figure, exuding an alluring beauty that was simply captivating, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yet, a hint of coldness lingered on her stunning face. The nine nether saintess from ancient times? Upon recognizing the woman's appearance, Su Chen's heart surged with astonishment, his eyes filled with awe. He had not anticipated that the nine nether saintess, who had once spared his life in the forest of death, would appear here and even save him at a critical moment. However, what transpired next nearly dropped Su Chen's jaw in disbelief. The nine nether saintess gently raised her right hand, causing the entire spirit herb garden to slowly lift off the ground, hovering 3 meters above. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the entire garden began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a jade stone that rested in her delicate hand. Hiss! This! Su Chen inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined the nine nether saintess's power to be so formidable. Little brother, why do you gaze at your sister so? The nine nether saintess flashed a beguiling smile, her red lips parting as she asked, Are you yearning for this? As she spoke, she lifted the jade stone that had transformed from the spirit herb garden. And no, I dare not. Su Chen quickly shook his head. It would be foolish to attempt to seize something from a super powerhouse like the nine nether saintess. You little brat are quite sincere. The nine nether saintess's flirtatious smile faded as she cast a cold glance at Su Chen. I hope you will always treat the women around you well. If I ever discover that you have wronged them, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. As her words reached a climax, the nine nether saintess's tone shifted abruptly, a chilling murderous intent radiating from her, sending shivers down Su Chen's spine. I understand. Su Chen quickly lowered his head, secretly grumbling within. This nine nether saintess truly has a wide sphere of influence. Just because she was wronged by the heavenly Tao Emperor, she seems to believe all men are scoundrels. How absurd. Humph. The nine nether saintess huffed coldly before vanishing from sight. She just left so gracefully? Su Chen stared blankly at the empty space before him, feeling bewildered. Shouldn't she have left me with some lingering thoughts? Master, this is the item that lady left for you. Green Lotus's voice suddenly echoed in Su Chen's ear. Oh? Su Chen turned around promptly. He saw Green Lotus holding a piece of emerald jade delicately in her hand. Isn't this the jade stone from the spirit herb garden that the nine nether saintess held earlier? How did it end up in Green Lotus's possession? Why would she give me such a treasure? A flurry of questions filled Su Chen's mind. Master, that lady seems familiar to me. Green Lotus glanced at the jade stone in her hand, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she exclaimed, That's right. I remember now. That lady has been by your side for quite some time, but ultimately you. At this point, Green Lotus's voice trailed off as she stole a glance at Su Chen, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Cough, cough. Noticing this, Su Chen deliberately cleared his throat twice to mask his own embarrassment, slowly accepting the jade stone from Green Lotus. He recalled hearing Green Lotus mention that he was the reincarnation of the ancient heavenly Tao Emperor, and that the nine nether saintess had long pursued him in ancient times but had ultimately retreated in despair, isolating herself in this forbidden land. No wonder she had acted to save him, yet her demeanor towards him remained cold, as if he owed her an immense debt. It turned out that this woman had once cherished him, yet he had failed to appreciate her. Sigh. Upon reflecting on this, Su Chen could not help but let out a long sigh. Monetary debts may be easily repaid, yet emotional debts are far more arduous to settle. Xiao Chen, in this lifetime, do not let down the saintess, he mused. Meanwhile, Yi Qingmei, who had also grasped the gravity of the situation, fixed her serious gaze upon Su Chen and spoke. Though she had little interaction with the saintess of the nine nether, she had heard tales of her valor during ancient times, when she fought alongside the heavenly emperor against the monstrous tide, only to be left heartbroken and sealed away in this desolate ancient land. This profound love story deeply moved Yi Qingmei, a woman herself. Sister-in-law, are you not jealous? Su Chen, momentarily taken aback, looked at Yi Qingmei with confusion. Are you not afraid of sharing your husband with another woman? Do you think I am the kind of unreasonable, jealous woman? Yi Qingmei rolled her eyes, exasperated. You and the saintess were destined to be together in a past life. In this lifetime, you should indeed be her man. We nine sisters are merely later arrivals. If anyone owes an apology, it is us nine sisters who owe it to the saintess. She has not only refrained from blaming me, but but has also repeatedly saved me in times of peril. How could I, as her sister, harbor jealousy towards her? Sighing once more after hearing Yi Qingmei's words, Su Chen fell silent, standing there quietly as he gazed in the direction where the saintess had departed. Memories of the 9 nether saintess, buried deep within his mind, began to resurface. Scenes from the past replayed rapidly in his thoughts. 1,000,000 years ago, although the 9 nether saintess was the sole daughter of the Lord of the Demon Path, she had never committed any heinous acts. After encountering him in the Sunset Mountains, she fell in love at first sight and chose to stay by his side. He had been aware of her affections in that life, yet his sole pursuit of the pinnacle of the Great Tao had led him to overlook her feelings. After decades of unrequited love, the 9 nether saintess ultimately left, heartbroken by his indifference. Reflecting on it now, he realized how much of a scoundrel he had been. How could a man betray a woman's deep affection? Most importantly, in this lifetime, the 9 nether saintess still held him dear, as evidenced by her repeated rescues. Yinlan, in this life, I shall not fail you. Su Chen inhaled the familiar fragrance of jasmine lingering on the jade in his hand and shouted in the direction the saintess had taken. Chapter 39. What? So many mermaids. Upon hearing this, the 9 nether saintess, concealed in the shadows, trembled slightly, tears uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. A smile of happiness graced her lips as she murmured, "Heavenly Tao, you have finally remembered this saintess? Humph. However, in this lifetime, you shall taste the bitterness of unrequited love." Resolving her thoughts, the 9 nether saintess transformed into a stream of light, racing towards the horizon. Before she bade farewell to the ancient forbidden land, she had many matters to attend to. 10 days later, following the guidance of Green Lo, Su Chen arrived near a vast lake in search of the legendary 5-colored divine stone. This stone, said to have been used by the goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens during ancient times, is believed to contain the essence of the 5 elements, making it an exquisite material for crafting weapons. Su Chen, lacking any formidable weapon, hoped to forge one of his own from the 5-colored divine stone. However, a group had arrived before him. Someone's here. As the group approached the lakeside, the water suddenly surged, and a graceful figure emerged from the depths. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin as fair and delicate as snow, her figure tall and slender with alluring curves. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her demeanor exuded an elegance that captivated all at first glance. Clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her exquisite silhouette, she radiated a noble, graceful, and ethereal aura. Wow, how beautiful! How did such a stunning girl appear here? Absolutely stunning, a true gem. The human cultivators could not help but exclaim, their eyes filled with awe. Particularly the male cultivators, who were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixated on the woman in black, wishing to claim her for themselves. Humph. Sensing the fervent stares from the cultivators, the woman's expression darkened. Who allowed you to tread here? Get out. The cultivators' expressions shifted upon hearing her reprimand. Oh dear. This little beauty needs to temper her fiery temper, one young man remarked, possessing striking features, yet his rebellious attitude earned him disdain. Indeed, such beauty, if I could share a night with her, her cultivation would surely advance. You eat the meat, I will simply savor the soup. Such exquisite beauty must not slip away. You dare. The woman's face turned icy at the shameless remarks of the cultivators. Her aura surged, transforming into a tempest that swept towards them. With a whoosh, the whirlwind surged across the lake, creating a powerful wave that crashed toward the group of cultivators, forcing them to retreat. This little lady is certainly fierce. Seeing this, the leading youth's eyes gleamed with lewd intent. Little beauty, since you refuse to be gracious, I shall show you some color today. He signaled to an elder beside him, who nodded in understanding and quietly stepped back, summoning a dark wooden staff adorned with strange runes. A chilling aura emanated from it. Go. The elder swung the staff towards the woman, commanding, and a dark, ominous wind surged behind him, enveloping her like a gaping maw. Realizing the impending danger, the woman swiftly summoned her spirit energy to form a protective shield around herself. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the dark wind pierced through her defenses, striking her chest directly. Uft! A trickle of crimson blood flowed from her enticing lips, enhancing her allure. Witnessing this, the young man's eyes lit up with malicious delight. What a captivating beauty! How exhilarating it would be to cultivate with her. Despicable scoundrels! The woman wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze sharp as she glared at the crowd. "You shall pay for this. Heh, little girl, once I capture you and take your primordial essence, let us see how you maintain that bravado." The young man laughed, his eyes filled with insatiable desire. "You." The woman trembled with rage, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury. "Everyone, seize her." Seeing her flustered demeanor, the young man mistook her reaction for fear and shouted in excitement. At his command, the group of cultivators surged forward, surrounding the woman. Suddenly, the surface of the lake erupted in tumultuous waves once more. Golden figures leaped from the water, resembling streaks of golden lightning that pierced the void. Most of them possessed a half-human, half-fish appearance. Notably, the female mermaids bore striking resemblance to human women, each one possessing exquisite features and snow-white skin, akin to ethereal beauties emerging from the water, leaving the onlooking human cultivators enraptured. The alluring curves covered by golden scales were enough to make one's mouth water. Their golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over their delicate shoulders, exuding an enchanting charm. Their lower bodies, resembling fish, were adorned with shimmering golden scales that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. Such a multitude of mermaids. Observing this spectacle, the young man's eyes glinted with avarice, nearly drooling with desire. This is a windfall. Brothers, let us each catch a mermaid to take back as a furnace for our cultivation. I assure you, your progress will be exponential, and the frustrations of slow cultivation will be a thing of the past. Upon witnessing so many breathtaking female mermaids, the gazes of the human cultivators ignited with fervor, akin to ravenous wolves spotting their prey, revealing their greed. Ancient texts had chronicled that these female mermaids were naturally exquisite furnaces, and cultivating with them would significantly enhance one's cultivation. The fact that these mermaids, usually dwelling in the western wastes, had appeared in the ancient forbidden grounds only heightened the excitement of the human cultivators. Chapter 40. Old Man, release my daughter. Impudence. The mermaid leader's countenance darkened upon hearing the lewd remarks from the human youth. With a commanding shout, a terrifying aura enveloped her, rippling outward in waves. As it spread, the expressions of the human cultivators shifted, and they hastily retreated. Even the young man was no exception. His face flushed crimson as blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, clearly injured by the force. Impressive. The young man gritted his teeth, a glint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. It was then that everyone noticed the mermaid leader had transformed into a stunning beauty, her figure graceful and curvaceous, with porcelain skin and flowing golden curls cascading over her shoulders. Her captivating gaze sparkled with charm, particularly highlighting her long, fair legs concealed beneath her red gown, exuding an irresistible allure. How beautiful! The young man licked his parched lips, his eyes brimming with desire, as if he longed to devour the enchanting figure before him. What a splendid woman! I adore this type. She is simply intoxicating. She is a gem. If I could cultivate with her, the possibilities would be endless. I eagerly await the moment I capture this woman. I shall revel in it. Though aware of her formidable strength, the young man believed that united, they could overpower her and indulge in her delights. The group of human cultivators, mesmerized by the mermaid leader's breathtaking beauty, could not help but swallow hard. Their gazes filled with obsession. You seek death. The mermaid leader, incensed by the shameless stares of the cultivators, commanded, seize these disgraceful humans. As soon as she spoke, dozens of mermaids leaped from the water, brandishing tridents as they charged at the human cultivators. Damn human scum, perish! They cried. How dare you desecrate the sanctity of our leader? We vow to defend Her Majesty's dignity. Die, you human vermin. The human cultivators, witnessing this scene, wore grim expressions, their eyes alight with ferocity. Kill them! The young man bellowed, gesturing wildly. The human cultivators rushed forward to clash with the mermaids, plunging into a chaotic melee. And the brutal battle commenced. An elderly man with white hair, positioned beside the young man, wielded a staff and charged at the mermaid leader. A dense, inky black mist soon enveloped her. Mother, be careful! The woman in the black dress gasped, her face paling as she rushed towards the black mist, fully aware of its perilous nature. Within the black mist, the mermaid leader felt the temperature plummet, as if ensnared in a freezing chamber. Shadows darted around her, launching relentless attacks. The mermaid leader furrowed her brow, hastily invoking a protective barrier of spiritual energy to fend off the onslaught. However, the shadows were insidious. Seemingly endowed with inexhaustible strength, continuously assaulting her defenses. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent impacts resonated, and the hue of her protective barrier began to fade. Fine cracks appeared, resembling a small boat on a tumultuous sea, perilously close to capsizing. Damn it! How can this detestable human elder be so powerful? The mermaid leader's expression darkened as she felt her energy depleting rapidly. She understood that if this stalemate continued, her barrier would inevitably shatter, leaving her vulnerable to being engulfed by the shadows. Suddenly, a black figure darted into the mist, heading towards the mermaid leader. "Sasha, what are you doing here?" The mermaid leader's expression shifted slightly upon seeing her daughter enter. "Another little beauty to accompany you, my dear. How delightful." At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from the black mist. "I have yet to savor the taste of a mermaid, ha! Shameless human." The mermaid leader's cheeks flushed crimson, humiliation flashing in her eyes, yet she felt powerless. The elder's strength was overwhelming, and she could not contend with his wooden staff. A wave of sorrow surged within her. She had never imagined that the leader of the mermaid clan would find herself in such a dire predicament. Just then, a piercing scream shattered her thoughts. She glanced up to see the elder had somehow appeared within the black mist, clutching a golden rope binding her daughter, Natasha. Binding celestial rope. Sasha. Seeing her daughter captured, the mermaid leader's expression darkened. "Mother, save me." Natasha's face was pale, her body trembling. Her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Release my daughter, you old wretch." The mermaid leader shouted angrily, drawing a golden longbow. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the elder's chest. "Huh, a mere trick." The elder remained unfazed, a cold smirk on his lips. A shadowy figure materialized before him, mouth agape, swallowing the incoming arrow whole. "What?" The mermaid leader was taken aback, her body trembling slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had not anticipated that her full-powered strike would be so easily neutralized by the elder. How terrifying is this old man's strength? Cease your resistance. If you agree to become my furnace, and your daughter serves as the prince's furnace, along with the offering of the 5-colored divine stone, I will ensure the safety of your mermaid clan. The elder licked his lips, greed glinting in his eyes. "Never." The mermaid leader's expression hardened, her voice icy. "Our mermaid clan would rather perish than become your slaves." She knew that this shameless human could not be trusted in the slightest. "If I acquiesce to them, the merfolk will face annihilation. Rather than that, I would prefer to confront these despicable humans head-on." Heh, how fiery one's spirit is. No wonder I have taken a liking to such a captivating creature. The elder of the human race revealed a lecherous grin, declaring, "In that case, I shall permit you to witness your beloved daughter suffer a painful demise." With that, he slightly moved his right hand holding the binding rope, and the rope suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, tightening relentlessly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds emanated from Natasha's body, the sound of bones being mercilessly crushed. Ah! Natasha could not restrain her cries of agony as her skin caved in, blood flowing profusely, and she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Seeing her daughter in such a state, the merfolk leader felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Yet, she understood that with her strength, she could not possibly break free from the clutches of the human elder, rendered powerless to watch her daughter endure such torment. "Hee. Have you made your decision, my dear beauty?" The elder sneered, gripping Natasha's neck. "Will you become my vessel, or will you watch your daughter perish in agony?" "Old fiend, release my daughter." The merfolk leader gritted her teeth, wishing she could rend the elder into 1,000 pieces. "Oh, so you choose to become my vessel?" The elder's face lit up with excitement as his gaze wandered over the merfolk leader's exquisite figure, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "If you release my daughter, I am willing to be your vessel." Seeing the pained expression on Natasha's face, the merfolk leader clenched her teeth and ultimately chose to capitulate. Chapter 41. So it was you wretched being. Her proud nature made her disdainful of being anyone's vessel. However, she could not bear to watch her daughter die because of her, and thus was left with no choice but to sacrifice herself. "Mother, no." Struggling against the torturous bindings, Natasha managed to lift her head and gazed at her mother in the distance, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She did not wish for her mother to relinquish her dignity to become a slave to humans. "Sasha, do not cry." The merfolk leader inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with determination as she dispelled the ethereal barrier surrounding her. Addressing the human elder, I implore you, honorable one, to uphold your promise and release my daughter." "Hee hee. Such a good girl," the elder grinned, his eyes glinting with depravity. With a flick of his wrist, the binding rope around Natasha instantly slackened and surged towards the merfolk leader. In the next moment, the leader found herself ensnared tightly by the rope. While the merfolk leader let out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, no amount of struggle could save her. She had become mere prey on the elder's chopping block, entirely at his mercy. Seeing the merfolk leader thoroughly subdued, the elder dispelled the dark mist. He presented her before the young man with a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Young prince, I have captured this merfolk leader." "Well done, Elder Hua," the youth responded, his eyes ablaze with desire as he scrutinized the merfolk leader's curvaceous form. "Goodness, this merfolk leader is truly beautiful. That face, that figure." The young man circled around the merfolk leader, his gaze dripping with lust, nearly drooling. Witnessing the young man's lascivious appraisal of her mother, Natasha's eyes flashed with revulsion. "Shameless human, release my mother." Her eyes glistened with fury as she advanced step by step. "Sasha, do not come closer." The merfolk leader's eyes filled with urgency as she called out to Natasha, but her daughter refused to heed her words, continuing to approach the human youth. Seeing her daughter disregard her warnings, tears streamed down the merfolk leader's cheeks, her heart heavy with despair. Upon seeing Natasha, the young man suddenly found the merfolk leader less appealing. In his eyes, a maiden was far more enticing than a wife. "Elder Hua, this merfolk leader is yours to keep. I desire that young one." As Natasha approached, the youth licked his lips, a wicked grin forming. "Thank you for the gift, young prince." The human elder bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "I shall fetch the young one for you to warm your bed." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elder vanished, appearing before Natasha, seizing her by the neck and lifting her up. "Ha! A treacherous human." The merfolk leader's eyes burned with rage as she glared at the elder, exclaiming, "You promised to release my daughter, yet now you shamelessly capture her." "Shameless?" The elder stroked his grizzled beard, a seemingly harmless smile gracing his lips. "I did promise to release your daughter, but that was then, not now. You despicable wretch." The merfolk leader's beautiful visage turned pale, trembling with fury as she glared at the elder, scolding him in a delicate voice. She had never encountered anyone as shameless as him. "Ha! The elder chuckled. "In my lexicon, the word shameless does not exist. My dear beauty, your anger only delights me further." He had never intended to release this mother-daughter pair. Knowing his master preferred maidens over wives, he had forced the merfolk leader to agree to become his vessel, using Natasha as leverage to ensure compliance. Now both mother and daughter were his to toy with at will. "Scoundrel!" Hearing the elder's shameless words, the merfolk leader trembled with indignation, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Utterly powerless, she cursed herself for so easily trusting these shameless humans. "Young prince, I have brought this little beauty. Will you indulge now, or?" The elder disregarded the merfolk leader's murderous glare, turning instead to the young man with flattery. "Such a prize must be enjoyed immediately." The young man rubbed his hands together with excitement, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Having entered this ancient forbidden land for so long without a stunning beauty by my side, I have been driven nearly mad." He intended to enact an exquisite tableau here by the lakeside, a perfect setting for the harmony of yin and yang. "You speak wisely." The human elder nodded in agreement, then bound Natasha's hands with rope, pushing her towards the young man with an obsequious grin. "Young prince, please, take your time." Meanwhile, he dragged the merfolk leader into the nearby woods, preparing for a dual cultivation endeavor. "Pa, may you meet a wretched fate." Natasha's beautiful eyes brimmed with hatred and disgust as she cursed vehemently. Slap! The young man struck Natasha across the face, coldly retorting, "You dare insult me, foul woman?" After the blow, blood trickled from Natasha's mouth, her face reddening with anger as she glared at the elder, a poisonous glare in her eyes. "Wretched being, do not think you possess any power over me now." The young man reached out, lifting Natasha's sharply defined chin, his eyes glinting with a lustful gaze as he scrutinized her. "Once I tire of you, I shall cast you aside to those wretched old beggars in the street. Let us see if you will retain your haughty demeanor then." His mind conjured vivid images of Natasha being tossed among a throng of filthy beggars, a wicked gleam flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, a profound terror flickered in Natasha's beautiful eyes, a chill coursing through her as her delicate form shrank back in fear. "Haraha!" The The young man laughed triumphantly at the fear evident in Natasha's gaze. As long as you serve me well, I shall keep you by my side. With that, he forcefully shoved 2 black pills into her mouth and knocked her to the ground. Turning to the battlefield where human cultivators clashed with the merfolk, he bellowed, "Everyone, look over here. Today witness my prowess." He began to loosen his belt. By heavens, the young lord is magnificent. The young lord is domineering. The human cultivators erupted in excited cheers at the sight. "Hey, my lady, here I come." The young man prepared to advance towards Natasha, who lay helpless on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, an unknown force ensnared the young man's ankle, rendering him immobile. Panic surged as he looked down to find a vine, as thick as a finger, wrapping around him. The vine glimmered in a faint green light, seemingly ordinary. Yet an inexplicable terror and eeriness emanated from it. Who was behind this mischief? The young man's heart sank, apprehension flooding his thoughts. "Zhao Hong, you shall pay for this," a cold voice suddenly echoed. Soon after, 2 striking figures appeared before the young man. The woman in white wielded a long sword, her demeanor icy and noble, radiating an aura that forbade any disrespect. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The woman in green was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as pure as snow, exuding an enchanting allure with every smile and frown. "Yi Qingmei, is it truly you? You wretched woman." The young man's pupils constricted in rage upon recognizing the woman in white. "With your meager strength, do you dare to confront me?" Chapter 42. I beg you, help me. "You scoundrel, how dare you insult a celestial sister?" The green-clad woman, unable to bear it any longer, waved her delicate hand. Countless vines ensnared Zhao Hong, enveloping him entirely. "Ah, Elder Hua, save me." The young man screamed in terror at the overwhelming vines. Yet, no response came from the elder, who was deep within the forest, accompanied by the merfolk leader. The elder had long coveted the merfolk leader's body and would not allow anyone to interrupt his desires. Though the bound beauty was no longer a virgin, he, being experienced, understood the allure of a married woman far better than Zhao Hong, who foolishly prized the inexperienced. "Beast, where are you taking this leader?" The merfolk leader's voice rang out in indignation. "To a place without any interruptions," the elder replied, grasping her delicate chin with a smirk. "Do you have a peculiar preference for being watched, my beautiful lady?" "Bah, you lecherous fiend." The merfolk leader, realizing the elder's intentions, flushed crimson and spat in anger. "Thank you for the compliment, my beautiful lady." The elder chuckled, unfazed by her fury. "Soon, you shall be completely enamored with me." He produced a red and a black pill, shoving them into the merfolk leader's mouth. "What foul substance did you just feed me?" she asked in shock as the pills settled in her stomach. "Fear not, my lady. You will soon find out what they are," the elder replied with a sinister smile. Before long, the merfolk leader felt a rush of heat enveloping her, a rosy hue creeping across her cheeks. The Haotian pill. Realization dawned upon her, and she seethed. "You villain! How dare you use such filth on me?" Trembling with rage, tears streamed down her face. "You old lecher, release me." The elder struck her face with a resounding slap, grinning wickedly. "What are you pretending for? You have already borne a daughter, yet you act like a saint before me." He scanned the surroundings before tossing her roughly to the ground. "This will do. I can hardly wait." With a loud thud, the merfolk leader crashed to the ground, pain evident on her face as tears welled in her eyes. "Oh dear, did I hurt you, my beautiful lady?" The elder leaned closer, his lecherous gaze fixated on her exquisite form, licking his lips with fervor. "I shall show you the true meaning of vigor." "Bah, you shameless, vile creature." The merfolk leader spat, repulsed by his demeanor. In retaliation, the elder slapped her again, declaring, "You insolent wench. If you refuse to drink, you shall suffer the consequences." With that, he moved to close the distance between them. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter echoed through the air. The elder froze, turning towards the source of the laughter, his expression darkening. "Who dares?" A young man clad in a blue robe, handsome and poised, stepped from the shadows. His deep-set eyes radiated an aura of danger, unmistakably not of good intent. With a sly smirk, he glanced at the elder and the merfolk leader, teasing, "Goodness, old man, you certainly have a colorful taste." The elder narrowed his eyes. "Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs?" "Just a passerby, unfortunate enough to stumble upon this scene," the young man replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "A passerby?" The elder regarded him with skepticism. "Do you take me for a fool? This is the ancient Forbidden Land, and we are deep within a secluded forest. It is impossible to encounter anyone else here. Old man, if you don't believe it, there is nothing I can do. The young man shrugged again, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Best be wise and keep your distance, or do not blame me for being unkind. The elder's face darkened, glaring at the young man. He cast a furtive glance at the merfolk leader, realizing the effects of the Haotian pill were beginning to take hold. Her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes began to exhibit a strange glimmer. The elder, eager to partake in the pleasures of humanity, had no wish to linger with the young man any longer. The old man, lacking in martial virtue and understanding of the principle of shared benefits, foolishly desires to monopolize. The young man in the blue robe crossed his arms before his chest, his sword-like brows raised in disdain as he cast a scornful glance at Elder Hua. Humph! Who do you think you are to covet the woman I have my eye on? You are courting death. Upon hearing the young man's provocation, Elder Hua was furious, his eyes wide as saucers, radiating an aura of murderous intent as he prepared to strike. At that moment, he was genuinely enraged. The woman he had painstakingly acquired had yet to be enjoyed, and out of nowhere, this arrogant youth dared to stake a claim. Old man, you seem rather impatient. The young man displayed no fear. Instead, his excitement grew as he smiled and remarked, "Are you planning to silence me? You brat, I will kill you." With that, Elder Hua summoned his black wooden staff, sweeping his hand to unleash a chilling wind. A swirling black mist, accompanied by a piercing wail, surged towards the young man, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Such trivial skills. The young man smirked, revealing two brilliant golden suns behind him that radiated intense and blinding light. The black mist was instantly incinerated as if it had encountered searing flames. How is this possible? Elder Hua's expression shifted as he was taken aback. His proud technique had been effortlessly dismantled by a mere boy, leaving him in disbelief. Yet before he could react, the black wooden staff slipped from his grasp, hovering before the young man, emitting low, pleading sounds as if it were begging for mercy. "Return that to me." Elder Hua's face paled as he shouted in alarm. The mermaid leader on the ground fixated her beautiful eyes on the two golden suns behind the young man, contemplating something. Indeed, this young man was Su Chen. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the black wooden staff, teasingly commenting, TSK, old man. This artifact of yours should be worth quite a sum. Brat, quickly return my artifact, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Elder Hua's face darkened as he threatened through gritted teeth. TSK. To allow you, an elder at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, to enter this ancient forbidden land, the Qing royal family must have paid a hefty price, huh? Su Chen mocked as he toyed with the staff in his hand. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but upon seeing Zhao Hong, he decided to act against these fools. Who are you? How do you know the name of the Qing royal family? Elder Hua furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. Old man, you talk too much. It's time for you to depart. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as a formidable aura erupted, leaving Elder Hua gasping for breath. You are the sacred body of the fiery sun. Elder Hua screamed in terror upon seeing the flames swirling around the two golden suns behind Su Chen. It was no wonder that he, also at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm, felt utterly overwhelmed by this youth's presence. Now you know, but it's too late. Su Chen grinned, swiftly appearing before Elder Hua and delivering a powerful punch to his head. No. Elder Hua's heart raced with fear as he felt his soul leave his body. He hurriedly untied the binding ropes from the mermaid leader and summoned his spiritual energy to defend himself. Yet, he was a moment too late. With a resounding crash, Su Chen's fist, imbued with terrifying power, shattered Elder Hua's forehead, sending blood splattering. Su Chen stowed the black wooden staff and removed Elder Hua's storage ring. To his astonishment, it was filled with an array of precious spiritual herbs, pills, and other cultivation resources, enough to leave one speechless. TSK. I didn't expect this old man to be so wealthy. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. As Su Chen reveled in his spoils, a pair of delicate hands embraced him from behind. A warm, soft body pressed against his back. Please, help me. A voice, as melodious as a nightingale, drifted to his ears, leaving him enchanted. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. I am a respectable person. Feeling the warmth behind him, Su Chen's face flushed, and he stammered awkwardly. This mermaid leader, who had previously displayed such defiance before the old man, now seemed to have transformed entirely. Could it be the legendary seduction? He glanced around cautiously, detecting no unusual presence. I was fed a harmony pill by that lecherous old man. The mermaid leader clung to him tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment as she trembled. Harmony pill? Su Chen's expression shifted in surprise. He had anticipated that the mermaid leader had been drugged by the old man. Please, you must save me. As the heat within her surged, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she implored once more. The poison of the harmony pill could only be resolved through intimate relations. Otherwise, she would become a mindless husk. Only Su Chen could save her at this moment. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Su Chen hesitated. The mermaid leader possessed extraordinary beauty, yet he was not a man to indulge in fleeting passions. He still owed a debt of affection from his previous life and had 9 sisters to protect in this lifetime. The thought of entangling himself further gave him a headache. However, the mermaid leader offered him no time to contemplate. She pushed him down and advanced upon him. You. Su Chen felt his heart sink. Realizing he had been, after a brief interlude, the mermaid leader, through her relentless efforts, finally dispelled the poison within her. Her beautiful eyes, misty and filled with longing, gazed at Su Chen, her voice soft as a whisper. Thank you for saving me. Sighing, Su Chen acknowledged that, regardless of circumstances, he had acted to save a life. But when he caught sight of the vibrant red rose on the ground, he was taken aback, incredulously asking, You are still a virgin? Yes. The mermaid leader's cheeks flushed as she whispered in affirmation, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. You. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he struggled to process this unexpected revelation. But you have a daughter, right? After a moment, Su Chen regained his composure and questioned in confusion. Sasha is my niece. I am Natasha's younger sister. The mermaid leader raised her head, meeting Su Chen's gaze as she explained softly, My sister and I are identical twins. She and her husband sacrificed themselves in battle to protect our clan when Sasha was still a child. Since I resemble my sister so closely, Sasha has always viewed me as her biological mother. Understanding dawned on Su Chen, and he nodded in comprehension, for a maternal figure was still a mother. He glanced at the mermaid leader and tentatively asked, As for what transpired between us, you need not worry, I will not cling to you. At this, the mermaid leader quickly placed her delicate finger on Su Chen's lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. I know you are a man of great ambition. This place cannot contain you. You will ultimately become the ruler of this realm. Though she is a mermaid, she has taken on human form, indistinguishable from an ordinary woman of the human race, and possesses emotions. In her most desperate moment, Su Chen appeared as if descended from the heavens, rescuing her and alleviating her affliction, even sharing his own essence with her. She has secretly developed feelings for this handsome young man. After all, no woman can ever forget her first love. And what of you? Do you intend to remain here, trapped in this ancient forbidden land for eternity? Su Chen, glancing at the vast azure sky, revealed a hint of regret before inquiring. He is not the sort to abandon someone after a fleeting encounter. Given the bond he has formed with this mermaid leader, he naturally wishes to take responsibility. I will not leave this place. Upon hearing this, the mermaid leader smiled faintly, shaking her head. I have become accustomed to this environment, not to mention, there are people and things here that I must protect. With a gentle sigh, a flicker of resolve shone in her beautiful eyes. She certainly wished to stay by Su Chen's side, to share every moment together. Yet as the leader of her people, if she departed, who would safeguard her kin? Alas, let us return. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, shaking his head, ceasing to dissuade her. He understood that the mermaid leader had made her decision. He only sought to comprehend her true feelings and did not wish to impose. Taking her delicate hand, he soared toward the lakeside. Zhaohong, never would I have imagined that you, the esteemed heir of the Qi kingdom, could stoop to such lewdness. Yi Qingmei glared at Natasha, who writhed in Guoluo's embrace. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she delivered several stinging slaps, demanding, What have you fed her? I gave this little vixen a love pill. And now only I can save her. Zhao Hong grinned wickedly, eyeing Natasha's luscious lips, her curvaceous form, and her delicate feet. Slap. Yi Qingmei struck him again, gritting her teeth. Give me the antidote. I am the antidote. Zhao Hong, sporting a face swollen like a pig's, protested innocently. This love pill is incurable, and the only remedy lies in uniting with a man. Slap. Another strike landed on Zhao Hong's face. Will you provide the antidote? Truly, there is none. Slap. Will you give it or not? Bam, bam, bam. As Zhao Hong refused to produce the antidote, Yi Qingmei unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Guoluo utterly astounded. Having spent time with Yi Qingmei, Guoluo was familiar with her temperament, yet she had never witnessed such brutality. Nevertheless, one must admit, this fierce side of her was all the more captivating. Before long, Zhao Hong was bloodied and bruised, resembling a pig more than ever. "You wretched creature. Once Elder Hua returns, I shall make you pay dearly." He spat, filled with venomous rage. Internally, he cursed Elder Hua 100 times. After all this time spent with a woman, he had yet to return, and he was on the verge of being beaten to death by Yi Qingmei. "Zhao Hong, you shall not wait for Elder Hua any longer." A cheerful voice rang out from afar. "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong shuddered, looking up to see a young man in a blue robe, holding the mermaid leader's delicate hand, gliding towards them. It was none other than Su Chen, the object of his loathing. Observing their intimate demeanor, Zhao Hong realized that Elder Hua was most likely dead. "Zhao Hong, did you ever anticipate this?" Su Chen remarked with a cold smirk, gazing down at Zhao Hong, now reduced to a pitiful state. "Fool, do not presume you have triumphed." As Su Chen approached hand in hand with the mermaid leader, Zhao Hong seethed. "Your support, Elder Hua, has already been eliminated. Do you truly believe I shall allow you to depart unscathed?" Su Chen responded with a chilling smile, his eyes filled with a frosty, murderous intent. "Fool, I shan't indulge you any longer. Farewell." A sinister smile crept across Zhao Hong's face as he gradually faded into nothingness. It was a teleportation talisman. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingmei's pupils constricted, a deep sense of dread flooding her. Such an item was not something an ordinary person could possess. Even their noble house lacked a single teleportation talisman. The fact that he possessed one spoke volumes of the Qi Kingdom's profound resources. "Fear not, for each use of this talisman diminishes its number. The next time we capture him, we shall see how he escapes." Observing Yi Qingmei's self-reproach, Su Chen smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Please, save Sasha." At that moment, the mermaid leader's anxious voice reached Su Chen's ears. She cradled the disoriented Natasha, her face streaked with tears, her beautiful eyes pleading for help. Su Chen's expression froze. She too had been fed a love pill. Chapter 44. "I wish to be your wife." Seeing Natasha's flushed complexion and rapid breaths, he immediately understood. "Yes." The mermaid leader nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "I just checked. The poison within her is identical to mine." "What the hell? Will they allow my brother to live?" After exerting tremendous effort to save the mermaid leader, he now had to assist someone else? Is this a joke? Su Chen's lips twitched as he regarded the mermaid leader. Such a situation was beyond his capability. He needed to seek her partner. "Sasha, in our mermaid tribe. There is no one else, and since Natasha has transformed early, only a human man can assist her." The mermaid leader bit her lip, helpless. "Are you implying that I am the only one who can save her?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen waved his hands vigorously. "No way, how could I possibly help her? That would be treacherous." While the woman before him in the black dress was indeed alluring, with Natasha's fiery temper, should he assist her in recovering, she might retaliate with lethal force. Furthermore, with Yi Qingmei and Guoluo present, how would they perceive him after such an outrageous act? Yet at this moment, only he could save her. Seeing Su Chen's refusal, the mermaid leader's eyes reddened with urgency. Gripping his sleeve, she implored, "I beg you, please save Sasha, or she will not last much longer." She cast a pleading glance at Yi Qingmei and Guoluo. Witnessing the mermaid leader's pitiful demeanor softened the hearts of the two women. Alas, Yi Qingmei sighed softly, turning to Su Chen. "Perhaps you should help Sasha. She seems quite endearing, and it would be a shame for her to become a mere shell of herself." "Indeed, master, please do this favor. Sasha will not hold it against you afterward," Guoluo chimed in. "Absolutely not. Such matters only lead to further complications." Su Chen shook his head in refusal. "Besides, there are no feelings between me and this girl." "Humph." Observing Su Chen's hesitation, Yi Qingmei snorted, seizing his ear with grace. "Are you still pretending? This is a golden opportunity that you, the great lecher, cannot squander." With that, she feigned pulling his ear off. "Sister-in-law, please be gentle." Gazing at the threateningly beautiful face so close before him, Su Chen hurriedly raised his right hand in surrender, exclaiming, I promise, is that enough? I will detoxify her right away." Without further hesitation, Su Chen took Natasha from the mermaid leader's embrace and flew toward the nearby woods. Seeing that Su Chen had finally agreed, The mermaid leader's anxious heart finally settled. She wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to Yi Qingmei and Green Orchid, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed fairies. You're too kind." Yi Qingmei chuckled softly as she helped the mermaid leader to her feet, reminding her, "You should hurry and check on her. I fear my husband might act recklessly and harm that girl, Sasha." Indeed. Upon hearing this, the mermaid leader nodded and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Su Chen had departed. She was not concerned about Su Chen causing trouble. Rather, she worried that once Natasha awoke, she would harbor murderous intent toward him. She knew her niece's character all too well. If Natasha learned that her essence had been taken by Su Chen, she would likely seek vengeance immediately, to the point of leaving no room for negotiation. For their safety, she had to follow closely behind to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Sighing heavily as he cradled the unconscious beauty in his arms, Su Chen realized that time was not on his side. He increased his speed once more and soon discovered a concealed cave. Gently laying Natasha down, he began the process of detoxification. Half an hour later, after Su Chen's relentless efforts, Natasha slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing a human youth engaged in an inappropriate act with her, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her body trembling as she screamed, "Beast! What have you done to me? Please calm down, let me explain." Noticing the fury etched on Natasha's face, Su Chen sensed the precariousness of the situation and quickly clarified, "You were poisoned with the Harmony pill. I am here to detoxify you." Slap. Natasha raised her hand and struck Su Chen's cheek with force, angrily declaring, "Beast! I will kill you." This shameless wretch had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. As she spoke, she lunged towards Su Chen. How dare she? After saving her, she still sought to take his life. Seeing this, Su Chen's expression darkened as he seized Natasha's delicate wrist and pinned her beneath him, smirking, "Do not force my hand. If you wish to escalate things, then come at me." Natasha looked at Su Chen defiantly, her eyes shimmering with determination as she retorted, "I tell you, if you do not kill me today, I will kill you." With that, she twisted her body and struggled fiercely. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from Su Chen's grasp. Come what may, who was afraid? With that, Su Chen pressed his lips against her exquisite face and asked with a smirk, "Are you satisfied now?" "Huh, not in the least." Infuriated by his audacity, Natasha trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes as she yearned to bite down on the human scoundrel before her. "Humph. If you do not comply, you shall never leave this place." Su Chen feigned a menacing demeanor, threatening, "You will forever remain my slave." What do you have to hold over me?" Upon seeing Su Chen's fierce expression, Natasha felt a flicker of panic, yet she bravely inquired. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced down and was momentarily taken aback. "You shameless fiend." Realizing the implication behind his expression, Natasha felt a mix of shame and anger. Slap. Su Chen delivered a sharp slap to Natasha, growling, "Heh, if you keep making a fuss, I will have my way with you again." At his words, Natasha's face froze, and she quickly closed her mouth, no longer daring to speak. Observing the fierce glint in Su Chen's handsome face, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Timidly stating, "I shall remain silent, but you must release me. I wish to rise." "Humph. Do not attempt any tricks, or you know the consequences." Su Chen pulled Natasha into his embrace, squeezing her cheek firmly. Just then, a voice echoed into the cave, "Sasha, what are you two?" Su Chen and Natasha looked up to see the mermaid leader staring at them in astonishment. "Whoa, mother, this scoundrel has bullied me. You must kill him." Upon the mermaid leader's arrival, Natasha seemed to find her pillar of support, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed into her embrace. The mermaid leader, momentarily taken aback by Natasha's cries, soon shook her head with a smile, saying, "Sasha, you have misunderstood him." "Misunderstood? He just bullied me and said he would keep me here forever, not allowing me to leave." Whoa. While wiping her tears, Natasha continued her accusations. "You were poisoned by those brutes with the Harmony pill. Your mind was nearly consumed by madness. Your mother had no choice but to seek his help to detoxify you." Seeing Natasha's tear-streaked face, the mermaid leader could not bear to let her suffer further, gently explaining. Turning her gaze to Su Chen, the mermaid leader's eyes filled with deep remorse as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving Sasha. It's nothing, just a small favor." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. After that, he headed toward the cave entrance. Although Natasha's previous actions had angered him, He chose not to hold it against her, considering the mermaid leader was now his woman. You cannot leave. Seeing Su Chen about to depart, Natasha panicked and called out, I have already detoxified the poison within you. What more do you desire? Su Chen turned, frowning at Natasha, displeased. What do you want? Natasha gazed at Su Chen with a beguiling look, extending her delicate hand to caress his chest. Although you helped me detoxify, you cannot escape the fact that you took advantage of me. Do you think you can just walk away? What do you wish? Observing Natasha's seductive demeanor, Su Chen's brows furrowed in confusion, a bad premonition creeping into his mind. I want you to take responsibility for me. You must marry me. I wish to be your wife, to follow you for a lifetime, traversing the Tianxuan Continent together. As Natasha caressed Su Chen's handsome face, she articulated her desires. Chapter 45. Silly girl, you are pregnant. What? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Su Chen stared at her in bewilderment. He had anticipated that this little enchantress would make some unreasonable demands, such as asking for precious artifacts, rare elixirs, or requesting his assistance against vengeful beasts. To his surprise, Natasha had declared her wish to marry him, expressing her desire to accompany him across the vast Tianxuan Continent. This line of reasoning was simply too. Are you all right? Are you stunned into silence? Seeing the shock on Su Chen's face, a glimmer of amusement danced in Natasha's eyes. Though she was secretly overjoyed, while she was unconscious by the lake, she had faintly overheard a conversation between her mother and Su Chen. During the detoxification process, she discovered that Su Chen was the legendary everlasting sun's sacred body, and her own cultivation had significantly improved. Upon awakening, she found Su Chen quite handsome, prompting her repeated provocations as a test of his temperament. Her ultimate goal was to be with Su Chen forever, to explore the outside world. After all, having given her essence to him, she would never be able to marry anyone else. Nonetheless, the outcome was quite favorable. Su Chen's looks and talent far exceeded her expectations. Sighing heavily, Su Chen remarked with indifference, I will take responsibility for you and marry you. This situation, indeed, unfolded just as he had anticipated, with him ensnared in it. What kind of attitude is that? Natasha shot him a glare, pouting, I am the princess of the merfolk. Marrying me seems more like a loss for you. Enough, you two, let us hurry back. Observing their playful bickering akin to that of a pair of quarreling lovers, the merfolk leader managed a wry smile and turned to exit the cave. A flicker of pain crossed Su Chen's eyes as he watched the graceful figure of the merfolk leader depart. Both women were his. Yet the merfolk leader was remarkably understanding and considerate, evoking a sense of compassion within him. Let us go back. Natasha stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Su Chen's. Her voice sweet and delicate. Nodding in agreement, Su Chen did not reject Natasha's embrace. After tidying up, they strolled out of the cave hand in hand, heading towards the lake. When Yi Qingmei saw Su Chen and Natasha returning side by side, holding hands, her heart felt as if pierced by a needle. Although she had foreseen such a scene, witnessing Su Chen's intimacy with Natasha still left her feeling a pang of bitterness. Thank you, sisters, for saving me, Sha. Natasha released Su Chen's arm and approached Yi Qingmei and Green Lily, bowing gracefully as she expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei quickly assisted her, smiling gently, Sha. There's no need for formality. We are relieved that you are safe. Indeed, Sha, no need for courtesy, Green Lily chimed in. Hearing their words, Natasha was overwhelmed with emotion, grasping their delicate hands. I know both sisters are my husband as partners. You are the primary wives, and I am the secondary wife. I shall never vie for affection with you, you little girl. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully tapped Natasha's forehead with a slender finger. Meanwhile, Green Lily's delicate face blushed crimson as she stole a glance at Su Chen, feeling a twinge of disappointment when she noticed his composed demeanor. Among the three, she was the only one without a marital bond with Su Chen. Although he cared for her as he did for Yi Qingmei, he had never expressed romantic intentions towards her. This left her with a profound sense of insecurity, fearing that one day he might cast her aside. Yet, such matters should not be initiated by a young girl. Green Lily, worry not. Your wishes, dear sister, I shall certainly fulfill. Seemingly sensing Green Lily's thoughts, Yi Qingmei embraced her, whispering, If necessary, I shall resort to some means to ensnare that blockhead. What are you two whispering about? Natasha inquired, leaning closer to eavesdrop. Ahem. observing the three women conversing animatedly like close sisters. Su Chen cleared his throat to redirect their attention. You all continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly. With that, he fled without looking back. Humph, that guy really. Natasha muttered in dissatisfaction, watching him escape as if from impending doom. With three beautiful women present. Wasn't he enough to enjoy the view? In the Grand Shi, at the Duke's residence. Oh. During the banquet, Yuaner, having taken a bite of fish, began to gag, clutching her chest. Wana, what's wrong? Noticing her unusual behavior, Lady Yi rushed to support her, gently patting her back with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Yuaner shook her head, explaining that she felt nauseous whenever she consumed meat lately, though she hoped it would soon pass. As she spoke, she lifted a cup of tea from the table and drank it down. Oh. However, she found it utterly ineffective, as the sight of meat continued to invoke waves of nausea. Observing this, Lady Yi frowned, seemingly understanding. She leaned closer to Yuaner, whispering, Waner, has your monthly cycle arrived this month? Not yet. Why do you ask? Startled by her mother's question, Yuaner paused before shaking her head in response. Upon hearing this, Lady Yi swiftly rolled up Yuaner's sleeve to inspect her wrist, discovering that the mark of virginity had vanished. Come, we must go to my room. She spoke sternly, grasping Yuaner's wrist and leading her towards her chamber. Yuaner, taken aback by her mother's sudden change in demeanor, inquired anxiously, Mother, what's wrong? I'm not ill. Why must we go to your room? Before she could finish, Lady Yi pulled her inside, quickly locking the door behind them. Waner, tell me, who has wronged you? Lady Yi fixed her piercing gaze upon Yuaner, her voice cold. Mother, no one has wronged me. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yuaner realized her mother had uncovered her secret. Waner, please do not deceive me. The mark of your virginity is gone. Lady Yi's expression was grave as she pressed. Tell me who the scoundrel is, and I will ensure you receive justice. Mother, Yuaner felt a surge of panic, uncertain of how to respond. She recalled that detestable man, Su Chen, and wished to sever all ties with him. Silly girl, you're pregnant. Seeing her daughter's hesitation, Lady Yi's expression turned one of frustration. If you do not speak now, what will happen when the child is born without a father? How will you explain it? Pregnant? A child? Upon hearing this, Yuaner's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that she would be with child, and even more so, that it would be Su Chen's offspring. Chapter 46. For the esteemed young master to flourish and multiply in an instant, Su Chen's cold, handsome visage flashed through her mind, igniting a wave of resentment within her. It was that man who had forcefully taken her innocence. Mother, how could you be so foolish, child? Lady Yi sighed deeply. How could you have so carelessly entrusted yourself before marriage? Mother, Yuaner lowered her gaze, unable to meet her mother's eyes. Her voice barely a whisper, it was voluntary. Though she felt a tumult of love and hate towards Su Chen, she recognized the child was innocent. To shield her unborn child from future suffering, Yuaner resolved to keep her relationship with Su Chen a secret from her mother. Sensing her reluctance to reveal the identity of the man involved, Lady Yi sighed. Waner, I understand your pure and kind heart. You must have been deceived by his sweet words. Tell me, what is his name? Which family does he belong to? I shall seek justice for you, even if it costs me my life. Mother, please do not worry. I have grown and have my own mind. Yuaner lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Rest assured, I will care for this child and ensure it suffers no hardship. She had resolved to bring the child into this world. Yuaner believed that with her capabilities, she could nurture the child to adulthood, ensuring that Su Chen would live forever in regret. Sigh, you foolish child. Observing Yuaner's resolute demeanor, unwilling to disclose the identity of her child's father, Mother Yi let out a sigh and ceased her persuasion. Very well. Do as you wish. However, should you encounter any difficulties, remember to inform your mother promptly. After saying this, Mother Yi embraced Yuaner, gently stroking her silken hair, and tenderly remarked, Waner, you shall forever remain your mother's cherished child. Thank you, Mother. At these words, Yuaner felt a slight tremor in her heart, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. She nodded, resting her head against her mother's bosom, silently shedding tears. From her childhood, her mother had always showered her with affection, never reproaching her for her caprices, nor raising a hand against her. One could say she had always lived in bliss. After discussing some precautions during her pregnancy, Mother Yi escorted Yi Waner back to her chamber, urging her to rest well and to cast aside any worries. As she watched her mother's retreating figure, Yi Waner gently placed her delicate hand upon her abdomen, whispering, "Baby, your mother will protect you well." Approaching the door, she gently closed it behind her, preparing to rest when she noticed her personal maid, Xiao Huan, rushing towards her with an anxious expression. "Second miss, the master has sent someone to summon you to the flower hall." "Father?" Upon hearing her father's summons, Yi Waner furrowed her brow in confusion. "Is there an important guest arriving?" Xiao Huan shook her head, stating she was unaware, but had heard that Prince Qing had brought many officials and young masters along. "Very well, I shall go at once," Yi Waner replied, hastily making her way to the flower hall. At that moment, the flower hall of the Duke's residence was abuzz with guests, laughter echoing through the air, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Sitting at the head of the hall was a man in his 60s, clad in a dark yellow dragon robe, exuding an imposing aura. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Batian, the formidable Prince Qing of the Daqian Dynasty and the current emperor's uncle. To his left sat Duke Yilingtian, while to his right was Sun Wenyo, the Minister of Rites. Other guests occupied the left and right sides, engaged in their own conversations. "Your Highness, your presence at the Duke's residence truly elevates our humble abode." Yi Lingtian, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands in greeting to Zhou Batian, displaying an eager demeanor. "Haha, you flatter me, Duke." Zhou Batian responded with a few courteous remarks, yet his gaze continuously scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Sun Wenyo, the Minister of Rites, discerning Zhou Batian's intentions, inquired, "Duke, why hasn't he the second miss arrived yet?" "Perhaps she was delayed on the way. She will be here shortly." Yi Lingtian awkwardly scratched his nose and chuckled. Hearing this, Zhou Batian finally retracted his gaze, taking a few sips from his teacup. Just then, a stunningly beautiful young woman attired in a brocade gown gracefully approached. Her gait was like that of a lotus, her figure statuesque, skin as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkling with charm, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Each smile and frown was captivating, radiating unparalleled beauty. Her allure was enough to drive men to madness and infatuation. Upon her arrival, the chatter among the guests ceased. All eyes drawn to her, a collective gasp of admiration and awe passing through the crowd. Is this truly the Duke's second miss? How exquisite. No wonder she is the legitimate daughter of Duke Yi, truly a beauty to rival a city. Such a rare beauty indeed. Hearing the murmurs, Yi Waner's brow furrowed slightly. She was not fond of such gatherings. These individuals were the scions of noble families, indulging in frivolities daily. Their greedy gazes upon her filled her with disgust. "Father." Yi Waner approached Yi Lingtian, slightly bowing as she greeted him. "Daughter pays her respects to you." "Waner, come here. Your father wishes to introduce you to the esteemed guests." Yi Lingtian rose, guiding Yi Waner to meet the assembly. Despite her distaste for their scrutinizing gazes, out of courtesy, she dutifully stood by Yi Lingtian's side, greeting the guests in the hall. "Miss, I have the honor of meeting your highness." "Miss, I have the honor of meeting the minister." "Miss, I have the honor of meeting the great lord." Yi Waner wore a gentle smile, poised and elegant, her enchanting eyes captivating the audience. The guests could not help but praise. The second miss is not only breathtaking, but also virtuous and gracious. In response, Yi Waner shyly bowed her head, humbly replying, "You flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." At that moment, a young man clad in splendid attire stepped forward, with a handsome visage and a princely demeanor. He exuded an air of nobility. This was Zhao Hong, the sole son of Zhou Batian. His eyes were fixated on Yi Waner, a hint of infatuation evident in his gaze. "Sister Waner, it has been a while." Zhao Hong greeted her with a charming smile. "Sister Waner, you have grown even more beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, young prince." Yi Waner graciously responded with a curtsy. "Sister Waner, no need for modesty. Soon you shall be my bride." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "In the future, I hope Sister Waner will bestow her guidance upon me, aiding in my endeavors." Chapter 47. I shall seize your younger sister-in-law. Young prince, do not jest. Yi Waner's body trembled slightly before regaining composure, her autumn-like eyes reflecting disdain. Humph, to bear children for this notorious dandy? In her dreams, she would rather remain solitary for life than marry such a man. Moreover, with her current pregnancy, marriage was utterly out of the question. "Sister Waner, You misunderstand my intentions. Seeing her disbelief, Zhao Hong maintained a smile, a glint of triumph flickering in his eyes. This is the imperial decree I sought from Her Majesty today. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved a golden scroll embossed with dragon patterns from his robes, presenting it to Yi Wanner. Sister Wanner, take a good look. Our wedding is set for 3 months hence. Prepare to become my bride. Yi Wanner raised an eyebrow, extending her delicate fingers to accept the decree. After reading its contents, a look of astonishment crossed her face, and she turned her gaze towards Zhao Hong, incredulous. She never expected this dandy to be so eager to claim her legitimately, even resorting to the Empress's decree to pressure her family. I am grateful for your favor, young prince, but I feel unworthy of your attention. I hope you find a suitable match soon. Yi Wanner replied with an impassive expression, returning the decree to Zhao Hong and preparing to leave. Stop. Zhao Hong's expression darkened as he commanded sharply. Does the young prince have further business? Yi Wanner raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, though her eyes betrayed a deep scorn. This dandy, enamored with pleasures, dared to use such despicable means to coerce her into marriage. It was utterly contemptible. She, Yi Wanner, would not fall for such tricks. Are you not afraid of the Empress's wrath? Observing Yi Wanner's calm demeanor, Zhao Hong's lips curled into a smirk, and he continued, You must understand. In the Dacian dynasty, the Empress is an absolute authority. Now, you dare disregard her decree. Have you considered the consequences? You, Yi Wanner, may hold your head high, unafraid of death, but have you thought about the fate of the over 1,000 lives in the Duke's residence? As Zhao Hong spoke, each word was deliberate and his tone was chilling, causing an involuntary shiver in those who listened. The second daughter of the Duke's mansion dared to defy the imperial edict, a grave crime punishable by death. Indeed, such insubordination could lead to the annihilation of her entire family. How tragic, for that would mean the loss of over 1,000 lives. As Zhao Hong's words fell, a murmur arose among the crowd, and all eyes turned to Yi Wanner. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanner's delicate face turned as pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably, panic reflected in her beautiful eyes. While she was not afraid of death, she was deeply concerned for her parents and the lives of over 1,000 people in the Duke's mansion. Thus, when Zhao Hong broached the subject, she instinctively halted, a flicker of struggle appearing in her gaze. Wanner, why are you being so unreasonable? At that moment, Yi Ling Tian hurriedly approached Yi Wanner, sternly admonishing, You must apologize to the young prince at once. You have to marry him. I will not marry. Yi Wanner bit her lip, a glimmer of defiance shining in her beautiful eyes. You. Seeing her obstinacy, Yi Ling Tian trembled with anger, nearly raising his hand to strike her, but ultimately he restrained himself. Wanner, do not be willful. His face turned ashen as he spoke coldly. You are the legitimate heir of the Duke's mansion. You must consider the fate of the entire family. Marrying the young prince will bring you endless wealth and honor. At these words, Yi Wanner glared at Zhao Hong, her tone resolute. Father, even if I must marry, I refuse to wed such a scoundrel. Slap. Yi Ling Tian raised his right hand and struck her fiercely across the face, shouting in rage, Unfilial daughter. Father, how could you strike Wanner? Yi Wanner covered her stinging cheek, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in despair. Without a backward glance, she fled the hall. You foolish girl. Yi Ling Tian glared at her departing figure in anger, then turned to Zhao Hong, earnestly apologizing. Young prince, I sincerely apologize. Wanner has been spoiled by her mother and me. Please, do not hold this against her. It is of no concern to me. Zhao Hong replied with a hint of amusement in his smile. What is the Duke's mansion's stance on my marriage with Miss Wanner? Damn it, you have a knife at my throat. How could I dare disagree? Regardless, let us delay for 3 months. The Duke's mansion will naturally agree. Yi Ling Tian forced a smile, assuring, Rest assured, young prince, after 3 months, my daughter will marry into the royal residence. Then, my future father-in-law. I thank you in advance. Zhao Hong nodded in satisfaction. Casting a glance in the direction where Yi Wanner had departed, he smirked, a glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes. Yi Wanner, you cannot escape my grasp. Today, at this critical juncture for my life, I secretly shattered the jade talisman hidden in my sleeve, transporting back to the prince's residence from the ancient Forbidden Land. Remembering how that wretched Yi Qingmei was completely subdued by Su Chun and sought revenge on the entire Duke's mansion, I realized if Yi Ling Tian had kept a watchful eye on her, she would have long been mine, perhaps even carrying my child. All of this is the fault of the Duke's mansion. Since I cannot have Yi Qingmei, I shall take her younger sister as my bride and torment her instead. To prevent Yi Ling Tian from refusing, I accompanied my father to the palace to seek a marriage decree from my cousin, the Empress of Deqian. With my objective achieved, my heart is filled with joy, and my smile grows ever deeper. Su Chen, you fool, you took my woman, and now I shall take your sister-in-law. In Yi Wan'er's chamber, she lay on the wooden table, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Wan'er, a figure slowly appeared in her room. Chapter 48. I will wait for you to marry me. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Wan'er immediately dashed forward, tightly embracing the figure and lamenting, Mother, I do not want to marry Zhao Hong. Oh, foolish child, I understand your feelings. Hearing her daughter's distress, Ye's mother's eyes filled with compassion as she gently patted Wan'er's fragrant shoulder, comforting her, do not cry. It is not good for the child in your womb. I will find a way to resolve this. At these words, Yi Wan'er quickly wiped her tears, looking at her mother with eager anticipation. Mother, what is your plan? Is Zhao Hong not forcing you to marry him? Noticing Yi Wan'er's reaction, her mother smiled with satisfaction. We will discreetly spread the word about this matter and see if he has the capability to handle it. Mother, Zhao Hong's character is vicious. If he learns of our actions, he will surely be furious, and our position in the Duke's mansion. Yi Wan'er voiced her concerns, her gaze wavering. Moreover, the prince's residence holds immense power in Deqian. If they were to retaliate against us, how would we defend ourselves? Immense power? That is only in Deqian. We must spread this news to the eastern wilderness and even the entire Tianxuan Continent. Ye's mother narrowed her phoenix eyes, speaking coldly, in the face of those superpowers. The prince's residence is insignificant. With your unparalleled beauty, my dear, I believe soon countless exceptional talents will flock to support you, forcing the prince's residence to abandon this marriage. Yi Wan'er frowned slightly. Mother, is this not a bit? Wan'er, we are left with no other choice. The prince's residence is too powerful. We must leverage this to protect our Duke's mansion. Her mother sighed, a look of resignation on her face. As for what happens next, we shall take it one step at a time. As her mother finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Mother is right. Taking a step forward is better than waiting idly by. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wan'er nodded, a resolute expression shining on her exquisite face. That's my obedient Wan'er. Hearing this, Ye's mother smiled with relief. Her plan was not only to protect her daughter, but to also draw out that irresponsible young man who had bullied her. A man would not tolerate his woman marrying another. Thus, if the news of the young prince forcing Yi Wan'er to marry spread, she was confident that the young man would reveal himself. With her daughter's discerning eye, the man she chose would undoubtedly be an extraordinary talent of unparalleled status. In due time, the prince's residence, and perhaps even the entire Deqian royal family, would pay a heavy price for tonight's events, and the Duke's mansion would rise in status, reaping tremendous benefits. In the ancient Forbidden Land, a bright moon hung high in the night sky. Moonlight bathed a stunning woman, illuminating her fair skin with a crystalline glow. Dressed in a pristine white gown, she appeared untarnished. Her golden hair danced gently in the wind. On her exquisite face, two lively eyes sparkled, her red lips pursed as if deep in thought. She gazed up at the vast starry sky, whispering softly, "Is he truly the one my great ancestor spoke of?" Suddenly, a pair of large hands encircled her waist from behind, and an unmistakably familiar masculine scent enveloped her, causing her entire body to stiffen and her breath to quicken. What was she thinking? The figure behind her rested his head against her silken hair, greedily inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, and chuckled softly. "Are you thinking of your husband?" Stop it. Hearing this, the stunning woman's face flushed crimson as she gently admonished. "We're outside. It wouldn't be good if Sasha saw us embracing my dear wife. What is there to fear?" In response, the man's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Pa, who is your wife?" The beautiful woman shot him a shy glare before turning her head away. Her delicate chin lowered as she murmured, "Su Chen, you are now Sasha's husband. You must take responsibility for her. I hope you will forget me forever." Upon hearing this, the smile faded from the man's brows, replaced by a profound bitterness. He sighed softly. "Baiji, can't you come with me?" Baiji was the true name of the mermaid leader. Su Chen had come so late to make one final effort, hoping to convince the mermaid leader to leave the ancient Forbidden Land with him. "I'm sorry, I cannot agree to leave with you." The mermaid leader, Baiji, shook her head, her exquisite face filled with regret. I promised my grandfather and father that I would protect our clan here after listening to Bai Zhi's words. Su Chen fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. You know I don't want you to suffer alone in this ancient forbidden land, Su Chen. Thank you for the beautiful memories you've given me. You've shown me what it feels like to be loved, and I will cherish that forever. Bai Zhi lifted her delicate face and gently caressed Su Chen's handsome features, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I will remain virtuous for you in this life. You are the only man for me, remember. There is a woman in the ancient forbidden land waiting silently for your triumphant return. Bai Zhi, hearing her heartfelt confession. Su Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his throat choked with emotion, rendering him speechless. He could only nod silently and hold Bai Zhi tightly in his embrace. He did not want to leave her, not even for a day. Su Chen, promise me, no matter what happens, you must live well. Bai Zhi lifted her graceful neck, her clear eyes locking onto Su Chen's dark ones. Su Chen nodded firmly, assuring her, I will return alive and marry you in a grand manner. All right, I will wait for you to come and marry me. Bai Zhi nodded, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears of happiness. Though their union was only one of formality, her feelings for Su Chen were unparalleled. Even she could not articulate why she felt such a peculiar connection deep within her heart. Bai Zhi, I wished to Bai Zhi was well aware of what Su Chen intended, her cheeks warming slightly as her heart raced, and she bashfully lowered her gaze. Seeing her agree, Su Chen swept her into his arms, his wolf-like eyes fixated on her enchanting gaze, exclaiming excitedly, Bai Zhi, you are truly beautiful. Just then, an unexpected voice called out. Mother startled, Su Chen and Bai Zhi immediately released one another. They turned to see a graceful silhouette approaching under the moonlight. Dressed in a flowing black gown, her golden hair cascading like satin. With delicate features and flawless skin, she possessed a voluptuous figure, exuding charm with every expression. Sasha? Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback before joyfully calling out. Mother, what mischief are you and your husband up to here? Natasha pouted, looking quite indignant. She had come looking for her mother and inadvertently stumbled upon the two of them together. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Bai Zhi's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing as she wished she could sink into the ground. Sasha, you've misunderstood. Your mother just sprained her ankle, and I was treating her. Su Chen awkwardly chuckled, hastily explaining. Upon hearing this, a shadow of disappointment crossed Bai Zhi's eyes. She knew this was a fabricated excuse, yet she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. The relationship between her and Su Chen was, after all, one that needed to remain concealed. Oh, I see. Husband, you're so considerate. Natasha's eyes brightened as she smiled. Mother, let me help you back to rest. Bai Zhi nodded, casting a furtive glance at Su Chen before allowing Natasha to assist her towards the lakeside. Watching the two depart, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Su Chen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He truly wished to keep Bai Zhi by his side. All of this stemmed from his current lack of strength. Once he grew powerful enough, he would take Bai Zhi away from here, back to the Tianxuan Continent, and ensure she became the happiest woman in this realm. Bai Zhi, wait for me. Su Chen gazed deeply at her retreating figure. The following day, Su Chen set off with Natasha, Yi Qingmei, and Green Lotus, leaving the territory of the merfolk and venturing deeper into the ancient forbidden land. Before departing, Bai Zhi entrusted Su Chen to take Natasha to see the ancestral sanctuary of the merfolk in the western wasteland of Tianxuan Continent when the opportunity arose. That place was the sacred ground of their clan, their roots. The farewell between Bai Zhi and Natasha was filled with tears, the two embracing tightly, reluctant to part. Where's my husband taking us? Natasha inquired curiously, her beautiful eyes blinking as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. To the depths of the ancient forbidden land in search of opportunities. Yi Qingmei replied with a smile, gently patting Natasha's shoulder. But be warned, there are many dangers lurking in the depths. Are you afraid, Sasha? Yi Qingmei genuinely liked the lively mermaid, who was even younger than her sister. Not afraid. With my husband here, Sasha is not scared. Natasha beamed, looking up at Su Chen with sparkling eyes. Husband, am I right? Absolutely right. Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, I will protect you, chasing away all the villains and ferocious beasts. Just then, a hint of crimson flushed Natasha's cheeks as she tiptoed and planted a soft kiss on Su Chen's handsome cheek, shyly declaring, Husband, you're so wonderful then. She ran ahead, linking arms with Yi Qingmei. Watching the two vibrant figures ahead, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This was no mermaid princess. She was simply a playful, lively little sister. Master, look. What is that? Suddenly, Green Lotus's exclamation broke his reverie. Following the direction of her delicate hand, Su Chen gazed ahead to see a dazzling golden light shimmering in the void not far away. As the light intensified, he squinted, realizing it was a golden egg. The golden egg exuded an overwhelming aura, suspended in midair, slowly descending. It was. Su Chen's eyes widened, his face etched with astonishment. The surface of the golden egg shimmered with numerous golden patterns, and within it seemed to brew boundless power, radiating an enigmatic wave that stirred his very soul. Could it be that a divine beast's offspring resided within? Su Chen speculated, a fervent expression crossing his face. This egg was extraordinary. It was undoubtedly a treasure. He had to seize it. Resolving this, Su Chen no longer hesitated and swiftly darted towards the golden egg. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as a colossal elephant, resembling a hill in size, rushed towards the golden egg from behind Su Chen. Damn it! Su Chen cursed, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to evade into a nearby thicket. The ancient mammoth elephant. He recognized this behemoth at a glance. Its massive body obscured the sun, and its sharp tusks extended for over 100 meters. It emanated a terrifying power, akin to a moving mountain, suffocating in its presence. In the face of this giant, humans appeared as insignificant as ants, easily crushed with a single step. It was evident that this creature was also drawn to the golden egg. Xiao Chun, this mammoth is formidable. Its power is overwhelming. What shall we do? Yi Qingmei anxiously tugged at Natasha, retreating to Su Chen's side. The ancient mammoth elephant was known for its ferocity. If anyone dared obstruct its path, it would trample them into oblivion, regardless of distance. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen lowered his voice. For now, we must avoid confrontation, agreed. The women followed Su Chen, retreating to evade the ancient mammoth elephant's advance. At this moment, the mammoth's eyes glowed red, its nostrils flaring as it let out a series of roars, charging forward madly. Trees towering over 10 feet high were trampled to splinters, crashing down and forming a massive chasm. Its muscles rippled as it moved, each step resonating with a force capable of shattering boulders, causing the very ground to quake. This is bad. It has spotted us. Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the mammoth charge toward them, a torrent of curses flooding his mind. Chapter 50. No? You will die if you do that. Su Chen's face grew grave as he observed the approaching colossus. I will distract it. You all take this chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei and the others shook their heads in unison. No, you cannot face it alone, Yi Qingmei insisted, unwilling to let Su Chen remain behind. She understood that although Su Chen was powerful enough to contend against peak Saint King realm adversaries, the ancient mammoth elephant, a level 9 ferocious beast, was far beyond his current capabilities. Flee. I have my own means to deal with it. As the ancient mammoth elephant closed in, Su Chen's anxiety became palpable, and he shouted. In an instant, he transformed into a green shadow, charging toward the ancient mammoth elephant, brandishing a sword that radiated with 5 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. This sword, crafted from a 5-colored divine stone by a master of the merfolk, was a divine weapon. Su Chen thrust the sword forward, summoning a fierce gust that pierced the air, aimed directly at the ancient mammoth elephant. Roar seeking death. The ancient mammoth elephant, witnessing Su Chen's reckless advance instead of retreating, let out a furious roar. It swung its formidable tusks towards Su Chen, as if intent on tearing him apart. No. The hearts of Yi Qingmei and the others clenched in terror as they helplessly watched the massive tusks sweep towards Su Chen. With a thunderous crash, Su Chen was flung backward like a broken kite. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his clothes crimson. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei, Natasha, and El Lu rushed toward him, their faces pale. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Husband, please don't frighten me. Master, El Lu cannot bear to be without you. Observing Su Chen's grievous injuries, with bones fractured and organs severely damaged, the 3 women were in tears, their eyes filled with concern and dread. Yi Qingmei's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she bit her silver teeth, cradling Su Chen and gently feeding him healing pills, channeling her spiritual energy into him. Su Chen inhaled deeply, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, mustering a faint smile to reassure them. I'm fine. You must escape. No, we won't leave. The 3 women declared in unison. Looking at the 3 weeping women, Su Chen felt a pang of anguish in his heart. I'm fine, you must go. He suppressed the pain, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed on the approaching ancient mammoth elephant. If you care for me, let my death hold some value. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the five-colored sword and stepped toward the ancient mammoth elephant, determination etched on his face. No, you will die if you do that. Seeing Su Chen, drenched in crimson, burning his essence for a final stand, Yi Qingmei's heart twisted painfully, tears streaming down her face. Natasha and El Lu were equally distraught, shaking their heads in despair. Haraha, the lowly human pests, it all ends here. The ancient mammoth elephant's gaze was fixed on Su Chen. Witnessing the severely wounded Su Chen daringly approach, it raised its head in a shrill, piercing laugh that sent chills through the heart. With that, the massive trunk of the elephant unleashed a tempestuous gust, sweeping towards Su Chen. The gale roared, lifting waves of air, a spectacle of sheer power. The winds tore through, uprooting trees and sending ancient giants crashing to the ground with deafening thuds, raising clouds of dust. Su Chen's expression shifted as he realized the sheer terror of the ancient mammoth elephant's strength, far exceeding his expectations. Had this creature merely been toying with him? Damn it! At that moment, an enraged roar from the mammoth elephant echoed in his ears. Looking up, Su Chen saw that, unbeknownst to him, a colossal serpent had ensnared the massive body of the ancient mammoth elephant. The serpent, stretching hundreds of meters, shimmered with a metallic sheen. It radiated an overwhelming ferocity, binding the mammoth tightly, regardless of how fiercely it struggled. The serpent's head bore fearsome horns that resembled sharp spears, and its tail ended in a massive spike, akin to a lethal sword, slashing through the ancient mammoth's flesh, blood flowing profusely. Observing this scene, Su Chen felt a surge of relief wash over him. Had the ancient mammoth elephant not been ensnared by the serpent, he would likely have met a gruesome fate. He hastily retreated, aware that being near such a powerful beast battle would surely lead to collateral damage. In the ancient realm, a colossal mammoth found itself ensnared by a gigantic serpent. Rather than resigning to its fate, it vigorously wielded its two razor-sharp tusks, each spanning 100 meters, relentlessly striking at the serpent's massive form. In an instant, the serpent's silvery scales were torn asunder, blood gushing forth. With a furious roar, the serpent's eyes blazed crimson, clearly incensed by its confrontation with the mammoth. In a frenzy, it tightened its coils, further constricting the mammoth's movement. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling as if an earthquake had struck. Su Chen, hurry and join us. Upon witnessing Su Chen's narrow escape from the mammoth, Yi Qingmei and her companions embraced him, overwhelmed with joy. Wait, while those two ferocious beasts are preoccupied with each other, I shall seize that golden egg. As Su Chen observed the fierce clash between the mammoth and the serpent, an idea sparked in his mind. Hearing this, Yi Qingmei's eyes brimmed with tears, her delicate frame trembled as she implored, do not overexert yourself. This opportunity is too precious to squander. Gazing at the golden egg nestled in the grass from afar, Su Chen's eyes burned with desire. Just be cautious. Yi Qingmei felt a complex surge of emotions within her. Yes, I will. You all go ahead. Once I secure it, I will find you, Su Chen assured, thumping his chest. All right, we'll go first, Yi Qingmei replied, leading Natasha and Green Orchid away, not wishing to burden Su Chen. Seeing the fierce battle between the mammoth and the serpent, Su Chen wasted no time, stealthily making his way toward the golden egg. He was but a few hundred meters away, yet his pace seemed agonizingly slow. He felt that if only he could move a tad faster, he could grasp the egg. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end and his muscles to tense. The serpent, engaged in battle with the mammoth, suddenly turned its massive head towards Su Chen, its cold, serpent-like eyes glinting ominously, as if intent on devouring him. This is bad. Su Chen's heart plummeted. Chapter 51. The egg, it won't shatter, will it? He realized he had been exposed, and the formidable serpent had set its sights on him. You fool, do you truly think you can reap the rewards while others toil? The serpent hissed, its icy tone sending shivers down Su Chen's spine. The aura it exuded was far more terrifying than that of the mammoth. Su Chen understood that this fearsome serpent was undoubtedly a genuine ninth-tier demon beast. Should it decide to target him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. The forbidden land of antiquity was indeed deserving of its reputation as one of the 10 most dangerous places. Human brat, quickly retrieve that golden egg. Just as Su Chen found himself in a predicament, the mammoth suddenly spoke. I can help you restrain this creature. Why assist this insignificant insect? He is but a human. The serpent bellowed in fury, questioning the mammoth. What of humans? The mammoth retorted with a mocking laugh. Have you not long coveted my beast core? You. The serpent was momentarily rendered speechless. It desired both the mammoth's beast core and the golden egg that had descended from the void. Why are you still dawdling? The mammoth urged when Su Chen hesitated. Hurry and take that dragon egg. Dragon egg? Su Chen's eyes widened at the mammoth's words. This was the legendary egg of the foremost ancient divine beast, the dragon. Though he had heard of dragons, he had never laid eyes on a dragon egg. To his astonishment, this massive egg was indeed the egg of a divine beast. With this revelation, Su Chen could no longer afford to hesitate and dashed toward the golden egg. You vile creature, you disgrace of the beast realm. The serpent cursed. Human insect, do you think you can bear the consequences of taking that dragon egg? Apologies, but this dragon egg is now mine. So you shall have to endure. Su Chen replied with a sheepish grin, quickly seizing the egg and fleeing. You insolent human insect. You shall not escape with my dragon egg. The serpent erupted in fury, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent, unleashing a cloud of black poisonous mist aimed at Su Chen. This noxious vapor possessed corrosive properties, capable of overwhelming even a warrior at the initial stages of the Emperor realm. However, Su Chen remained unfazed. 2 radiant golden suns manifested behind him, enveloped in searing flames, incinerating the toxic mist entirely. What? This lad is an inflammable sun physique. The serpent was taken aback, astonished that Su Chen could withstand its poisonous assault. Among humans, the inflammable sun physique was one of the rarest bloodlines, with its bearers being almost one in an eternity. Yet, this young human possessed such a remarkable physique. This boy was no ordinary individual. As the serpent watched Su Chen's retreating figure, it muttered to itself, regardless. Now that I have uncovered this secret, I must eliminate him today. Otherwise, he will become a future threat. The serpent's eyes glinted with malice, and a terrifying aura erupted from its body. It released the mammoth entangled in its coils, its tail sweeping across the ground, creating a chasm that swiftly extended toward Su Chen's direction. You shall contend with me. Just then, the mammoth, regaining its freedom, roared and lifted its 200-meter-long front legs, smashing down upon the serpent's abdomen. Bang! The force was utterly terrifying, causing the serpent's abdomen to cave in, blood gushing forth, including a torrent of black blood. With a pained cry, it recoiled from the mammoth. Old fool, that lad possesses the inflammable sun physique. Do you comprehend the consequences of allowing him to grow? The serpent glared at the mammoth with its blood-red eyes, seething with rage. Do you not recall the calamity brought upon our beast kin by the human inflammable sun physique practitioner 1 million years ago? Do you wish to see our kind's tragedy repeated? Pa, spare me your talk of clan righteousness. The mammoth scoffed. All I know is that you have long coveted my form. We are now sworn enemies. With that, its body swelled, golden halos radiating from it, enveloping its form and rendering it exceedingly formidable. The mammoth's aura doubled in intensity. Observing the mammoth's determination to fight to the death, the serpent's expression darkened, and it retorted, Humph, today I shall obliterate you, you foolish creature. With that, it lunged at the mammoth. Meanwhile, as the 2 beasts battled relentlessly, Su Chen jubilantly cradled the golden dragon egg, catching up with Yi Qingmei and the others. The 4 sought refuge in a hidden cave, preparing to examine the dragon egg closely. Xiao Chen, what spirit beast do you think resides within this golden egg? Yi Qingmei inquired curiously. Her brows furrowed as she gazed at the egg. It appeared modest in size, yet it pulsated with a vigorous life force and an abundance of spirit essence. The spirit beast within was surely extraordinary, likely a dragon. Su Chen stroked his chin and remarked, regardless of the type of spirit beast, it must be a valuable treasure. Although he had learned from the ancient mammoth and giant serpent that this golden egg contained a dragon, he could not vouch for their truthfulness. Let me take a look. Upon hearing Su Chen mention that the golden egg housed a dragon, Natasha picked it up, inspecting it from all angles, even pressing her ear against it, employing every possible means to discern its secrets. With a resigned sigh, she shook her head, preparing to set the egg down. At that moment, the golden egg suddenly moved. Ah! Startled, Natasha let out a shriek, her hands loosening their grip, and the egg slipped from her delicate fingers. As the egg plummeted towards the ground, Su Chen's eyes widened in alarm. With a swift leap, he managed to catch the egg just before it shattered upon impact. Averting a disastrous calamity, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gently placing the egg on the ground. Goodness, that scared the life out of me. This is a treasure I risked my life to seize from the jaws of two ninth-level ferocious beasts. If it had broken, where would I go to seek justice? Crack. A sound reminiscent of breaking eggshells echoed clearly within the cave. Oh no, it can't be cracking, can it? Witnessing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he rushed closer. Scrutinizing the egg with wide-eyed concern, he noticed a clear crack forming on the shell. Seeing this scene, the corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. After all the effort I put into acquiring this golden egg, is it really going to end up like this? Hubby, it's all my fault. Natasha, seeing the heartache etched on Su Chen's face, began to cry, her tears falling like rain. Her expression was one of deep remorse. It's not your fault, Sasha. Please don't cry. Su Chen quickly rose to embrace Natasha, soothing her gently. It's just a beast egg. If it's gone, it's gone. We can always go treasure hunting for a phoenix nest another day. Really? Natasha's eyes brightened slightly at Su Chen's comforting words, as she wiped her tears away and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. You mustn't lie to me. Of course not. Moi? You're so good to me, hubby. Natasha stretched her fair neck and pecked Su Chen on the cheek, then leaned in close and whispered, Hubby, I want to have a child with you. Her face flushed crimson as she shyly burrowed into his embrace, her eyes furtively watching for his reaction. Cough, cough. Su Chen nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment at Natasha's boldness. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. This little girl, she dares to say anything. Yet, her words stirred something within him, igniting a powerful desire. Hubby, are you all right? Noticing Su Chen's flushed cheeks and rapid breathing, Natasha grew anxious. It's nothing. Su Chen shook his head, taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within him. However, this entire scene did not escape Yi Qingmei's keen observation. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion in her gaze, pondering. Xiao Chun, this expression seems familiar, reminiscent of when we were cultivating together. Could he be thinking about that? Suddenly, the golden egg emitted another cracking sound. Spiritual energy surged wildly into the egg. What is happening? Seeing this bizarre sight, everyone gulped audibly, eyes wide with curiosity. In the next instant, crack. The eggshell was pushed open from within by an unknown creature. A small golden head emerged, its tiny eyes darting around, surveying its surroundings. It then focused its gaze on Su Chen and the others. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Who are you? The little creature exclaimed, hopping out of the eggshell and looking up at Su Chen with wide, innocent eyes. Where's this place? Seeing the adorably bewildered creature, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. And who might you be? The little one, though small in stature, appeared quite robust, covered in shimmering golden scales that resembled a suit of armor. Me? It blinked its eyes and puffed out its chest proudly. I am the five-clawed golden dragon, a royal of the dragon clan. Five-clawed golden dragon, a royal of the dragon clan? The three women, Yi Qingmei and the others, burst into laughter, finding the little one utterly amusing and boastful. So cute, Natasha exclaimed, playfully poking the creature's round face. Tell your sister your name. Humph. The little creature pouted, clearly displeased with Natasha's address. Humans, do you not fear being devoured by me for bullying dragons? Giggling, the three women found this declaration even more entertaining, laughing until they nearly cried. You dare. The little creature, realizing its esteemed status as a dragon royal was being so openly mocked, trembled with indignation. It pointed a claw at the three women, exclaiming, just wait. I will roast you for this. Huh. The little one is getting angry. The women laughed even harder, clutching their stomachs in mirth. Su Chen couldn't help but join in, finding the newly hatched creature utterly delightful. I will show you all my true power, the little one declared, its nostrils flaring as it prepared to charge at the three women. Just as its paw was about to touch Natasha's clothing, it froze mid-air. A large hand had firmly grasped its neck, lifting it effortlessly, rendering it immobile. Easy now. Don't crush the dragon's bones. The little one's expression changed instantly, quickly admitting defeat. Dragon bones? Su Chen's face brightened at the revelation. You truly are a dragon. Of course. The little creature raised its head proudly. Not only am I a dragon, but I am also the rare five-clawed golden dragon. How can you prove that? Su Chen asked, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, The little one opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire scorched everything in its path, leaving nothing but desolation. The air grew stifling with heat. What an impressive flame! The three women gasped, taken aback by the sheer power of the young dragon's attack. Splendid. At last, my efforts have borne fruit. I have acquired a true treasure. Su Chen's face suddenly lit up with excitement as he brought the little creature closer to his eyes for a closer inspection. You'd better let go of me quickly, the impudent little one declared, its mouth curling into a smug grin. Otherwise, if the dragon clan finds out, they will surely unearth your ancestral grave. Naturally, Su Chen had no time to entertain such threats. Sensing his indifference, the little creature grew bolder, taunting, "Are you scared? Kneel down and serve me as your mount. Hurry. Hey, you three voluptuous sisters, I reluctantly accept you as my pets. Why don't you hurry over and serve me?" Chapter 53, Master. You must not show favoritism with two crisp slaps. Natasha, unable to tolerate the little creature's insolence, delivered a couple of sharp reprimands, causing two large welts to appear on its head. "You little rascal, how dare you insult this princess as being big-chested and dim-witted? Do you believe I want to strangle you?" she threatened, her brows furrowing in anger as she pinched the little one fiercely. It cried out in distress, pleading, "Sister, please spare me. I promise I won't dare again." I might spare you, but you must listen obediently from now on. I will be sure to obey you, sisters." The little creature nodded vigorously, eager to avoid further punishment. "As long as you don't hit me, I will comply with anything you ask." "Very well." Natasha nodded in approval, her tone turning serious. "Since you have promised us, you must keep your word, understood?" The little one nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Then you must form a contract with my husband." At this, a hint of hesitation crossed the little creature's face. Being a noble five-clawed golden dragon, it was inherently reluctant to become a mere contract beast for a human. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Natasha raised her hand, a flicker of anger in her expression. "Haven't you been punished enough?" "Of course I'm willing. I'm willing." Seeing Natasha's rising temper, the little creature quickly changed its tune. Though it voiced agreement, internally it muttered, "Who would want to be someone else's slave? It's far better to be a dragon." "Then hurry and sign the contract with my husband," Natasha urged. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood silently, observing the unfolding drama between Natasha and the little creature. It was evident that the little one was not mature enough to spar with a woman, and it would inevitably suffer defeat. "I'm ready. You may begin." The little creature approached Su Chen with a face of resignation, closing its eyes and opening its consciousness, prepared to accept his vital essence. Upon hearing this, Su Chen bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the little one's forehead. The crimson liquid trickled down to its brow, eventually merging with it. With a hum, as the drop of blood integrated, the little creature's eyes sprang open, an overwhelming aura erupting from its being. Feeling the surge of power, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "How formidable!" This presence could undoubtedly rival a late-stage cultivator from the human realm. A spirit beast that had just hatched possessed such terrifying strength, truly a testament to the lineage of the ancient four divine beasts. If it were to fully mature, how powerful would it become? This thought filled Su Chen with anticipation. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Wu." Su Chen affectionately patted its smooth little head, smiling. "You will follow me from now on. I will lead you to glory and to the skies." "Thank you for the name, Master." Upon learning it had a name, the little creature cheered, flapping its tiny body and circling around Su Chen. "Master, your power is truly astonishing. I can't believe you are the unparalleled sacred body of the sun. No wonder, Master, you have so many beautiful sisters around you. They cultivate with you and surely gain many benefits. When I transform into human form, I will cultivate with you too, but you must not show favoritism. Master, how did you acquire the sacred body of the sun? I admire you so much." After becoming Su Chen's contract spirit beast, Xiao Wu chattered incessantly about her admiration for him, leaving Su Chen both amused and exasperated. He hadn't anticipated that a female dragon could be so talkative. Furthermore, her personality was lively and cheerful, reminiscent of a child's innocent exuberance. "My background is somewhat complex. I will tell you about it gradually in the future." Su Chen chuckled, opting not to explain further. "Master, where shall we go next?" Noticing Su Chen's silence, Xiao Wu tilted her head in curiosity. "Of course, we will venture deeper into the ancient forbidden zone in search of opportunities." Just then, a rumble emanated from Xiao Wu's stomach, protesting loudly. Master, I'm hungry. Hungry? Su Chen paused, then laughed. I understand. With that, he retrieved a piece of roasted meat from his storage ring and offered it to Xiao Wu. Master, I don't want this. I want rare treasures. The little creature blinked her big, watery eyes, gazing at Su Chen pitifully. Really? A picky eater? Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then pulled out several high-grade spirit herbs and handed them over. Here, eat this. Upon seeing the spirit herbs, the little creature was ecstatic, seizing them and stuffing them into her mouth. Natasha, observing this, couldn't help but shake her head. Sigh. It's obvious she's a reincarnation of a starving ghost. In no time, the high-grade spirit herbs were devoured, and the little creature let out a satisfied belch. Master, is there more? Get lost. Su Chen exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This little glutton could really eat. Despite her small size, her appetite was astonishing. At this rate, he feared he would go bankrupt feeding her. She was indeed impressive, but her insatiable appetite for rare treasures was a concern. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to sustain her. Su Chen sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Master, I know where there's food. Seeing Su Chen's reluctant expression, Xiao Wu said, a hint of pleading in her voice. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's interest peaked. What are we waiting for? Let us there quickly. To his surprise, this five-clawed golden dragon possessed a treasure-finding ability, an invaluable skill indeed. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu led Su Chen and his companions to the base of a towering tree, its height reaching 100 meters, its branches lush and verdant, casting shade over the land. The canopy was adorned with purple fruits, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Are those the low-grade Ziwei Dao fruits? Yi Qingmei instantly recognized the fruits hanging on the tree. So many. The group was overwhelmed with excitement at the sight. With so many Ziwei Dao fruits, they were about to strike it rich. Xiao Wu, you're incredible. Su Chen praised, affectionately ruffling her little head. Yay, master, Xiao Wu did well, didn't she? No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound echoed from the distance. We're rich. So many Ziwei Dao fruits. Over 20 cultivators emerged from the nearby thicket, drawn by the discovery. They each displayed a greedy expression, their eyes fixated on the Ziwei Dao fruits hanging from the tree, completely ignoring Su Chen and his companions. Chapter 54, Master. This lecher is bullying me. Oh, so many Ziwei Dao fruits. We're going to get rich this time. Brother Qin Feng, let's gather all these fruits and the sect leader will surely reward us generously. After receiving the reward, I must confess to my senior sister and make her my Dao partner. Now we have prepared a grand gift for the Holy Sun. The faces of these cultivators were filled with fervor, each of them eager to seize the opportunity. The rarity of these Ziwei Dao fruits surpassed that of ordinary spiritual herbs, existing in the outside world as a highly coveted rarity. Even powerful beings at the threshold of the Emperor realm would scramble for such fruits, highlighting their immense value. Hearing the discussions, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly, these individuals resembled a band of robbers. It was clear that Xiao Wu had discovered the fruits first. Yet this group of latecomers had the audacity to occupy the place without a word, showing no sense of shame. Humph. These Ziwei Dao fruits were spotted by my lady first, and they belong entirely to her. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out, laced with disdain and contempt. These shameless humans dared to appropriate the treasure discovered by her five-clawed golden dragon. Truly despicable. Huh, little one, you claim these Ziwei Dao fruits were discovered by you first? The leader of the group smirked slightly, glancing at his companions with a mocking grin. Did any of you see this little creature arrive before us? No, we just got here, and there was no one around. Indeed, we were the first to arrive here. Yes, this little one must have been dazzled by the sight, but it is rather cute. They all shook their heads, indicating they had not seen Xiao Wu arrive first. Little one, did you hear? We are the first to discover this Ziwei Dao fruit tree. The leader chuckled with pride. Then his expression darkened. You best be wise and leave this place, lest you become a nuisance. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. It was a clear display of their intent to intimidate Xiao Wu and her companions. You shameless lot. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu glared furiously at the group of cultivators and roared in anger. My lady is furious. With that, she opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of intense flames. As the flames erupted, they coalesced into a gigantic fire dragon that coiled before her. Instantly, the surrounding air felt as if it had been scorched. What kind of spiritual beast is this? It exudes such terrifying energy. Seeing this astonishing scene, a cultivator swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Could it be the dragon clan, the foremost among the ancient four divine beasts? Upon hearing this, the faces of the onlookers turned pale, trembling with fear, eager to flee the scene. Everyone, calm down. At that moment, the leader's indifferent voice rang out. This is merely a dragon cub. A cub? Upon hearing this, the group's expressions relaxed slightly, their hearts easing as well. In the Tianxuan Continent, the dragon clan of the western wilderness had always been shrouded in mystery, and few had ever witnessed one in person. Although this little creature was indeed a powerful dragon, it was merely a cub, thus not as formidable. Ah, it is just an inexperienced little dragon. How terrifying. Little one, step aside and avoid suffering. Join me as my spiritual beast, and I will treat you well. The group mocked Xiao Wu, each taking turns to belittle her. My lady will turn you all into roasted meat. Upon hearing their taunts, Xiao Wu immediately flared up. Roar. The fire dragon let out a long howl and charged toward the group of human cultivators. Not good. Realizing Xiao Wu was genuinely enraged, the once arrogant cultivators turned pale. The fire dragon was far too intimidating, and they dared not confront it directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, they scattered in all directions to evade the dragon's assault. Humph, a bunch of trash. Seeing this, Xiao Wu smirked, a cold snort escaping her lips. Now you know fear, don't you? Hearing her words, the faces of the human cultivators flushed red with shame, feeling like a group of cowardly fools. Haha, little one. Do you think you are impressive? Just then, a haughty voice rang out. Xiao Wu raised her gaze, spotting the leader wearing a mocking grin, as if viewing a mere clown. Yet you are nothing but trash, fleeing faster than anyone upon seeing my lady's flames. Xiao Wu scowled, pouting in disdain. Haraha. The leader laughed again. I admit your flames are indeed powerful, but you are merely a fifth-level divine beast. The gap between us is insurmountable. If a fight were to ensue, do not claim I am bullying you. With that, his aura suddenly surged, and a golden binding rope appeared in his right hand, his eyes glinting with a sinister charm. Be a good girl and become my spiritual pet. And once you transform into human form, I shall show you the pleasures of being a woman. Bah, lecherous scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nearly lost her temper. This fellow, though outwardly handsome, harbored a repulsive heart, audaciously attempting to take advantage of her, simply outrageous. In her fury, she unleashed 3 fire dragons toward the leader. The leader, with a disdainful glance, easily evaded the fire dragons. Then, the golden binding rope surged toward Xiao Wu. Little one, yield and submit. I promise to ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Seeing this, a wicked smile crept onto the leader's face as he forcefully tightened his grip. Master, this lecher is bullying me. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the binding rope, Xiao Wu's heart raced, and she cried out in desperation. Ah, little one, it's too late to plead for help. Your reaction only brings me delight. Seeing Xiao Wu's response, the leader erupted in laughter, reveling in his triumph. Whoosh. Just then, another golden binding rope shot forth from behind Xiao Wu, instantly entangling with the first. Friend, are you being a bit excessive? Su Chen, standing protectively behind Xiao Wu, narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired. Who are you? The leader frowned, casting a dismissive glance at Su Chen, displeased. Do you know the consequences of ruining my plans? This is my contracted spiritual beast, and you dare to attempt to seize her without a word? Su Chen cradled Xiao Wu in his arms, coldly questioning, do you possess any sense of reason? Upon hearing this, the leading youth scoffed disdainfully. Reason? Haraha. Let me tell you, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The strong prevail, that is the essence of it. You are overstepping your bounds. At this moment, the gentle and kind-hearted green loach could no longer bear to stand idly by. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged from her, resembling the imposing presence of a mountain, bearing down upon the leading youth. The moment he sensed the lethal intent emanating from Green Loach, the youth's pupils constricted sharply. This green-clad woman before him possessed strength that had reached the late stage of the Saint King realm. Moreover, an unusual aura enveloped her, instilling within him a foreboding sense of dread. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, We are inner disciples of the Eastern Desolation's Immortal Sword Sect. May I ask who you esteemed friends are? Immortal Sword Sect? Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the sect to which his ninth sister, Nu Yuqing, belonged? It was no wonder these individuals had previously exhibited such arrogance. The Immortal Sword Sect was one of the 8 great powers of the Eastern Desolation, and it ranked prominently among them. Since you are inner disciples of the immortal sword sect, why do you act so despicably with such malicious intent? As he concluded, Su Chen's tone had turned icy. Esteemed friend, we are left with no choice. The leading youth, sensing the murderous aura on Su Chen's face, hastily gestured for calm, explaining, in 10 days, it will be the wedding day of our sect's holy son and holy maiden. We are merely in a rush to find some rare materials in this ancient forbidden land to present as gifts to the holy son. The wedding of the holy son and holy maiden? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Isn't the holy maiden of your immortal sword sect Mu Yuqing? Indeed, our sect's current holy maiden is senior sister Mu Yuqing. The leading youth, noticing Su Chen's apparent familiarity with Mu Yuqing, immediately began to elaborate excitedly. Senior sister Mu Yuqing possesses extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of the divine ability realm at a young age, so close to the Saint King realm. Stop. Before the youth could finish, Su Chen waved his hand to interrupt him. I want to know if your holy maiden is willingly marrying your holy son, his ninth sister. Mu Yuqing had publicly announced her intention to marry him. Now, she was to wed the sect's holy son, which revealed an unsettling twist. Of course not. The leading youth shook his head vehemently, appearing indignant. Were it not for the holy son's advantageous lineage, how could he possibly marry someone of senior sister Mu Yuqing's caliber? The holy son, Chu Yang, is not only unattractive but also utterly incompetent. We, over 20 of us disciples, were driven into this perilous ancient forbidden land due to that detestable fellow. At this point, the youth turned towards the other immortal sword sect disciples behind him, asking, brothers, do you agree with what I say? Brother Chen is right. I merely remarked in private that the holy son was unworthy of senior sister Mu Yuqing, and that vile Chu Yang has since harbored resentment towards me, another disciple chimed in. Sister Lu was forcibly defiled by Chu Yang, and when I cursed him for being a scoundrel, I was sent here as punishment. I witnessed that lecher Chu Yang sneaking away with elder Lu Ruoyan's silk stockings at night. After being caught, he has held a grudge against me ever since. The disciples of the immortal sword sect began to voice their grievances, each recounting their own grievances against Chu Yang, their faces filled with indignation. How could such a scoundrel be worthy of our sister Yuqing? Standing silently until now, Yuqing could no longer contain herself and coldly declared, Chen, we must hurry to the immortal sword sect and rescue sister Yuqing. She can only be your woman in this lifetime. Indeed, Su Chen nodded firmly at her words. He never expected the immortal sword sect to engage in such absurdity, forcing his ninth sister, Mu Yuqing, into a marriage with someone universally acknowledged as a scoundrel. Regardless of the consequences, he would seek justice for her. Immortal sword sect, what of it? Even if it means standing against all the great sects and powers of the world, he would protect his 9 sisters, ensuring they suffered no harm or grievance. The 4 companions and 1 beast swiftly gathered all the ZY Dao fruits from the tree. Just as Su Chen and his group prepared to leave, the leading youth approached with a pleading tone, esteemed friend, could you spare us some ZY Dao fruits? Otherwise, we cannot return to report our findings. Begone. Upon hearing the youth's request, Su Chen's expression darkened. Without waiting for the leading youth's response, he took the women and soared eastward. Those despicable individuals, only thinking of themselves, leaving us with nothing. The leading youth's face darkened ominously as he glared at the departing figures of Su Chen and the others, his eyes gleaming with malice. Though Chu Yang was a scoundrel, he had a powerful father. You, reckless fool, will surely meet a terrible fate. In the eastern desolation, at the immortal sword sect, atop Qinghuan Peak, the peak's master, Zhu Wanling, cradled the tear-streaked Mu Yuqing, gently stroking her hair and soothing her with tender words. Master, I cannot leave. Mu Yuqing raised her tear-stained face to gaze at Zhu Wanling, shaking her head. If I leave, the sect master will not spare you or the sisters of Qinghuan Peak. Sigh. You foolish girl. Zhu Wanling observed the determination in Mu Yuqing's eyes and sighed deeply, her expression tinged with sorrow. I too was forced into agreeing to this marriage. Do not blame your master for being heartless. Student understands. Hearing Zhu Wanling's words, Mu Yuqing lowered her head, her face filled with bitterness. If she chose to flee from the wedding, not only would her master and the sisters of Qinghuan Peak face repercussions, but it could also endanger her beloved younger brother. Su Chen. After all, the announcement of her engagement to Su Chen had already spread widely. If she fled, the sect master, Chu Xiong, known for his vindictiveness, would undoubtedly target Su Chen and the Su family first. Chu Xiong was notoriously tyrannical, Those who angered him would find themselves in dire straits. If Su Chen fell into his clutches, he would never know peace again. Therefore, she would rather endure suffering herself than allow Su Chen to be harmed because of her. Sigh. Yuqing, sometimes our fates as women are so cruel. It is far too difficult to be with the man we love. Seemingly sensing her disciple's heartache, Zhu Wanling took a deep breath, gazing wistfully at the golden moon outside the window. After turning 18, a handsome man's visage suddenly emerged in her consciousness, accompanied by scenes of their adventures in the celestial realm. Yet, that man ultimately chose to confront the top powers of the celestial realm to protect her, sacrificing himself in the process. She followed closely behind, choosing to end her own life in grief. That handsome man bore the formidable name, Emperor of the Heavenly Path. She knew that this Tianxuan Continent was the small world where her beloved resided before ascending. Hearing of the Emperor of the Heavenly Path's heroic deeds for humanity during ancient times, Zhu Wanling admired her past love even more. Throughout it all, she could not erase the image of the Emperor of the Heavenly Path from her mind. Thus, in this life, she remained solitary, hoping to one day ascend to the celestial realm and reunite with her former love. Heavenly Path, where are you? Are you well? As she contemplated, Zhu Wanling gazed at the vast starry sky, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, murmuring, "You once said that in this lifetime, you would wait for me. Master, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind?" Hearing Zhu Wanling's words, Mu Yuqing lifted her gaze to her, noticing her unusual expression, and asked with concern, "No, I'm fine." Wiping away her tear-streaked face, Zhu Wanling forced a smile that was more sorrowful than crying. "I was just reminded of some painful memories from the past." With that, she hurriedly left Mu Yuqing's room, not wanting her beloved disciple to witness her vulnerable side. "Chen, I hope that when you learn of your sister-in-law's marriage, you won't resent her. She only wishes the best for you." Mu Yuqing approached the window, gazing at the bright moon, silently reflecting within her heart. Her beautiful eyes unknowingly shed glistening tears. That graceful silhouette, illuminated by the pale moonlight, appeared hauntingly desolate and forlorn. At the inn, achoo, Su Chen sneezed thrice in succession, rubbing his nose. "Who is thinking of me?" he mused, then shook his head, deciding to focus on his cultivation. With that, he entered his room, preparing to sit cross-legged on the bed and begin meditative practice. However, as soon as he entered, he sensed a faint fragrance wafting from within, filling the air. Su Chen caught a whiff of a familiar scent and was momentarily taken aback. "Qingmei?" Joy surged in his heart as he followed the alluring fragrance. He beheld an exquisite figure seated at the vanity, diligently arranging her disheveled hair. Her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, framing her stunning face. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had to admit, ever since she became his, Qingmei had grown increasingly enchanting, more alluring than ever. Especially now, clad in a simple white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her skin was as fair as snow, and her captivating beauty left one breathless, longing to taste her sweetness. "Qingmei, you are truly beautiful." Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Qingmei's hairstyling paused, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly tidied herself. Glancing at Su Chen with a playful glare, she said, "Who told you to sneak a peek?" Seeing her shy demeanor, Su Chen stepped forward and embraced her. Grinning, "Not only did I sneak a peek, but I intend to gaze openly as well." With that, his eyes burned with intensity as he took in her exquisite features, a flame igniting within him. "Chen, let me go." Feeling Su Chen's fervent gaze, Qingmei's heart raced, and she struggled to break free. Yet, her attempts were futile. How could one resist such a delightful temptation? "Sister-in-law, what brings you to my room at this late hour?" Su Chen asked, planting a soft kiss on her cheek, puzzled. He knew Qingmei's character all too well, a typical ice-cold beauty who rarely ventured into the presence of an energetic young man at such an hour. I couldn't sleep, so I wandered around. I happened to pass by your door and noticed it was ajar, so I came in to sit for a while." Qingmei lowered her head, stammering, "Oh, just here to sit?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. He found her words hard to believe. "Yes, just to sit." Feeling Su Chen's teasing gaze, Qingmei wished for nothing more than to disappear into a hole. Shyly, she buried her face deeper into his embrace, unable to meet his gaze. "Could it be you wanted to cultivate with me?" Su Chen's teasing smile broadened. "You, stop talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, Qingmei's heart skipped a beat, her face turning crimson as she pouted. "All right, All right, I was just joking. Su Chen chuckled heartily, playfully pinching her delicate nose. Xiao Chen, you are incorrigible. At her words, Yi Qingmei's expression turned icy, clearly displeased. Fine, fine, I admit my fault. Seeing her flustered look, Su Chen felt his heart flutter, grinning mischievously. Humph, at least you know. Yi Qingmei pouted, her face brimming with pride. Qingmei, it's getting late. Let's cultivate together. Su Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, smiling as he spoke. Yes, you must put in more effort. After all, our time is limited. Chapter 57. Sister Luoluo, please do not go. Yi Qingmei nodded, softly advising, knowing her heavenly fragrance would greatly aid Su Chen's rapid advancement in cultivation. She realized that their upcoming journey to the Immortal Sword Sect to rescue Mu Yuqing would be a fierce battle. Although Su Chen had already reached the 4th level of the Saint King realm, making him nearly unmatched among the younger generation, the Immortal Sword Sect had stood as a formidable force for millions of years, harboring terrifying legacies. While Su Chen was indeed powerful, he paled in comparison to those ancient beings who had lived for millennia. To assist him in swiftly enhancing his strength, she was willing to endure hardship, for it was unavoidable. Qingmei, rest assured, I will work diligently. With that, Su Chen swept Yi Qingmei into his arms, and soon they were deeply engrossed in their cultivation practice together. The following day, under the radiant sun and the sweet melody of birds, Su Chen opened his eyes to find Yi Qingmei seated beside him, her beautiful eyes quietly fixed upon him. Qingmei, why do you stare at me? Is it because my performance last night was unsatisfactory? Noticing her unwavering gaze, Su Chen smirked, exuding a charming yet mischievous demeanor. How dare you say that? Yi Qingmei's cheeks flushed with shyness at his words, lightly punching his chest with her delicate fist. Her voice barely above a whisper as memories of their wild night flooded her mind. By the way, Xiao Chen, what level have you reached in your cultivation? The 5th level of the Saint King realm. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. What? Yi Qingmei was taken aback, her face a picture of disbelief as she gazed at Su Chen. Had he truly broken through a level in just one night? Though she had endured some hardship, witnessing the rewards of her efforts, a smile of satisfaction finally graced her face. Regardless of the challenges, her perseverance had been worthwhile. Xiao Chen, you have not disappointed me. Yi Qingmei beamed at Su Chen, her admiration evident. Sister-in-law, thank you. Su Chen replied earnestly, feeling the depth of her affection. For what? You are truly insufferable. Yi Qingmei rolled her eyes playfully, feigning annoyance. Sister-in-law, I wish to cultivate with you further, striving to elevate my level a bit more. Su Chen chuckled, his smile laced with a hint of mischief. No, let's not. Yi Qingmei extricated herself from Su Chen's embrace, her beautiful autumn-like eyes glaring fiercely at him. I am exhausted. Could you please allow me to rest for a moment? Upon uttering these words, her delicate face turned a deep shade of crimson, seemingly apprehensive about being discovered by Su Chen as she lowered her head. Did sister-in-law not desire to enhance her cultivation further? Last night, the benefits were not exclusive to Su Chen. Yi Qingmei had also advanced from the 9th tier of the Dao Palace realm to the 1st tier of the Divine Ability realm, a significant achievement indeed. I wasn't thinking that at all. Yi Qingmei hastily retorted, breaking free from his embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing her shy demeanor, Su Chen smirked. I firmly believe that no female cultivator in this world is indifferent to my sacred body of the sun, and you are no exception, sister-in-law. Humph, nonsense. Yi Qingmei indignantly waved her delicate fists. This rogue was utterly shameless. How dare he openly tease her like that? Oh, are you worried about being discovered by Green Lotus and Natasha? Su Chen teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei shyly averted her gaze again. She had not returned to her room all night, so Green Lotus and Natasha were likely already aware. Since the matter is already exposed, let us continue our cultivation and strive for further breakthroughs. Su Chen said with a smile. Yi Qingmei nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The two resumed their cultivation. In the adjoining guest room, a woman in a black dress lay beside a woman in a green dress on a large bed. The black-dressed woman had a stunning figure. Her skin fair as snow, with alluring curves that radiated seduction. Particularly striking were her flowing golden locks, cascading behind her, endowing her with an enchanting and beguiling presence that incited an irresistible urge to approach her. The green-dressed woman also possessed a graceful figure, her long, fair legs causing hearts to flutter. Her large, sparkling eyes appeared exceptionally lively, evoking a sense of tenderness. The two women were Natasha and Green Lotus. Sister, Why hasn't the fairy returned from the master's room since last night? Green Lotus, who was utterly naive regarding matters of intimacy, wore a perplexed expression. I am uncertain. Natasha replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she stammered. Perhaps Sister Chime is cultivating with her husband. As she spoke, images of Su Chen detoxifying her in the cave of the ancient Forbidden Land surfaced in her mind. Having experienced Su Chen's combat prowess firsthand, she could attest to its tremendous strength. 3 words: incredibly formidable, comparable to a perpetual motion machine. The sacred body of the sun was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Really? Then we should find the master and cultivate together. Green Lotus exclaimed excitedly, pulling Natasha's delicate hand as she prepared to head to Su Chen's room. Sister Green Lotus, do not go. Natasha quickly pressed down on Green Lotus. Her face flushed as she said, now is not the right time. Why? Green Lotus's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at Natasha. The master possesses the unparalleled sacred body of the sun. Cultivating with him can elevate our powers. Since the fairy has gone to cultivate with the master, we could assist as well. With that, she stood up and headed toward the adjacent room, eager to join Su Chen in cultivation. Chapter 58. Little Chen, shall we enter? No, you mustn't go. Natasha swiftly grasped Green Lotus's hand. Sister, please tell me why I cannot join the master in cultivation right now? Green Lotus, feeling anxious, pressed Natasha for an answer. Because. Natasha hesitated, unsure of how to explain to the innocent Green Lotus. Speak up already. Green Lotus urged impatiently. Because, right now, the fairy is engaging in intimate activities with her husband. Green Lotus was taken aback, her expression one of shock. Did you not just say they were simply cultivating together? I spoke the truth, Natasha affirmed, nodding seriously. Leaning close to Green Lotus's ear, she whispered, Sister Green Lotus, cultivating with the master is indeed an intimate act, exchanging each other's spiritual energy. As she finished, Natasha's exquisite face turned as red as an apple, her voice dwindling to a whisper. So that is how it is. Realization dawned on Green Lotus, who nodded in understanding before shyly asking, but isn't that a bit too intimate? What's there to be shy about? Natasha waved her hand nonchalantly, continuing, this is merely an expression of affection between husband and wife. Besides, the master is the sacred body of the sun. Cultivating with him can lead to significant advancements in our powers. You might not know, but I only cultivated with the master once, and my strength jumped from mid-tier level 7 to upper-tier level 7. I was merely a step away from level 8. Had my mother not interrupted, I would have wanted to continue cultivating with the master. The master's sacred body of the sun is that powerful, Green Lotus exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her heart racing with excitement, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. She was aware of the sacred body's might, but never anticipated it to be so formidable. Of course, Sister Green Lotus, if you don't believe me, you can try for yourself, Natasha said with a smile, observing Green Lotus's expression. I assure you, after cultivating with the master once, you'll yearn for a second time. Encouraged by Natasha's words, Green Lotus felt her heart stir, yet she hesitated, uncertain if she was truly ready. But, is that really permissible? The master seems to have no intentions toward me in that regard. Her expression dimmed slightly at this thought. Of course it is. Natasha spoke confidently. The master surely harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he keep you by his side? Is that true? Yet, Green Lotus remained hesitant, still a virgin and somewhat fearful of matters between men and women. Sister Green Lotus, there's no rush. Eventually, you will become the master's woman. Noticing Green Lotus's reluctance, Natasha seized her delicate hand, pressing her ear against the wall, playfully asking, do you hear that sound? Yes, it sounds like the fairy's cries. Green Lotus nodded, her brow furrowed with concern. Natasha, could it be that the master is bullying the fairy? Giggle. Sister Green Lotus, that's not bullying. It's merely bringing Sister Chime pleasure. Natasha chuckled, covering her mouth as she laughed, then leaned closer to Green Lotus's ear, whispering, Sister Green Lotus, once you become the master's woman, you'll understand why Sister Chime makes such sounds. You mean, they are currently engaging in intimate activities? Upon hearing this, Green Lotus's face instantly flushed crimson, her bright eyes widening in shock. A mix of astonishment and a tinge of anticipation filled her heart. She was genuinely curious about the nature of intimacy between men and women. What else could it be? Observing her expression, Natasha smiled brightly and remarked, it is truly delightful to cultivate alongside my husband. As she spoke the last words, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. and her autumn-like eyes glimmered with a hint of enchantment. Unbeknownst to Su Chun and Yi Qingmei, who occupied the adjacent room, Natasha and Green Orchid were engaged in conversation. Their sole focus was on swiftly enhancing their cultivation to secure an advantage for the impending battle. Xiaochun, have you advanced yet? Sister-in-law, not yet. Then keep up the effort. 5 days later. Is this the Immortal Sword Sect? Yi Qingmei gazed up at the imposing mountain gate before her, all evident on her face. Indeed, it was a grand sect with a legacy spanning millions of years, and even a mere gate was constructed with such magnificent splendor. In the distance, dozens of towering peaks loomed behind the gate, exuding a formidable presence. Beside one of the peaks, a colossal waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way. Beneath the waterfall lay a serene lake, its surface teeming with various fish. Xiaochun, let us enter. Retracting her gaze, Yi Qingmei turned to Su Chen. Her expression gentle as she spoke. She felt an overwhelming tranquility here, as if it were a hidden paradise. Su Chen nodded slightly, preparing to lead the 3 women and 1 beast toward the gate. Boldly, who dares to make a ruckus outside my Immortal Sword Sect? At that moment, a chilling reprimand echoed through the air. Subsequently, a young man clad in a white robe, wielding a long sword, emerged from the shadows with an icy demeanor. This senior brother, we are family of the esteemed Saintess Mu Yuqing. We have come to attend her wedding tomorrow. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Qingmei smiled faintly and bowed respectfully. Oh, it turns out to be the Saintess's family. The young man was momentarily taken aback by Yi Qingmei's words, his expression softening slightly. Please wait a moment. I shall inform within. With that, he turned and entered the gate. Shortly thereafter, a portly man in red, wearing a beaming smile, followed him out. Esteemed young lady, this is our Immortal Sword Sect Saint Sun and the Saintess's fiancé. The gatekeeper disciple introduced the rotund man to Yi Qingmei and her companions. Casting a glance at the corpulent figure, Yi Qingmei's eyes flickered with disdain. Yet she maintained her politeness, greeting him, greetings, brother-in-law. We have come specifically to visit the Immortal Sword Sect in hopes of witnessing Yuqing's happiness at her wedding. Thus we took the liberty of coming here. Yi Qingmei explained to Chu Yang with a gentle smile, then introduced Su Chun. This is my husband. And these 2 are my younger sisters. The mention of brother-in-law made Chu Yang beam with pride. After secretly appraising Yi Qingmei's beauty, he chuckled, Chu Yang. Greetings, sister, brother-in-law, and 2 younger sisters. He had just been trying on his wedding attire for the next day when he heard the gatekeeper announce the arrival of the Saintess's family, prompting him to rush out to greet them. After all, the family of Mu Yuqing would soon become his family as well, as the new son-in-law. He felt it necessary to observe some etiquette. Yi Qingmei nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to the distance, remaining silent and composed. Noticing her indifference, Chu Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Brother-in-law, hello. At that moment, a male voice rang in Chu Yang's ears. Turning to look, he saw a handsome young man smiling at him from beside Yi Qingmei. Brother-in-law, hello? Chu Yang smiled back, nodding. It was then that he noticed 2 extraordinarily beautiful young women standing behind Yi Qingmei. While they may not rival Mu Yuqing's unparalleled beauty, they exuded their own charm. Unmistakably exquisite. As Chu Yang's eyes wandered over Natasha, her cheeks flushed crimson. She shot him a furious glare. How could he look at her with such a lewd gaze? Indeed, he was nothing more than a rogue, she scolded inwardly. Startled by Natasha's glare, Chu Yang quickly regained his composure, awkwardly rubbing his nose. I apologize, young ladies. You are simply too beautiful. Although he knew Yi Qingmei was already married, her sisters seemed to lack partners, which suggested a tantalizing possibility. Perhaps he could court them as concubines. The thought of sharing a bed with 3 stunning beauties filled him with a peculiar thrill. Natasha huffed disdainfully at Chu Yang, her expression radiating displeasure. What a lecherous man, unable to resist ogling beautiful girls, always seeking to play the field. How could he still entertain such thoughts on the eve of his wedding? Sister, brother-in-law, and 2 younger sisters, allow me to escort you to see Yuqing. Sensing the awkward tension, Chu Yang hastily interjected. That would be troublesome, brother-in-law. Yi Qingmei replied courteously, nodding as she followed Chu Yang into the depths of the Immortal Sword Sect. With Chu Yang leading the way, their passage was unobstructed, and they soon arrived at the residence of Mu Yuqing atop the soaring Qinghuan Peak, shrouded in mist and appearing as if it belonged to the heavens. What a beautiful sight! Green Orchid exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Natasha concurred, her face reflecting appreciation. That is only natural. Qinghuan Peak is one of our sect's 3 main summits, rich in potent spiritual energy, a true feng shui treasure. Chu Yang beamed, his vanity greatly satisfied by the women's praises. Yuqing Jr.'s sister resides at the peak with her master. I shall guide you there. With that, he soared into the clouds, racing toward the summit. Let us go. Su Chen exchanged glances with the others and quickly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the pinnacle of Qinghuan Peak. Before them stood a grand hall, and dozens of poised female disciples awaited with reverent expressions. Quickly, summon Yuqing. Tell her the Saint Sun has brought her family to see her. Chu Yang shouted as he approached the hall. Saint Sun, please wait. I will inform the Saintess. One of the blue-robed disciples bowed respectfully upon recognizing Chu Yang. A sense of pride washed over him at her deference. Moments later, a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown gracefully emerged from within. Her ethereal beauty, coupled with her elegant demeanor, captivated the surrounding disciples, leaving them entranced. Upon seeing the purple-clad beauty, Chu Yang's heart raced. He vowed that today he would have the chance to observe this stunning woman up close for the first time. Her flawless visage radiated a hint of coolness, which only served to enhance her noble elegance, evoking feelings of reverence akin to gazing upon a lofty mountain. Yuqing, my dear sister. Upon encountering the lady in the violet dress, Yi Qingmei's heart surged with excitement. She hurriedly approached and grasped Mu Yuqing's delicate hand, her expression brimming with fervor. Upon seeing Yi Qingmei, Mu Yuqing revealed a faint smile. Sister, it has been so long since we last met. Indeed, it has been far too long. Observing the slight pallor on Mu Yuqing's face, Yi Qingmei's eyes immediately glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. She recalled the time when her father, Yi Lingtian, had coerced her into an unwanted marriage at the duke's residence, leaving her feeling aggrieved and unwilling. Ultimately, she had chosen to elope with Su Chen to escape that fate. While she had managed to evade that calamity, Mu Yuqing had silently endured the weight of pressure for the past few months, with no confidant to share her burdens. Seeing her now, so haggard, filled Yi Qingmei with even greater sorrow. Sister, please do not cry. Noticing this, Mu Yuqing felt a pang of heartache and softly consoled her. Let us step inside and sit for a while. With that, she took Yi Qingmei's hand and led her and Su Chen towards her small courtyard. After a few steps, she turned to look at Chu Yang, forcing a smile. Saint Sun, thank you for bringing my family here. Oh, Mu Yuqing, you need not be so polite. We are family. Chu Yang replied, his face alight with excitement as he waved his hand dismissively. This was the first time Mu Yuqing had spoken to him with such warmth, leaving him feeling elated. Today, he finally felt a sense of pride, his mood exceedingly buoyant. Observing the animated expression on Chu Yang's face, Yi Qingmei couldn't help but twitch her lips in mild disdain. She was not alone in this sentiment. Natasha regarded him with a similar look of disdain, sensing that Chu Yang seemed somewhat lacking in awareness. It was evident to anyone that Mu Yuqing held no affection for him, yet he persisted in his advances, truly a devoted admirer. Inside Mu Yuqing's chamber, she sighed as she closed the door. Oh dear, Sister Qingmei, you should not have brought Su Chen here. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation. The arrival of Su Chen and Yi Qingmei, while well-intentioned, could inadvertently endanger them all. Sister-in-law, you promised to help me carry on the Su family lineage, Su Chen interjected. Stepping forward, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on her beautiful orbs. You cannot go back on your word. Chapter 60. Have you become a couple? Under the scrutiny of Su Chen's unabashed gaze, Mu Yuqing felt a rush of embarrassment, hastily diverting her eyes and lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry, sister-in-law was left with no choice. Is it that, Chu Yang? Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a chilling tone. At this, Mu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. Realizing she could not conceal the truth from Su Chen, she lifted her head and, with a hint of guilt, nodded. That scoundrel dared to force my sister-in-law into marriage. I shall surely kill him, Su Chen declared, an icy aura radiating from him. No, please don't. Startled by the fierce glint in Su Chen's eyes, Mu Yuqing grasped his arm urgently, shaking her head. Su Chen, you must not act recklessly. Chu Yang holds a distinguished status. He is not only the saint son of the immortal sword sect, but also the only son of the sect leader, Chu Xiong. If you were to kill Chu Yang, Chu Xiong would undoubtedly seek vengeance. As she spoke, worry flickered in Mu Yuqing's eyes. Having been the saintess of the immortal sword sect for many years, she understood the profound strength of the sect. Should Su Chen act against Chu Yang, It would result in a relentless pursuit of vengeance by Chu Xiong, leading to a fate worse than death for Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. For my sister-in-law, I would not hesitate to risk my life. No, you must not act recklessly. I do not wish for you to encounter trouble because of me. Seeing the resolute look in Su Chen's eyes, Mu Yuqing's complexion paled as she urgently advised him. I am not afraid. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone unwavering. A man who cannot protect his own woman is not deserving of the title. Su Chen, you cannot be serious. Observing Su Chen's serious demeanor, Mu Yuqing's face flushed with surprise, and she quickly asked, Is that so? Yes. Su Chen affirmed emphatically. Mu Yuqing, Su Chen has regained his senses, Yi Qingmei interjected, pulling Mu Yuqing aside to whisper, he is also the unparalleled Flame Sun's sacred body. What? Mu Yuqing gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening. The unparalleled Flame Sun's sacred body? What a terrifying constitution. Sister Qingmei, how do you know this? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she scrutinized Yi Qingmei's expression, asking in a hushed tone, could it be that you two have become a couple? Yes. Yi Qingmei replied, a shy yet blissful smile gracing her features as she nodded slowly. Ah, sister is truly fortunate. Mu Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy, although she had suspected it. Hearing Yi Qingmei confirm it stirred a tempest of emotions within her. The Flame Sun's sacred body was a coveted trait that every female cultivator desired in their partner. Dear sister, you need not envy me. Su Chen is also your husband, Yi Qingmei remarked with a playful smile, seeing the envy on Mu Yuqing's face. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly replied, Sister, please do not tease me. Observing the scene between the two women, a playful expression danced across Su Chen's face. Glancing between Mu Yuqing and Yi Qingmei, he smirked, Sisters, should we not find a private place to discuss? At this, both Yi Qingmei and Mu Yuqing were taken aback, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. They understood the implication of Su Chen's words. Su Chen you. Mu Yuqing's beautiful face flushed crimson as she lowered her head shyly. Seeing her blushing countenance, Su Chen felt a surge of desire rise within him and instinctively pulled Mu Yuqing into his embrace. Ah! Startled by Su Chen's bold move, Mu Yuqing's face turned a deep shade of red as she quickly pushed him away, her expression fraught with tension. Su Chen, we are in the Immortal Sword sect. If this were to get out, wouldn't Chu Yang cause a ruckus? Mu Yuqing knew Chu Yang's temperament all too well. He could brazenly flirt with other women's affections. But if he learned that anyone dared to encroach upon his territory, the outcome would be fatal. Fear not. I came here today to take you away, Su Chen declared with a mischievous grin, observing Mu Yuqing's bashful demeanor. Su Chen I. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure clad in white entered gracefully. The woman, dressed in snow-white robes, with skin as fair as snow and features exquisitely delicate, looked as if she descended from the heavens. Hello. She greeted Su Chen and the others with a radiant smile, her ethereal beauty akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing with it an enchanting fragrance. This woman was not only stunning but also possessed an elegant demeanor. As Su Chen beheld this breathtaking figure, he nearly lost his composure, utterly mesmerized, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Yi Qingmei shot him an annoyed glare, mentally chastising him. How can he still be so infatuated after having so many sisters? Yet, she could not deny that the woman before them was the most beautiful she had ever encountered, exuding an indescribable noble aura. Cough, cough. Yi Qingmei cleared her throat, breaking Su Chen from his stupor. Who is this fairy? Realizing the situation, Su Chen awkwardly touched his nose and inquired, Master, what brings you here? At the same time, Mu Yuqing freed herself from Su Chen's embrace and approached the woman in white, affectionately wrapping her arms around her. You ungrateful girl, can't your master come to see you? Zhu Wanling playfully flicked Mu Yuqing's smooth forehead, pretending to be annoyed. Hee, of course not. Mu Yuqing pouted, her expression filled with innocence, for she could not bear to see her beloved master upset. Once an orphan without parents, she was taken in by Zhu Wanling, who nurtured her and imparted the art of cultivation. In her eyes, Zhu Wanling was like a mother. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I have important matters to discuss with you, Zhu Wanling said, observing Mu Yuqing's pitiful demeanor and shaking her head with a smile. Important matters? What kind of matters? Mu Yuqing asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked toward Zhu Wanling. The latter's gaze fell upon Su Chen behind Mu Yuqing. Earlier, While meditating, a disciple had barged in with news about the happenings concerning Mu Yuqing, prompting Zhu Wanling to rush over. She knew well that Mu Yuqing had no family left. Upon entering, she found Su Chen holding Mu Yuqing closely, both gazes filled with deep affection. As someone who had experienced love in a past life, Zhu Wanling instantly perceived the nature of their relationship. While she wished to support their bond, she could not condone it, for Mu Yuqing was to wed Chu Yang the following day. If Mu Yuqing were to vanish now, it would disrupt the entire Tianxuan Peak. As her master, she was also the leader responsible for all disciples at Tianxuan Peak. Su Chen, greetings to the Peak Master. Su Chen stepped forward and performed a respectful gesture toward Zhu Wanling. On his way here, he had learned about the Peak Master's name from Chu Yang. Yuqing, take this young lady outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with young Master Su, Zhu Wanling instructed, casting a cold glance at Su Chen. Master I. Mu Yuqing's anxiety flared at Zhu Wanling's request to leave, but before she could voice her concerns, Zhu Wanling interrupted her with a wave. Out. Zhu Wanling's expression darkened as she scolded her. Standing there, Mu Yuqing pouted, feeling aggrieved as she looked at Zhu Wanling. It was the first time she had witnessed such anger from her master. Yuqing, I will accompany you outside, Yi Qingmei said gently, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room. All right, fine. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yuqing relented. She understood Zhu Wanling's firm nature. Once a decision was made, it was unchangeable. So she had no choice but to obediently leave with Yi Qingmei. Once Mu Yuqing exited, Zhu Wanling turned her icy gaze towards Su Chen. Young Master Su, do you have feelings for Yuqing? Indeed, Su Chen replied without hesitation, nodding. Do I like her? Of course. That day, at my father's and 9 brothers' funeral, when Mu Yuqing and the other 8 future sisters-in-law publicly declared their intention to marry me, I fell deeply in love with them. I vowed to protect these 9 fiancées with my life. Like her? Zhu Wanling smirked, her voice cold. Though you have regained your senses, do you truly believe you can bring happiness to Yuqing? Your father and 9 brothers perished on the same day. Do you think that's mere coincidence? You cannot provide her happiness. Instead, you may endanger her life. If you truly care for Yuqing, then grant her freedom. Zhu Wanling's tone was severe, clearly harboring deep reservations towards Su Chen. After all, she did not wish for her precious disciple to lose her life following Su Chen. Peak Master, do you think forcing Yuqing to marry that scoundrel Chu Yang will bring her happiness? Su Chen retorted, narrowing his eyes. You must have heard whispers about Chu Yang's despicable actions, have you not? And so what? At least marrying Chu Yang ensures her safety, and she will have access to even more cultivation resources. Zhu Wanling stood her ground, her brows furrowing defiantly. Seeing her resolve, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So there's no room for negotiation? Indeed, if you genuinely care for her, please remove yourself from her life. Zhu Wanling affirmed, her tone unwavering. That young man should take his leave immediately. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he replied coldly, on the day of the wedding. I will take Yuqing away in a manner befitting her status. I hope, by then, Peak Master will not intervene. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. With that, Su Chen turned and left the room. What an arrogant young man. Zhu Wanling clenched her fists, anger flaring on her delicate face. In both her past life and this one, no one had dared to be so brazen before her. Master, why did you send Su Chen away? Mu Yuqing rushed back in, her face etched with concern. She had sensed Su Chen's displeasure from his expression, realizing that their conversation had not gone well. We at Tianxuan Peak do not welcome him. Zhu Wanling coldly snorted, casting an annoyed glance at Mu Yuqing before continuing. Besides, how would the other disciples of the sect view us if we allowed a male cultivator to stay overnight? But they are my. Mu Yuqing bit her lip, wanting to argue. Yet before she could finish, Zhu Wanling interrupted with a wave of her hand. Enough. I have made a decision on this matter, and you need not persuade me further. Prepare yourself to be the bride tomorrow. Zhu Wanling's tone was resolute, leaving no room for Mu Yuqing's dissent. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and exited the room, leaving Mu Yuqing standing there in a daze. Woo woo woo. Mu Yuqing collapsed onto the bed, crying uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that her usually caring master would act so unreasonably as to expel Su Chen. She felt helpless and frustrated. She had hoped to allow Su Chen to stay the night, to offer him her purity, and perhaps conceive his child. That way, even if she were to marry Chu Yang the next day, she would have no regrets. The next day, within the Celestial Sword sect, it was a gathering of esteemed guests, as nearly all disciples from various peaks congregated in the square of Tongtian Peak. At the center of the square stood a spacious stage, surrounded by tables and chairs, all prepared for the auspicious moment to commence the wedding ceremony. Additionally, rows of observation seats were set up around the banquet, occupied by peak leaders, elders, and the sect master, along with invited dignitaries from other sections. The auspicious hour has arrived. Accompanied by a resounding call, the officiant ascended the high platform. He first bowed to the crowd, then proclaimed in a loud voice, "Let us welcome the bride." With the eyes of the crowd upon her, a stunning woman adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in radiant garments gracefully approached the central stage. This woman possessed an alluring figure, her long hair cascading like silk, skin as fair as snow, and exquisite features that rendered her breathtaking, resembling a celestial being. She was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Sword Sect. Mu Yuqing, is this truly the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Sword Sect? She is indeed beautiful. She was truly breathtaking, a vision of ethereal beauty. It is said that this saintess not only eclipses the Sword Sect in beauty, but also possesses extraordinary strength. A year ago, she ventured alone into the Monster Beast Valley, defeating the 7th-tier spirit beast, the colorful python, and obtained its heart. No wonder she is hailed as the most gifted disciple of the Sword Sect. As they beheld Mu Yuqing's stunning visage, the onlookers from various sects in the viewing platform could not help but express their admiration. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the admiration. TSK, what a pity that even the most beautiful flower ultimately finds itself planted in a pile of dung. Chapter 62. Someone attempts to steal the bride. The sudden discordant voice immediately captured everyone's attention. A beautiful woman in a black gauzy dress lounged with her legs crossed, a mocking smile on her face as she regarded Chu Yang, who stood beside Mu Yuqing. Her skin was as delicate as fine jade, smooth and radiant, exuding an alluring glow. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, particularly accentuated by her prominent bosom, evoking an irresistible desire. Her face bore a light touch of makeup, with exquisite features, willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry-red lips, and captivating eyes that sparkled with charm. She was undoubtedly a rare gem of beauty. This was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, MOG. Standing behind her was a strikingly beautiful young woman. With captivating phoenix eyes, she emanated an aura of fierce determination, instilling a sense of pressure. This woman was the Heavenly Demon Sect's saintess, Mo Lan. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I swear I'll pluck your eyes out. MOG's sharp glare silenced the onlookers, compelling them to avert their gaze and cough awkwardly, pretending nothing had occurred. MOG's authority was not to be underestimated. Even the higher-ups, including elders and peak masters, held her in some regard. Although MOG and Mo Lan were stunning, they were akin to roses with thorns, dangerous to touch. MOG's words reached Zhu Wanling's ears. She furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at MOG without saying a word. "Now, let the bride and groom take the stage," announced the MC. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted around the square. At this moment, as Chu Yang gazed at Mu Yuqing standing before him, a devilish smile crept across his lips. At last, he could rightfully command the most beautiful woman in the sect to kneel before him in submission. This was a long-anticipated moment. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced, and blood surged within him, igniting an impulse to embrace the enchanting beauty before him and ascend the heights of passion. Yet, he had to restrain himself, for he understood Mu Yuqing's temperament all too well. Should he reveal even a hint of lewdness, she would undoubtedly harbor disdain for him. Mu Yuqing met Chu Yang's brazen gaze with a frosty expression. Her eyes shimmered with indignation and defiance. Even so, she refrained from confronting him publicly, for she had already realized that today she was destined to become his possession. In that moment, a handsome figure flashed through her mind. It was Su Chen. Regrettably, she was about to marry another, and it seemed she would never have the chance to meet him again. As this realization dawned on her, the emotions of defiance and shame intensified in her beautiful eyes, and her gaze grew misty. "Yuqing, no matter how unwilling you may feel, once we complete the ceremony and enter the bridal chamber, you will undoubtedly become my woman," Chu Yang declared with a smirk. "Humph. What if she is the most beautiful in the sect? With a few despicable tricks, she'll obediently climb into my bed." At that moment, a sense of smug satisfaction filled Chu Yang's heart. Bah! Hearing Chu Yang's lewd words, Mu Yuqing's body trembled in anger. "Shameless. Hee, what of it?" Chu Yang retorted with a chuckle. Our relationship is already public knowledge. No matter how harshly you scold me, it won't change the fact that you are my wife." With that, he reached out with a lecherous hand, intending to pull Mu Yuqing into his embrace. However, she deftly evaded his advances, eyeing him warily. "What do you intend to do?" "Higi, don't be so tense, Yuqing. I'm merely here to assist you. Please do not misunderstand my good intentions." Chu Yang grinned awkwardly. "I do not require your assistance." Mu Yuqing shook her head, her expression as cold as frost. "Even if you marry me, you shall never possess me." "Oh, that is not for you to decide." Upon hearing her refusal, Chu Yang's lips curled in a teasing manner. "If you refuse to give yourself to your senior brother, your sisters from the Qinghuan lineage will surely face dire consequences." This girl dared to reject him, as if she had a death wish. He had countless means to bend her to his will. "You despicable." Mu Yuqing's face paled, realizing the depths of his depravity. She had forgotten that this man was a notorious scoundrel, capable of the most vile acts. It was said that he had harmed numerous beautiful sisters within the sect, leaving many with his offspring. No woman he desired could escape his clutches. "Despicable? That term suits me quite well," Chu Yang chuckled. "Indeed, I have always enjoyed employing underhanded tactics, especially with pure and innocent beauties like you." "Shameless." Mu Yuqing's face turned ashen, her teeth biting into her red lips as she wished to tear Chu Yang apart. "Leader, something is amiss." Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see a disciple clad in the outer sect's garb rushing in, an expression of alarm etched on his face. "What is the matter? Why the panic?" Chu Xiong, seated at the center, raised an eyebrow and demanded. "Leader, someone has stormed the Tongtian Peak." The disciple exclaimed, breathless with urgency, unaware of their own mortality. Chu Xiong's expression darkened, and he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed ominously on the distance. "I shall see which fool dares to cause trouble at my sword sect. Those who block my path shall die." A roar reverberated from afar, followed by a flash of sword light cutting through the air, sending several disciples guarding the entrance flying. Then, amidst the crowd's gaze, a young man in his early 20s appeared, hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair above the Tongtian Peak square. His long black hair flowed, his face like a jade crown, exuding an aura of unassailable dignity. Dressed in a blue robe that accentuated his tall figure, he radiated an air of inviolable authority. Chapter 63. "He, you truly are fickle." "Xiaochen." Mu Yuqing gasped, her body trembling with excitement as she gazed upward at the young man in blue. "Sister-in-law, today I shall boldly take you away." Su Chen's gaze fell upon the radiant figure in red at the center of the square, a tender smile gracing his lips. His tall and slender form, with sharp features akin to a sculpted masterpiece, and eyes that sparkled like the stars, held an enigmatic allure that seemed to encapsulate the essence of the world, making him difficult to decipher. Mu Yuqing gazed at him, her heart racing. "Xiaochen, thank you for coming for me." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. She had never imagined that Su Chen would choose to steal her away before so many witnesses. In her moment of utmost despair, Su Chen arrived to rescue her. At that instant, her heart was filled solely with gratitude. Chu Yang gazed at the affectionate exchange between the two, a flicker of doubt arising within him. Wasn't he this the brother-in-law who visited Mu Yuqing just yesterday? Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind, and his heart seized with a violent pang, as if stabbed by an unseen dagger. "Yuqing, he is the foolish man you intend to marry, the 10th son of the Su family, Su Chen." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yang coldly questioned, "What business is it of yours?" Mu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, ignoring him completely. At this moment, her eyes were fixated solely on the man in the azure robe. "Huh, you truly are a fickle one." Chu Yang sneered. "So you were already entangled with him? You speak nonsense. Who I associate with is none of your concern." Mu Yuqing retorted, her body trembling violently, her face turning a deep shade of anger. "Since you care so much for him, I shall ensure he meets his end before your very eyes." A sinister smile crept across Chu Yang's face. "Elder Lu, kill that brat." A swift figure shot into the air, confronting the azure-clad youth. The elder brandished an ancient sword, its dark golden hue and intricate patterns exuding a formidable aura. "And who are you to block my path?" Su Chen glanced at the elder dismissively and said, "If you know what is good for you, leave now, or else what?" The elder challenged, his voice dripping with disdain. "Or else I shall turn you to dust." Su Chen's voice was calm, yet laced with authority. The crowd erupted into laughter, mocking the audacity of the youth. This fool dares to provoke Elder Lu, a master at the third level of the Holy King realm. He must be out of his mind. They perceive the youth as courting death, a mere boy in his 20s, newly embarked on the path of cultivation, daring to challenge a seasoned elder. Even Elder Lu was taken aback by the youth's arrogance. "You seek death," the elder roared, swinging his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy towards Su Chen. "No." Mu Yuqing's face blanched in horror as she screamed, nearly fainting. "Ha! You shall watch your beloved perish before your eyes." Zhu Yang laughed maliciously, relishing the moment. How dare he not evade? He must be petrified with fear. This time, that fool is doomed. The crowd continued to jeer, reveling in the spectacle. Feeling the impending wave of murderous intent, Su Chen snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly extending. With a resounding clap, he grasped the very sword energy that had been aimed at him. In an instant, he exerted force, causing the radiant sword energy to explode in a dazzling display of sparks, illuminating the entire square. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? The azure-clad youth had effortlessly crushed the sword energy conjured by a third-level Holy King? This was utterly inconceivable. Who was this young man? A wave of uncertainty washed over the crowd. Such terrifying might. No wonder Yuqing is so enamored with him. Even a mid-level Holy King would struggle against his strength. Elder Lu stared, dumbstruck, at the azure-robed youth, incredulity etched on his face. You could block my attack with your bare hands? You truly are a pitiful creature, Su Chen scoffed, shaking his head. How can someone like you be an elder of the immortal sword sect? I feel ashamed for you. I shall fight you to the end. Elder Lu, enraged by the insult, transformed into a streak of lightning, charging at Su Chen with his ancient sword. The sword's edge sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, carrying a cataclysmic force aimed directly at Su Chen's head. Time to send you on your way. Su Chen remarked disdainfully, slapping down with his palm, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. A thunderous explosion erupted, and Elder Lu plummeted from the sky, blood spewing from his mouth, his face ashen. He lay convulsing on the ground, his ribs shattered and punctured into his lungs, black-red blood staining the earth. The disciples of the immortal sword sect gasped in shock. A third-level Holy King had been effortlessly subdued by this youth, who had not even been given a chance to retaliate. How powerful could this young man truly be? Could he have already reached the mid-level of the Holy King realm? But he was barely 20. How could he possess such formidable strength? Was he perhaps a prodigy from a hidden sect? The crowd retreated in fear, unable to approach Su Chen. In a fit of rage for a beauty, "You certainly have impressed me, young man." The enchanting demoness licked her luscious lips, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Several seats away, a striking woman with alabaster skin and exquisite features observed, dressed in a flowing white gown that accentuated her flawless curves. She was a vision of grace and allure. Her long, dark hair added to her ethereal charm, as her captivating gaze remained fixed on the azure-robed youth. This was Zhu Wanling, the leader of Qingyuan Peak. She had never anticipated that Su Chen would so boldly attempt to claim Mu Yuqing in such a dramatic fashion. His willingness to risk everything for her left her astonished, touched, and even stirred a sense of expectation within her. This moment reminded her of her past love, the Emperor of the Heavenly Path, in the realm of immortals. When she was besieged by countless formidable forces in a state of despair, it was the great Emperor of the Heavenly Tao who steadfastly shielded her, ultimately sacrificing himself in a fierce battle. The scene unfolding before her now bore a striking resemblance to that fateful time in the immortal realm. With such thoughts, Zhu Wanling could not help but feel an unsettling worry in her heart. Would her own tragic fate be replayed upon her beloved disciple? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Chen descended gracefully upon a cloud, his figure exuding an ethereal charm akin to that of a celestial deity. As he gently approached Mu Yuqing, "Yuqing, would you do me the honor of marrying me?" Just as Mu Yuqing was lost in a daze, Su Chen's tender voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Startled, she lifted her tear-streaked face to meet his gaze, her body trembling as she choked out, "I am willing." In that fleeting moment, a warm current surged through her heart, melting the ice encasing it, gradually enveloping her in a profound sense of happiness. At long last, she had awaited this Prince Charming of her dreams, who risked everything to claim her as his own. She had waited for this day for what felt like an eternity. "Yuqing, why are you crying?" Yang gently wiped away the crystalline tears cascading down Mu Yuqing's cheeks, soothing her with his soft voice. "Little Chen, am I dreaming?" Mu Yuqing whimpered, diving into Su Chen's embrace. as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Yuqing, you are not dreaming. You are now my wife. Su Chen tenderly caressed her silky hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Su Chen affirm her identity, Mu Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. This was all real. Her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her face and splattering onto the floor. Su Chen lowered his head, gently kissing away her tears, murmuring, Yuqing, you are my wife now, no more tears. Mu Yuqing nodded lightly, burying her head into Su Chen's warm embrace, her heart racing uncontrollably. Observing their intimate exchange, the surrounding crowd was left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The once frosty Mu Yuqing, exhibiting such tender vulnerability towards a stranger, was this truly happening? Heavens, am I seeing things? Mu Shimi, showing such affection towards a man? Indeed. I too feel I must be mistaken. How could the typically icy Mu Shimi display such behavior? It is utterly inconceivable. Who is this fellow? His strength is overwhelming. The disciples of the immortal sword sect began to murmur among themselves. You scoundrel, release my woman. Chu Yang, witnessing the scene before him, was infuriated, his face paling as his pudgy body trembled with rage, eyes ablaze with fury. He bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. As the holy son of the immortal sword sect, the sole heir, he had always been the one to seize others' women. How could he allow someone to brazenly take away the woman he regarded as his possession? Su Chen, however, paid him no heed, casting a disdainful glance in his direction, seemingly unfazed by Chu Yang's status as the holy son. You shameless couple, may you both perish. Ignoring Su Chen's indifference, Chu Yang unleashed a powerful strike, warping the very fabric of space around him, as a tempest of energy surged towards Su Chen and Mu Yuqing. Yet, in the face of this terrifying force, Su Chen and Mu Yuqing remained as immovable as stone, allowing the ferocious storm to sweep over them. Seeking death, Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly. A golden sword energy coalesced in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, it hurtled towards Chu Yang's dantian. The devastating sword energy tore through the air, striking with blinding speed, shattering Chu Yang's dantian in an instant. The excruciating pain radiated through his very soul, eliciting a wretched scream from Chu Yang, his face paling, eyes bulging in sheer agony. You dare to cripple my cultivation? Chu Yang struggled to rise, fiery rage burning in his gaze as he glared at Su Chen. To have his dantian destroyed, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self, was a humiliation far worse than death itself. I care not who you are. Should you dare harm even a hair on Yuqing's head, I will make you pay dearly. Su Chen retorted, coldly snorting as he held Mu Yuqing close, surveying the gathering of immortal sword sect disciples and elders with a gaze filled with chilling intent. You wretched brat, you have dared to ruin my son's dantian. No matter who you are, I, the sect master, shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. A voice filled with authority and rage erupted as an elder ascended into the air, his face etched with fury, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings in a palpable chill. It is the sect master. This arrogant brat is doomed. The disciples of the immortal sword sect rejoiced, knowing the might of their sect leader, a formidable figure nearing the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. This fool shall not even stir a ripple against our sect master. Upon recognizing the elder, the disciples were filled with excitement, their spirits lifted. He who is reckless shall face dire consequences. This young man is finished. As Su Chen prepared to confront the elder, he smirked, narrowing his eyes. So this wretch is your son. No wonder he behaves with such arrogance. Yet, if you fail to discipline him, I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson. You insolent brat, I shall take your life. Chu Xiong seethed, nearly choking on his rage, his eyes blazing with fury. Chu Yang was his only son, his pride and joy, and to have him crippled by a mere boy was an affront beyond measure. Old man, I came here with no intention of leaving alive. A cold smile graced Su Chen's lips as he summoned his inner power, two golden suns appearing behind him, radiating a soft, golden glow, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a war deity. Little Chen, no? Mu Yuqing, sensing the fiery energy surging within him, called out in alarm. Do not worry, sister-in-law. This is nothing to me. Su Chen reassured her with a gentle smile before turning to face Chu Xiong. Come forth, old man. Let me witness the strength of the sect master of the immortal sword sect. No sooner had he spoken than Su Chen vanished from sight, reappearing before Chu Xiong. With a flourish, he wielded a 5-colored divine sword, striking down with a brilliance akin to the Milky Way cascading forth, aimed directly at Chu Xiong's forehead. How swift! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing the reckless audacity of this young man, who was seemingly willing to burn his very essence in this perilous confrontation. Though he possessed considerable strength, they believed their sect leader, a quasi-emperor, would easily quell this audacious challenge. Foolishness! Chu Xiong's countenance darkened, unprepared for Su Chen's fearless provocation. As a formidable quasi-emperor, how dared this boy challenge him so brazenly? With a fierce shout, Chu Xiong unleashed a torrent of energy, his right palm striking forcefully against the oncoming five-colored divine sword. The clash resounded like thunder, sending shockwaves that reverberated outward, causing several disciples of the immortal sword sect below to stagger backward. As the crowd gazed into the void, they beheld Su Chen's figure hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, blood spewing forth as his complexion turned ashen. His meridians lay shattered, several bones fractured, and his internal organs were in disarray. Ha ha ha! This is the consequence of offending the sect master. What of a peerless prodigy? He is effortlessly subdued by the sect master. The disciples of the immortal sword sect erupted into laughter upon witnessing Su Chen's pitiful state. How foolish of him to provoke the sect master, they mused. Get up and continue, you little wretch. Chu Xiong's face twisted into a sinister grin, an oppressive aura emanating from him, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that loomed over Su Chen below. Master, I beseech you, save little Chen. In a moment of desperation, Mu Yuqing knelt before Zhu Wanling, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded earnestly. Zhu Wanling furrowed her brow, torn by inner turmoil as she gazed at her weeping disciple. Though her heart ached to help the young man who cherished her beloved apprentice, she was bound by her position as the peak master of the immortal sword sect. Shut your mouth. Suddenly, Su Chen's voice pierced through the air. Struggling to rise, his skin transformed into a deep crimson hue, as if stained by blood. An astonishing aura erupted from him, and in a flash, he appeared in the void. The two golden suns behind him morphed into three, each radiating with intense flames. What? He is the sacred body of the fiery sun. A peak master from the immortal sword sect exclaimed, his face contorted in shock. The emergence of the blazing flames signified that this young man was the rare sacred body of the fiery sun, unparalleled throughout the ages. Oh heavens, how is this possible? The sacred body of the fiery sun is the foremost sacred body, invincible within its realm, capable of transcending boundaries in combat. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as all eyes widened in awe at Su Chen. Heavenly Tao, is it you? Upon witnessing the three golden suns and the flames encircling them, Zhu Wanling's delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with excitement as she murmured softly, reminiscent of something profound. The flames were all too familiar to her. They had accompanied her beloved in battles in her past life. Chu Xiong's countenance darkened ominously, a chilling murderous intent emanating from his eyes. The emergence of such a formidable physique posed a grave threat to the immortal sword sect if Su Chen were allowed to mature further. You little wretch. You must die today. Chu Xiong's gaze narrowed as he bellowed, summoning a massive black iron sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that transformed into countless blades of light, cascading towards Su Chen. Not good. Mu Yuqing's face paled as she sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the blades. This was the sect's ultimate secret technique, the celestial sword of thousands. Even those at the peak of the Emperor realm could scarcely endure it, foreboding a grim fate for Su Chen. Ha ha ha, little wretch. Perish. Chu Xiong sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Some female cultivators turned away, unable to bear the sight of Su Chen being pierced by countless swords. Yuqing, take care of yourself. Su Chen cast a lingering glance at the beautiful figure below, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, filled with reluctance. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he faced the onslaught of blades with unwavering resolve, devoid of fear or retreat. No. Realizing his intentions, Mu Yuqing's expression transformed in horror, tears streaming down as she cried out in anguish. Break for me. Su Chen grasped the five-colored divine sword with ferocious determination, channeling an incredible force as he charged toward the swarm of blades. In an instant, the divine sword collided with the multitude of sword lights, the air exploding with resounding roars. A tempest of wind surged, dust swirling as the very ground trembled beneath them. Moments later, a figure plummeted swiftly from the void. Little Chen. Upon seeing the figure, Mu Yuqing's face drained of color as she rushed forward, her feet pounding against the ground. In the blink of an eye, she enveloped the falling figure in her arms. Su Chen, battered and bruised, lay on the brink of consciousness, his clothing tattered and drenched in blood. "Little Chen, wake up!" Mu Yuqing's voice trembled, tears flowing freely as she called out, yet the young man in her embrace offered no response. A chilling sensation enveloped her, as if she were descending into an abyss. "Ha ha ha, how foolish to challenge the sect master head-on. This boy is courting death." The disciples of the immortal sword sect mocked, their laughter ringing hollow. Indeed, the sect master's recent display was our sect's pinnacle technique, the celestial sword of thousands. Even an emperor would hesitate to take it head-on. What is this boy compared to that? They jeered, their scorn unabated. Yet, Chu Xiong furrowed his brow, perplexed. Su Chen, who had just ascended to the 7th layer of the Holy King realm, should have been annihilated by the celestial sword. How is it that he clung to life? Albeit barely? Such resilience was unnerving. This boy cannot be left alive, otherwise he will become a future calamity. With that thought, Chu Xiong's gaze turned icy. Surrender. He cannot survive. He commanded, his voice dripping with authority. Leave him to me, and I will ensure he departs this world without suffering. Mu Yuqing glared at Chu Xiong, her fury igniting as she retorted, "You shall not have him. Little Chen will never be handed over to you." "Stubborn fool." Chu Xiong's expression darkened. "Since you seek death, do not blame me." With a wave of his hand, the myriad blades erupted in blinding brilliance, sweeping toward Mu Yuqing and Su Chen. Embracing Su Chen tightly, Mu Yuqing closed her eyes, tears cascading down her exquisite cheeks, falling upon Su Chen's face as she awaited the impending doom. Yet, in that moment, two graceful figures, one clad in white and the other in black, shielded them from the oncoming onslaught. The white figure, draped in flowing garments, exuded an ethereal presence, her beauty accentuated by an air of icy elegance. It was none other than Zhu Wanling, Mu Yuqing's master. In that instant, Zhu Wanling's eyes glimmered with unyielding resolve as she conjured a radiant white shield, prepared to protect her disciples from the impending calamity. Meanwhile, behind her, snowflakes danced gracefully, exuding an icy aura. As this chilling presence spread, the cultivators below felt a bone-chilling cold envelop them. Their bodies trembled, as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. The dark figure, with an alluring silhouette clad in a black gauzy dress that accentuated her perfect curves, moved with a bewitching grace, reminiscent of a succubus, causing hearts to race. Her aura was sharp and domineering, tinged with a hint of seduction. With her hands constantly waving through the void, a pitch-black vortex materialized, a devouring whirlpool emanating a terrifying pull that rendered the surrounding blades of light powerless to approach. "Zhu Wanling, are you betraying the sect?" Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiong's pupils contracted sharply, his expression darkening to an extreme. "And you, Demoness, why do you meddle in our sword sect's affairs?" Initially, he thought he could manage Zhu Wanling alone, but he never anticipated that the leader of the heavenly demon sect would also intervene. The Demoness, like him, was at the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, having mastered the heavenly demon sect's ultimate technique, the Dark Storm, making her combat prowess comparable to his. With the two of them teaming up against him, his defeat was inevitable. Zhu Wanling merely cast a fleeting glance at Chu Xiong before taking the severely injured and unconscious Su Chen from Mu Yuqing's hands, beginning to heal him. Gazing at the young man so close to her, a gentle expression graced Zhu Wanling's exquisite face. Although he bore a different appearance from the heavenly Tao emperor of her past life, she saw too many echoes of that former emperor in the youth before her. Both were of the Blaze Sun's sacred body, with an indomitable spirit, recklessly impulsive for the sake of their beloved. Hearing Chu Xiong's accusation, the Demoness smiled sweetly and replied, "Sect leader Chu, you are mistaken. I have no desire to interfere with your sword sect's matters. It is simply that this lad is not someone you can kill." "Why can't I kill him?" Chu Xiong's face darkened. "Why pretend to be foolish?" "Sect leader?" The Demoness licked her enticing red lips, her eyes glinting with greed. "This boy is a once-in-an-era Blaze Sun's sacred body. His growth poses a threat to your male cultivators, but is a tremendous boon for us female cultivators. A single dual cultivation session with the Blaze Sun's sacred body is worth a year of our arduous training. Such a precious treasure. Do you think I would allow you to kill him?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong's countenance darkened to an extreme. He hadn't expected the Demoness to set her sights on Su Chen's Blaze Sun's sacred body. Did Zhu Wanling also covet this pretty boy's powers? He had long desired Zhu Wanling, specifically her profound body, a prime alchemical physique. However, Zhu Wanling had never shown him any favor. If this pretty boy truly took away Zhu Wanling's profound body, he would be losing both his woman and his soldiers. Humph. To think of stealing my woman, what a dream. In that moment, Chu Xiong regarded Su Chen as already dead. Mark my words, anyone who obstructs me today shall meet their demise. Chu Xiong's face contorted with rage, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Meanwhile, he discreetly crushed a jade token hidden in his sleeve. Yet the demoness remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. With the two of us united, sect leader Chu, you stand no chance. Why humiliate yourself? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, mountains crumbled, and trees toppled as if the apocalypse had descended. How dare you, insignificant wretches, act recklessly within my sword sect? A white-robed elder appeared in the distance, floating towards them. His hair and beard billowed, his gaze like lightning, locking onto the demoness and her companions, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 67, Old Pervert. You are shameless. The sight of the elder stunned the demoness, Zhu Wanling, and Mu Yuqing. They recognized him as Chu Yunxiao, Chu Xiong's father and the former leader of the sword sect, a powerful being at the early stage of the emperor realm, known for his fierce protectiveness over his kin. Father. Upon seeing his father emerge from seclusion, Chu Xiong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, elder. The disciples of the sword sect, peak masters, and elders all bowed in reverence. Chu Yunxiao merely nodded lightly towards the disciples. Grandfather, I have been wronged. Chu Yang rushed to the elder's side, pointing at Su Chen and Zhu Wanling's arms, speaking vehemently, Grandfather, it's that little bastard. He dared to crash my wedding, and even crippled my cultivation. Please help me kill him. Hearing this, Chu Yunxiao furrowed his brow. Turning to scrutinize Su Chen and Zhu Wanling's embrace, a glimmer of icy malice appearing in his eyes. He then extended a finger towards the unconscious Su Chen, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that pierced through the demoness Darkstorm and Zhu Wanling's frost shield, heading straight for Su Chen's forehead. Upon realizing this, Zhu Wanling's expression changed drastically as she tightly shielded Su Chen in her arms, tilting her body. A sickening sound echoed as blood mist billowed forth. Zhu Wanling's left shoulder blade had been pierced by the beam. Zhu Wanling let out a wretched cry, her crimson blood staining her white gown. Her face turned pale as paper, cold sweat cascading down her forehead. This old man had advanced significantly during his years of seclusion. Witnessing Zhu Wanling's injury, the demoness' eyes flickered with shock before she sighed and said, Peak Master Zhu, this matter cannot be resisted. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, the demoness and Mo Lan departed without a backward glance. Despite her covetousness for Su Chen's blazed sun-sacred body, she was not foolish enough to confront Chu Yunxiao under such circumstances. Neither Chu Yunxiao nor Chu Xiong made any move to stop them. Recognizing the significance of their identities as the leader and saintess of the heavenly demon sect, it would not be wise to sever ties with them. Master, I have brought you trouble. Watching Zhu Wanling sustain injuries, Mu Yuqing felt overwhelmed with guilt. No, Yuqing, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to protect you. Zhu Wanling gently touched Mu Yuqing's forehead with her delicate hand, smiling as she shook her head. She bore no resentment towards her disciple. Rather, she felt a sense of gratitude for seeing a youth reminiscent of the heavenly Tao Emperor in this world. It reminded her of the beautiful times spent with him in the celestial realm. Her decision to save Su Chen was not solely for Mu Yuqing, but because Su Chen bore an uncanny resemblance to the heavenly Tao Emperor. Aside from their appearances, they were almost identical, leading her to suspect that Su Chen might be the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao Emperor. Zhu Wanling, hand over that little bastard to us, and marry our sect leader. Your disciple shall share a chamber with my younger. Today's events can be forgiven. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Upon seeing Zhu Wanling injured while protecting Su Chen, Chu Xiong's fury ignited, his murderous intent palpable. Zhu Wanling spat disdainfully, her expression fierce as she glared at Chu Xiong, biting her lip in contempt. Chu Xiong, look in the mirror. What gives you the right to marry me? Your useless son thinks he can claim my disciple's body? Such delusions. You wretched woman, you seek death. Enraged by Zhu Wanling's mockery, Chu Xiong completely lost control, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of divine swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp sword energies surged through the air, slicing toward Zhu Wanling. Frost shield. Zhu Wanling snorted coldly, biting her lip and vigorously waving her arms. A flurry of snowflakes rapidly coalesced before her, forming an ice wall to shield the three of them. Ding, ding, ding. The sword energy struck the barrier, producing a crisp clashing sound, sparks flying. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you dare to resist? You are truly overestimating yourself. Upon witnessing the scene, a trace of mockery flickered in Chu Yunxiao's eyes as he let out a cold laugh and waved his hand once more. In an instant, a tempest of golden sword energy surged towards the ice wall. Ruqing, we must depart. Realizing that her frost shield would be inadequate against this assault from the shameless Chu Yunxiao, Zhu Wanling clutched Su Chen in one arm and took Mu Ruqing's hand with the other, employing her teleportation to vanish from the spot. A thunderous roar erupted as cracks spread across the ice wall, ultimately shattering it into pieces. Zhu Wanling and Mu Ruqing were violently pushed back 1,000 feet by the horrifying sword energy. The duo, bearing the unconscious Su Chen, fled into the distance. Little girl, are you attempting to escape your fate? Ha ha, do you really think you can? Chu Yunxiao's voice rang out coldly as he swiftly pursued them. Shameless old man. Bullying the young. Zhu Wanling turned her head back, her delicate face suffused with disgust. Ah, so the little girl possesses the Xianing body. No wonder my son, Chu Xiong, has been so infatuated with you. Chu Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with interest, a wicked smile creeping across his lips as he gazed at Zhu Wanling's figure. Hand over your Yuan Yin to me, and I shall advance in my cultivation. At that moment, all he desired was to claim Zhu Wanling as his exclusive furnace. In terms of beauty, physique, temperament, constitution, and cultivation, she was the epitome of a perfect furnace. He even fantasized about her bearing him a stout child. You lecherous old scoundrel. How shameless. Zhu Wanling's body trembled with rage upon hearing his words. Her face flushed crimson, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with fury. Wishing nothing more than to bite Chu Yunxiao to death. She never anticipated that this old, indignant man would be so brazen. Oh, little girl. You possess quite the fiery temperament. I quite like your spirited nature. Chu Yunxiao chuckled heartily, extending his hands towards Zhu Wanling's alluring form, eager to indulge in his desires. Get away. Witnessing Chu Yunxiao's lascivious demeanor, Zhu Wanling shouted angrily, her right hand striking out as a bluish water arrow shot forth. Due to the close proximity, and with Chu Yunxiao's attention fixated on her exquisite figure, he failed to evade it and was grazed by the water arrow across his face. You vile wench. You're courting death. Touching the wound inflicted by the water arrow, Chu Yunxiao's fury erupted. He raised his hand and struck down towards Zhu Wanling's back. The impact sent her sprawling, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as her body fell like a shooting star into the distance. Master. Seeing this, Mu Ruqing's face turned pale as she hurried after Zhu Wanling. However, she soon halted, confronted by a bottomless abyss. This chasm stretched for thousands of miles, its depth unfathomable, resembling the entrance to hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Above this abyss loomed a towering skeletal figure, hundreds of feet high, from which blackened juices continuously dripped, exuding a foul stench. The terrifying aura emanating from it was far more potent than that of Chu Yunxiao. Is this the abyss of the undead? As Mu Ruqing beheld this sight, her face grew even paler. The abyss of the undead was one of the 10 forbidden zones of the Tianxuan Continent, a far more terrifying existence than the ancient Forbidden Land. It had once been the battleground during the ancient war between gods and demons, a true mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corrosive power it harbored was utterly fearsome. There were tales of an emperor-level expert who sought to delve into it. The moment his companions heard his blood-curdling screams, they never saw him again. Since then, no one dared to enter the abyss of the undead. It was a nightmare for every cultivator on the Tianxuan Continent. Whenever mentioned, cultivators would involuntarily shudder. Master. Mu Ruqing knelt beside the abyss, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha, little girl. Your weeping will have no effect. Both of them have plunged into the abyss of the undead, with no hope of survival. Observing Mu Ruqing's agony, Chu Yunxiao laughed heartily, reveling in her despair. Are you beast? May you suffer a terrible fate. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruqing's body trembled violently, her face contorted with grief and despair, tears cascading down like a spring torrent. Little girl, your figure is quite appealing. Chu Yunxiao gazed at the weeping beauty before him, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with lecherous intent. Although her cultivation was somewhat lacking, her Tian Mei body was still desirable. Submit to me willingly. I refuse. Even in death, I shall not yield to you. facing the despicable creature before her. Mu Ruqing's face flushed with anger. With a sudden surge of determination, she leaped towards the abyss of the undead. Ha ha ha, little girl, I shan't grant you such an opportunity. As Mu Ruqing attempted to leap into the abyss, Chu Yunxiao's laughter echoed, and with a wave of his hand, a golden binding rope ensnared her, preventing her from plunging into the depths. You scoundrel! Bound by the rope, Mu Ruqing was unable to descend, her heart racing with anxiety. She knew that if she fell into the hands of this lecherous old man, an unspeakable fate awaited her. She refused to be anyone's puppet. Little girl, spare yourself the futile struggle. Submit to me, and perhaps I might help you break through in your cultivation, and you can bear me a child. What a delightful prospect. Release me, you beastly fiend. Mu Ruqing struggled desperately, tears shimmering in her eyes, her body writhing in defiance. The louder you scream, the more delighted I become. Chu Yunxiao chuckled, spinning around as he carried Mu Ruqing towards the direction of the Xianjian sect. Grandfather, you have returned. Upon seeing Chu Yunxiao carrying Mu Ruqing, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grandfather, what of that little bastard? In response, Chu Yunxiao grinned and replied, Zhu Wanling and that little bastard have been sent into the abyss of the undead by my hand. Excellent, splendid. Chu Yang's chubby face quivered with joy, his small eyes gleaming as he could not contain his laughter, tears of excitement streaming down his cheeks. Su Chen had plunged into the inescapable abyss of the undead. His death was inevitable. You beasts, may your family suffer a terrible fate. Witnessing the smug expressions of the grandfather and grandson, Mu Ruqing's beautiful eyes flashed with fury as she glared at Chu Yunxiao and Chu Yang, filled with hatred. Smack! Chu Yang slapped Mu Ruqing's face, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wretched woman, your pretty boy is dead. Soon, I shall share a bed with you and let you taste the pleasures of intimacy. As he spoke, he reached out towards her. Being a man of many conquests, he quickly discerned that Mu Ruqing was still pure, igniting his desire to indulge in her. You beast! Startled, Mu Ruqing swiftly dodged, evading Chu Yang's lecherous grasp. Undeterred, Chu Yang attempted to continue his advance, but was kicked aside by Chu Yunxiao. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Chu Yang looked at his grandfather in confusion. You ungrateful brat, do you not grasp proper etiquette? This little girl is meant to be my furnace. What right do you have to interfere? What? A furnace? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yang was utterly astounded. Grandfather, Sister Yuqing is my wife. How could you? His heart felt as though it were shattering. He had never anticipated that the woman he had cherished so dearly would become a vessel for his grandfather. Fool! Chu Yunxiao rolled his eyes in exasperation at the bewildered Chu Yang, his expression one of disappointment. Your cultivation has been wasted. Would it not be a travesty to let this young lady's celestial physique go to waste? Grandfather, I am your own grandson, Chu Yang retorted, nearly bursting with indignation. Was this truly his grandfather, who would usurp his own grandson's wife? It was utterly beastly, and all under the guise of some lofty rationale. Get lost. With a swift kick, Chu Yunxiao sent Chu Yang sprawling to the ground. You have been rendered useless. I have decided that this young lady shall bear me a robust heir to take your place as the holy son of our sect. What? You intend for Sister Yuqing to bear your illegitimate child? Chu Yang's face turned an alarming shade of purple, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He could hardly believe that his grandfather could be so depraved, driven by selfish desires to such a monstrous extent. Such actions were the domain of the most despicable beasts. What's wrong? Do you have an objection? Chu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, adopting a tone that brooked no dissent. Your position is now forfeit, and I shall need a successor to inherit the vast legacy of our immortal sword sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang fell silent, his heart constricting painfully. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chu Yunxiao's power was far too formidable for him to contest, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Grandson, I have no objections. Beside them, Chu Xiong watched the unfolding scene with a slight frown, choosing to remain silent. He understood his father's temperament all too well. Once his father had made a decision, it was immutable. Bah! Shameless beast! Listening to the exchange between the grandfather and grandson, Mu Yuqing felt a wave of nausea wash over her, regretting her choice to join the immortal sword sect. Little girl, do you despise us already? Once you become my vessel, you shall understand the depths of desire. Humph! Do not harbor such delusions. I would rather die than allow you to lay a finger on me. Mu Yuqing's face was icy, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Is that so? Chu Yunxiao sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. You speak with such bravado, yet soon you shall learn the pleasures of being a woman under my care." As he spoke, he seized Mu Yuqing and soared toward the back mountain, vanishing from sight amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. "You wretched old man. One day I shall send you on your way." Xu Yang's eyes burned with resentment and murderous intent as he watched his grandfather's retreating figure. The disciples and elders of the immortal sword sect could only shake their heads in exasperation at the absurdity of the scene. In this world of cultivation, power reigns supreme. The stronger the fist, the more weight one's words carried. Chapter 69. Young Master Su, have you awakened? With a thud, Xu Yunxiao threw Mu Yuqing onto the grand bed. His gaze fixated on her alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, his eyes nearly bulging with desire. "So beautiful, truly too beautiful," he murmured to himself, drooling as he regarded her with the hungry gaze of a wolf eyeing a lamb. "Perverse old lecher, get away from me." Seeing Xu Yunxiao's demeanor, Mu Yuqing was horrified, instinctively retreating into the bed. Yet, she had forgotten that her body was bound by celestial ropes, rendering her escape impossible. "Fear not, little one. Once you become my vessel, you shall find it impossible to leave my side." As he spoke, a depraved grin spread across his face as he advanced toward the bed. "No, no. Please." In her terror, Mu Yuqing felt her body weaken, yet she struggled to move away from Xu Yunxiao. "Yield, little girl. Do not force me to act harshly." As he reached the edge of the bed, Xu Yunxiao's gaze remained locked on Mu Yuqing. He extended his hand, intending to caress her delicate face. "Please, no." Tears streamed down Mu Yuqing's cheeks as humiliation surged within her. She longed to end her own life, but found her abilities sealed, leaving her powerless. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Half an hour prior, in the abyss of the dead spirits, Zhu Wanling cradled Su Chen as they descended into the ominous depths, surrounded by swirling black mist and the wails of tormented souls. Zhu Wanling's face turned pale, and her body trembled violently, her heart racing with dread. She knew she had entered one of the 10 forbidden zones of the Tianxuan Continent. Desperately, she clutched Su Chen closer, fearing the loss of this soul-living companion. As she trembled, a chilling wind swept past, tousling her lustrous hair. A shiver ran down her spine as she glanced around, catching glimpses of countless grotesque faces in the dim light, each one snarling and clawing as if ready to pounce and tear her apart. The rustling sounds further heightened her fear, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "Stay away from me." Though she was the esteemed peak master of the immortal sword sect and a formidable figure in the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, she was ultimately just a fragile woman, unaccustomed to such eerie sights. She flung her jade hands, shooting ethereal blue ice arrows in all directions. But they failed to harm the vengeful spirits, instead enraging them further and eliciting more piercing howls. "Please, no." As the ghastly faces lunged toward her, she cried out in desperation, feeling utterly helpless as she watched them draw nearer. Buzzing. At that moment, Su Chen's 5-colored divine sword erupted from his body, hovering above them and radiating a dazzling, warm light that enveloped them both. The malevolent spirits recoiled as the vibrant light enveloped them, emitting wails of despair before they turned to ash, vanishing into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, the remaining spirits shied away, unwilling to advance further. After all, the taste of fresh human flesh paled in comparison to their instinct for survival. Gazing up at the hovering 5-colored sword, Zhu Wanling's face lit up with astonishment and admiration, her eyes shimmering as she became entranced by the divine weapon that instinctively protected its master. She glanced down at Su Chen, still unconscious in her embrace, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripping her heart. Reaching out, she gently caressed his resolute features, whispering softly, "Little one, you bear an uncanny resemblance to the Tao of heaven. At times, I even suspect you are his reincarnation." Perhaps recalling past memories, she lifted her gaze to the void above, murmuring, "Heavenly Tao, where have you gone? When will I find you again, after all these years?" As she spoke, tears sparkled in her eyes, cascading down her exquisite cheeks. "Cough, cough, is it raining?" A hoarse voice interrupted Zhu Wanling's reverie, prompting her to look down and find Su Chen slowly awakening. Su Chen opened his eyes to behold an exquisite visage, a pair of eyes as clear as water, captivating enough to render one reluctant to look away. A faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils. "Young Master Su, you are awake?" Upon noticing this, Zhu Wanling hastily wiped away her tears, revealing a hint of a smile. The sight of Su Chen regaining consciousness eased her anxious heart. "Thank you for saving me." Su Chen struggled to sit up, and upon meeting Zhu Wanling's enchanting gaze, a sense of awkwardness enveloped him, making him shy away from direct eye contact. Chapter 70. Zhu Wanling's predicament. You need not thank me, young master. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with me for attempting to prevent you from taking Yuqing away yesterday. Zhu Wanling gently shook her head, a flicker of guilt passing through her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Su Chen's handsome features. Master Zhu, there is no need for you to feel remorse. This matter is not your fault. In response, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Even if you had consented yesterday, I believe those individuals would not have allowed me to take Yuqing away. The duo of Chu Xiong and Chu Yang are far from foolish. They had long since set up numerous hidden sentries around Qinghuan Peak and had even infiltrated Yuqing's vicinity with spies. Had he attempted to forcibly take her away yesterday, it would have likely led to his downfall, with even Yi Qingmei, Natasha, and Green Lotus falling into the hands of the father-son duo. Thus, fundamentally, this incident bore no connection to Zhu Wanling. Sighing softly, Zhu Wanling's eyes still shimmered with guilt. Although Su Chen bore no grudge against her, she felt a lingering sense of indebtedness, as though she owed him something. Master Zhu, why were you crying just now? Noticing the redness around Zhu Wanling's eyes, Su Chen inquired, puzzled. Who said I was crying? I merely had my eyes misled by the wind. Zhu Wanling cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen, attempting to mask her emotions. The wind? There is no such malevolent wind here. However, Su Chen refrained from exposing her ruse and instead surveyed their surroundings, his brow furrowing as he asked, where exactly are we? Why does my back feel so chilly? We have fallen into the abyss of the dead. Zhu Wanling glanced at Su Chen and sighed softly. Good heavens, the abyss of the dead. Su Chen exclaimed in shock, nearly collapsing. This place was the largest graveyard in the Tianxuan Continent, a forbidden realm even the mightiest emperors dared not tread. No wonder he felt a chilling aura enveloping him upon waking. What shall we do, young Master Su? Sensing the stirrings of spirits around them, Zhu Wanling instinctively moved closer to Su Chen, her voice laced with concern. The fragrant breeze became more pronounced, and he could feel her delicate form trembling slightly, igniting a flicker of warmth within him. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he reassured her, Do not fear, Master Zhu. We shall find a way to escape safely. After all, he was a reincarnation of the heavenly Tao Emperor. He could not easily succumb in the abyss of the dead. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanling raised her gaze to the resolute and confident expression on the striking young man before her. Her unease began to dissipate gradually. Young Master Su, please refrain from calling me Master Zhu. Simply refer to me as Wanling. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tenderness, her tone imbued with a hint of attachment. She could not comprehend why an urge to draw near to Su Chen stirred within her, despite knowing he was her disciple Mu Yuqing's partner. Wanling. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen decided to address her by that name, recognizing her not only as the esteemed master of his beloved disciple but also as his savior. It was merely a title, after all, nothing worth fretting over. Hearing Su Chen call her Wanling, a blush graced Zhu Wanling's cheeks, and she nodded in delight. Let us venture further inside. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Su Chen's heart raced, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. With that, he rose and began to tread deeper into the abyss of the dead, with Zhu Wanling closely trailing behind him. With a five-colored divine sword hovering above them, the spirits they encountered along the way turned and fled. As they ventured further, the oppressive aura of death intensified, sending chills down Su Chen's spine. Young Master Su, look at that plant. As they walked, Zhu Wanling pointed out a dark brown shrub, prompting Su Chen to halt and inspect it. The plant's stalk was remarkably tall, standing about 2 meters high, resembling a withered tree adorned with 10 dark green fruits. Mo blood fruit, an upper-tier spirit fruit of the heavenly grade, brimming with potent life force and cold energy, greatly beneficial for practitioners of ice power, Su Chen observed thoughtfully. Then let us harvest those Mo blood fruits. Zhu Wanling's face lit up with joy, knowing it would aid her cultivation of ice power. Yet, as she approached, extending her delicate hand to pluck the fruit, a bone-chilling wind swept through, causing both of them to shudder. At the same moment, a piercing, eerie howl echoed from the surroundings, raising the hair on their necks. Young Master Su, what should we do? Sensing the ominous atmosphere closing in, Zhu Wanling's face paled as she instinctively clutched Su Chen's arm. Though she possessed formidable strength nearing the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, her attacks and artifacts posed no threat to the spirits. Noticing her distress, Su Chen furrowed his brow and, after a moment's deliberation, gripped the five-colored divine sword above them, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The sword emitted a resonant hum, releasing a dazzling array of colors that illuminated the surrounding area. A chilling wail erupted, and suddenly, a cadaverous figure clawed its way out from the earth, its body enveloped in swirling colors, emanating black smoke as crimson flames flickered in its eye sockets, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. It lunged at Su Chen with lightning speed, aiming directly for his head. With a swift motion, Su Chen swung the five-colored divine sword, striking the corpse and unleashing explosive force that tore its chest apart, blood splattering everywhere. Zhu Wanling gasped in horror. The cadaver's flesh was remarkably fragile, cleaved in two by a single swing of the divine sword. However, she quickly realized that this was merely a pawn, a test of Su Chen's prowess. Soon, countless cadaverous figures emerged, lurking just beyond the reach of the five-colored sword's radiant glow, seemingly awaiting a command to strike. This Zhu Wanling's face drained of color at the sight of the encroaching undead, her voice trembling as she pressed closer to Su Chen. She understood that she had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. These MO bloodfruits were treasures guarded by the very corpses surrounding them. A moment later, a colossal cadaver roared from the distance. Its body was pitch black, arms bare, with claws glistening ominously, radiating a menacing sheen. With a deafening roar, it sent vibrations rippling through the air, causing everyone's ears to ring. Suddenly, numerous cadavers burrowed into the ground, advancing towards Su Chen as though a dragon were writhing beneath the earth. Clearly, they were utilizing the soil to evade the scorching embrace of the sword's light, preparing to launch a fatal assault from below. What should we do, young Master Su? Observing the horde of corpses closing in, Zhu Wanling's face turned ashen as she frantically tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear. She could never have anticipated the sheer number of cadavers present. It seemed an endless tide, a foe that could not be vanquished. Chapter 71. Can you please let go of me for a moment? Su Chen offered no reply, instead narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the colossal corpse leader before them. At that moment, the undead commander regarded them with an expression of utmost ferocity, a grotesque smile of greed and bloodlust curling at the corners of its mouth, as if it had already deemed Su Chen and Zhu Wanling as mere prey, sending chills down their spines. With a thunderous roar, the corpse leader unleashed a chilling cry that reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves in every direction. Accompanying this fierce bellow, a violent gust of wind suddenly swept through the already dim space, stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, a horrifying pressure descended upon Su Chen and Zhu Wanling, casting a shadow over them. Out of the darkness, a jet-black arrow of water shot towards the five-colored divine sword in Su Chen's grasp. It was evident that the creature aimed to shatter the weapon that posed a lethal threat to its kind. Be careful, young Master Su. Zhu Wanling's complexion paled as she urgently warned Su Chen. Yet, to her astonishment, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, sword in hand, and enveloped Zhu Wanling in his arms as he charged toward the undead horde. You, what are you doing? Zhu Wanling was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's boldness, her delicate features betraying disbelief. She could hardly comprehend the man's intentions. Did he truly mean to lead them both to their doom amid such a multitude of corpses? How long could they withstand the onslaught armed with just a divine weapon? As the undead emerged from beneath the earth, closing in on them, fear surged within Zhu Wanling, her face turning ashen. In that critical moment, Su Chen leapt into the air, soaring 100 meters above the ground, still holding Zhu Wanling tightly. The corpses that had burrowed underground erupted forth, launching themselves toward the airborne pair. Die! Su Chen's eyes glinted with determination as he bellowed. Instantly, 3 golden suns manifested behind him, radiating blinding flames of scorching heat. The 3 massive orbs of fire ascended, their brilliance tearing apart the surrounding darkness within a kilometer radius. The corpses that leaped from the ground were as fragile as mere tofu before the searing flames, incinerated in an instant, reduced to ashes that scattered across the heavens and earth. The remaining corpses, enveloped in the fiery light, emitted wails of despair as black smoke billowed from their bodies. Within moments, countless undead were reduced to nothing more than a heap of ash. The once crowded battlefield now contained only the corpse leader, which was in dire straits itself. Its body, subjected to the relentless heat, emitted clouds of black smoke as its bones began to dissolve. Though grievously wounded, the leader remained alive, letting out a furious roar that conveyed its resentment towards Su Chen before it turned to flee. However, Su Chen would not allow the injured and sluggish creature to escape. He propelled the five-colored sword forward, a streak of light that pierced the head of the corpse leader. With a resounding crash, its skull shattered like a watermelon. Black blood splattering in a gruesome display. The creature's body collapsed, convulsing briefly before disintegrating into ash. Zhu Wanling, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had not anticipated the sunfire to be so devastating against these malevolent beings. It was the perfect nemesis. The sacred body of the sun had such a remarkable application, leaving her utterly astonished, a tempest of emotions stirring within her. Alas! A sudden sigh from Su Chen broke her reverie. She glanced up to find him shaking his head, an expression of regret etched upon his features. "What is it, young Master Su?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "These creatures have evidently dwelled in this abyss of the dead for countless years, likely hoarding numerous treasures from the ancient battlefield of the divine demons. Now that they are all gone, who knows where they have hidden their treasures?" Su Chen explained with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanling realized the source of his distress. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, she suddenly became aware of a warm hand resting on her waist. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she shot Su Chen a furtive glance, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you let go of me?" In that moment, Su Chen realized he had been holding her waist and awkwardly chuckled before retracting his hand. Zhu Wanling seized the opportunity to create some distance, her cheeks still ablaze. It was the first time she had experienced such intimate contact with a man, and given that Su Chen was the partner of her disciple, Mu Yuqing, she felt a twinge of guilt for her reaction. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, choosing silence as he approached the pile of ash where the corpse leader had fallen. He knelt and began to sift through the remnants with his five-colored sword. Witnessing this grotesque display, Zhu Wanling shuddered, covering her nose as her delicate brows knitted together. However, when Su Chen retrieved a golden flag from the ashes, her pupils constricted in astonishment. She recognized it immediately, the legendary human emperor flag, one of the 10 divine weapons of the celestial realm. The flag depicted a vivid landscape of the celestial realm on one side, adorned with intertwining dragons, exuding an overwhelming aura of grandeur. The reverse illustrated the harrowing scenes of the 10 layers of hell, filled with bizarre symbols and patterns that struck fear into the heart. It was also known by a more sinister moniker, the Banner of 10,000 Souls. Chapter 72. Ambiguity in the Abyss according to legend. A powerful demon cultivator once utilized the human emperor flag to gather countless vengeful spirits, creating a hellish realm that rendered the land barren and brought suffering to all living beings. Thus, the flag was regarded with both reverence and dread among cultivators. How pitiful! Su Chen scoffed, casting aside the human emperor flag with disdain. He clearly did not recognize its significance. "You are aware that is the human emperor flag, right?" Zhu Wanling, somewhat speechless, offered a gentle reminder. It was one of the 10 divine weapons of the celestial realm. While she could not fathom why it appeared in the abyss of the dead, Su Chen's casual dismissal of it would surely draw ire from those who understood its value. "Oh, the human emperor flag?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he picked it back up, scrutinizing it closely. It quickly became apparent to him that this was indeed the legendary banner. Clicking his tongue, he marveled at its extraordinary nature, realizing the immense power contained within. Yet, how had such a divine weapon ended up here? What secrets lay hidden within the abyss of the dead? "You should express your gratitude, young Master Su. Had it not been for me, this flag would have slipped through your fingers," Zhu Wanling teased with a charming smile. "Wanling, how would you like me to thank you?" Su Chen replied with a faint smile, turning the question back to her. "Well, I haven't quite thought it through yet, but once I do, I'll be sure to let you know," she said, her eyes glinting mischievously as her lips curved into a smile. With that, she turned to walk toward the blood-ink fruit tree. As Su Chen observed Zhu Wanling's graceful figure and enchanting silhouette, a thought crossed his mind. Such an extraordinary beauty, one that could captivate the hearts of many, would undoubtedly fall into the hands of some fortunate soul in the future. As I shifted my gaze away from Zhu Wanling, it fell upon the blood-red mashua fruit tree. The tree was resplendent in its crimson hue, adorned with 10 mashua fruits, each the size of a thumb, glistening and exuding a captivating fragrance. Zhu Wanling extended her delicate hand to gently pluck all 10 fruits from the tree, carefully placing them into a jade vial. During this process, she felt an intense, burning gaze upon her from behind. She was well aware of the owner of that gaze, and rather than feeling anger, a flicker of delight surged within her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced like a startled deer. Such sensations were reminiscent of her previous life when she encountered the Celestial Emperor. How could they manifest with this young man before her? It left her with an unsettling feeling of betraying the Celestial Emperor. Lowering her head, she approached Su Chen and placed the vial containing the 10 Mashue fruits into his hands, whispering, "You should keep this safe." Upon witnessing this, Su Chen found himself both amused and perplexed. How had this formerly assertive woman transformed into such a timid figure? Was she truly fearful that he would consume her? However, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he returned the vial with a cheerful smile, saying, "Wanling, these Mashue fruits bear no benefit for me, but they are of immense value to you." Zhu Wanling was about to argue, mentioning that the corpses guarding the tree had all been vanquished by him, and thus the spoils rightfully belonged to him. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, Su Chen interrupted her, his brows furrowing in mock anger. "There's no buts about it. If you don't take them back, I shall destroy them." "Wait, I'll take them," she exclaimed, snatching the vial back and shooting him an indignant glare. "You only know how to bully me." With that, she turned away, striding deeper into the abyss of the undead. Watching her graceful silhouette, Su Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought. How could such an enchanting beauty be sharing these life and death trials with him? He wondered whether this fate was a blessing or a curse. Shaking his head, he dispelled the errant thoughts and followed her. As they ventured deeper into the abyss of the undead, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, the five-colored divine sword hovering above provided a sanctuary against the encroaching darkness, repelling all malevolent spirits. Yet, the deeper they traversed, the more Zhu Wanling felt the chilling aura intensifying, mingled with a potent scent of death. "Su Gongzi, something feels amiss ahead. We should halt our progress. There might be formidable spirits lying in ambush." Zhu Wanling furrowed her brows, halting her steps and expressing her concerns to Su Chen. Hearing her, he too paused, sensing the heavy, deathly aura surrounding them. He understood that something powerful lay hidden within the depths of the abyss. Otherwise, even the mightiest of emperors would not have perished here. Caution was paramount. "Wanling, do you think there might be a super spirit ahead that we cannot contend with?" He pondered gravely. "Ah, don't frighten me." Zhu Wanling's face drained of color as she instinctively leaned closer to Su Chen, trembling. Being a woman, she inherently feared such spirits, and Su Chen's sudden words nearly brought her to tears. Feeling her shiver against him, Su Chen realized he might be overreacting. He inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from her, igniting an unusual longing within him, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the alluring curves of her form. "What am I doing?" Su Chen shook his head, chastising himself for such thoughts. He could not allow himself to gaze upon her in such a manner, especially given her connection to Mu Yuqing. Reluctantly, he averted his eyes. "Ahem. Wanling, since we are here, we need not fear anything. Besides, I possess the sacred body of the sun. Even formidable spirits pose little threat to us." As he spoke, his gaze returned to Zhu Wanling's fair neck, swallowing hard as he found her beauty utterly captivating. "Really?" she asked, blinking her large, watery eyes in disbelief. "Indeed, more genuine than pearls." Su Chen chuckled, drawing her closer into his embrace. The softness, freshness, and faint fragrance enveloped him, momentarily allowing him to forget their perilous situation, yearning to hold this exquisite beauty forever. Feeling the warmth of his sturdy chest, Zhu Wanling's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with shyness. She hadn't anticipated such a gesture from Su Chen, and it filled her with warmth, even a sense of attachment. "All right, let us not dwell on such thoughts. We should continue," she suggested, pushing aside her feelings. Taking her delicate hand, Su Chen prepared to forge ahead. However, they soon stumbled upon a vast graveyard, littered with countless skeletons, stretching into the unknown. Among these skeletal remains were various beasts, from colossal ancient mammoths to agile tigers and leopards, alongside the remains of human cultivators. The sheer number was overwhelming and horrifying, with a foul stench emanating from the decaying corpses. Some skeletons retained their original terrifying forms, while others had been reduced to mere skeletal frames, grotesquely eroded over time. The stench of death mingled with the scent of rotting flesh, pervading the graveyard. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Wanling instinctively covered her mouth and nose, her brows knitted in disgust. In contrast, Su Chen observed the spectacle with an unperturbed demeanor, reminiscent of the brutal ancient battles between gods and demons. The sight of fallen beasts, fierce creatures, and human cultivators reminded him of that tragic epic. where the ancestors of humanity fought valiantly to protect their homeland against the invading beast legions. The scattered remnants of weapons and artifacts seemed to narrate the blood-soaked history of that time. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen strode purposefully into the graveyard, undeterred. "Su Gongzi, what are you doing?" Zhu Wanling exclaimed in shock. Was this man insane? Did he not realize the terrifying presence of evil here? This site was the epicenter of the ancient god-demon battleground, and after so many years, who could tell what formidable spirits might lurk within? Of course. I'm here to seek treasures. What else would I be doing? Su Chen turned to Zhu Wanling, a charming smile gracing his lips. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Zhu Wanling was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fathom Su Chen's thoughts. A chilling wind began to swirl around them, creating an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of hell itself. "Ah, wait for me." As she glimpsed the multitude of flickering shadows in the darkness, Zhu Wanling was struck with terror, her complexion paling. She rushed to clasp Su Chen's arm, her delicate form pressing tightly against him, as if this proximity could bestow upon her the solace she craved. "Fear not, I am here." Su Chen gently patted her fragrant shoulder, offering words of comfort. "MHM." Zhu Wanling nodded obediently, the dread within her dissipating significantly. Su Chen approached the periphery of the graveyard, bending down to sift through the remains before him. Wow. Witnessing Su Chen's actions, Zhu Wanling instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in shock, unable to suppress the rising bile. The sight was utterly repulsive. Su Chen was rummaging through the decayed corpses of human cultivators, their skeletal remains having turned an inky black from decomposition, some even losing their bones to the ravages of time. The surface of these cadavers teemed with writhing maggots, sending chills down her spine and a sense of icy dread coursing through her. When Zhu Wanling saw Su Chen clutching a corpse, she could no longer contain herself and began to retch. "Damn it, where have these old geezers hidden their treasures?" Su Chen tossed the skull aside, rolling his eyes in irritation, for he had found nothing of value amidst the human remains. Undeterred, he resumed his search with renewed fervor. Yet, the outcome remained fruitless, which began to wear on his patience. "All right, you old-timers, are you trying to provoke me?" With narrowed eyes, Su Chen retrieved a hammer forged from mysterious iron from his storage ring. "Just watch as I smash your heads in." With a grin, he swung the hammer down forcefully onto the skull of a nearby corpse. Boom. The impact resonated like thunder, shattering the cranium and revealing a hidden storage ring within. "You old coot, you think you can outsmart me?" Grabbing the storage ring, Su Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. This corpse must have belonged to a powerful emperor-level cultivator, for the ring contained a trove of rare elixirs, weapons, and magical artifacts, not to mention an abundance of precious materials. It was only fitting that a cultivator capable of embedding their storage ring within their skull would be of such high caliber. "Oh my!" Zhu Wanling, witnessing Su Chen's audacious act, couldn't help but cover her mouth again, feeling nauseated. Was this something a person could do? These ancestors of the human race, long departed for hundreds of thousands of years, would never have imagined that their remains would be desecrated in such a manner. Had they known, they would surely rise to confront Su Chen in fury. "Young Master Su Yu, you are desecrating the ancients." After a lengthy pause, Zhu Wanling managed to suppress her retching and looked up at Su Chen, speaking weakly. "No, you are mistaken." Upon hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes and retorted with conviction, "I am merely utilizing the remnants they left behind to fulfill their unfinished aspirations." Zhu Wanling's lips twitched as she felt utterly speechless. Su Chen had the audacity to articulate such an immoral act with such grandiosity. His shamelessness was astounding. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Su Chen hammering the corpses echoed in her ears, causing her heart to race and her scalp to tingle. Yet, as time passed, she grew numb to the noise, sitting quietly beside him, resting her chin on her hands, observing Su Chen as he toiled away. 3 hours later, the ringing of a bell jolted Zhu Wanling from her reverie.